Welcome to Little Dream, a place where the boundary between the living and the forgotten grows thinner with every whisper of the night. Here, stories are not just told, they are remembered, breathed, and carried by those who never truly left. Each tale begins like a dream, soft, uncertain, beautiful for a moment, and then, like all dreams, it begins to twist. The warmth fades, the light bends, and you realize something is standing behind the door that wasn't there before. Tonight, as the world sleeps, you will hear the quiet things, the ones buried beneath laughter, sealed beneath walls, and hidden behind photographs that never seem to age. So close your eyes, breathe slowly, and don't move too quickly. The story will find you. It always does. This is Little Dream, where the voice that guides you might not be your own. Story 1. The Bone Rattle. It began with the sound of something delicate, something dry, rolling across the floorboards beneath her bed. Evelyn thought it was the wind at first, that strange autumn wind that came down from the moors, carrying with it the scent of ash and wet leaves, but the sound was too precise, too intentional. It clicked, paused, then rolled again, as if something was being played with, something small enough to fit in a child's hand but heavy enough to make the wood sigh. Her room, tucked under the slanted roof of the old rectory, always felt colder than the rest of the house. The wallpaper was pale blue once, but years of damp had turned it into a map of stains, continents of mold, seas of shadow. She could hear the pipes groaning through the night like something alive beneath her feet. But tonight, it wasn't the pipes. It was that slow, hollow rolling and the soft rattle that followed. Evelyn had come to the rectory 3 months ago to catalog the old parish records for the diocese. She'd taken the position because she needed quiet, or at least that was what she told her friends in London, but in truth she had been running from the city's noise, from faces that reminded her too much of her brother, from the way people spoke his name with a kind of sorrow that didn't belong to them. Here, in this forgotten corner of Northumberland, the silence had weight. It pressed on her ears until she could hear her own pulse. On the third night, she woke at exactly 2:16. She didn't know why she looked at the clock each time, but she did. And the hands never changed the same hour, the same faint chiming from the churchyard. And every time, that sound began again, rolling, clicking, a child's game in the dark. She tried to ignore it, telling herself it was the house settling, or perhaps a rat dislodging a marble or a nail. But the noise didn't scurry away or fade. It grew closer, until she could feel it vibrate through the frame of her bed. She reached for the lamp but stopped halfway. The light, she thought, would only make it worse. There was something about the dark that at least felt honest. The dark didn't pretend to be safe. So she lay still, listening, until the sound came to rest directly beneath her. Then, silence. A long, unbroken silence that felt alive, like a held breath. When morning came, she almost convinced herself it hadn't happened. She made tea, opened the curtains, watched the rain drag thin fingers down the glass. The garden was a ruin of ivy and leaning gravestones, the names eroded to near nothing. Father Marin, the old rector, said no one had been buried there since the war. He was kind, in that absent way of old men who have outlived their own stories. When Evelyn mentioned the noise, he smiled and said, "Ah, the floorboards. The house remembers everyone who's walked across them. It creaks for company." But that night, when she dropped her brush and it rolled toward the wall, it didn't stop where it should have. It vanished. The faintest hollow thud followed, like something catching it from below. She froze, staring at the gap between the skirting board and the floor. And for a moment she could have sworn she saw something pale recede into the dark, not a hand, not quite, but something shaped like one. She didn't sleep that night, nor the next. By the end of the week, the skin beneath her eyes had turned to shadow, and her movements became quiet, cautious, as if she were afraid to disturb the air. And then, one evening, when she finally dared to look beneath the bed with a candle, she saw a small rattle, carved from bone, tied with a strip of red cloth, resting perfectly still in the dust. It wasn't old. The bone was clean, pale, almost polished. She picked it up, and the moment her fingers touched it, she heard it again, that slow rolling, now not under the bed, but inside her head, and far away, in the churchyard. The wind shifted. Something began to move beneath the soil, just deep enough not to be seen. Evelyn kept the rattle on her desk for 3 days before she admitted to herself that it made her uneasy. It wasn't fear exactly, it was the feeling of being watched by something that had no eyes. The rattle was no bigger than her palm, fashioned from a thin length of bone smoothed to the point of translucence, the hollow inside sealed with wax. When she shook it, the sound was faint, like teeth tapping together. She told herself it was a keepsake, some remnant from the house's past, perhaps a relic of a child long buried. But every time she turned away, she could feel it in the room behind her, still and listening. On the 4th night, she dreamt of the sea. In the dream, she was standing on a cliff above black water, and below her the tide was full of bones, thousands of them, clicking together as the waves moved in and out. When she woke, she could still hear that sound not from the sea, but from under the floorboards. A dry, rhythmic rattle, keeping time with her breathing. She didn't scream. She simply sat up, cold with sweat, and listened as it moved slowly beneath her, toward the far corner of the room, where the wood was warped and darker than the rest. She rose and crossed to it, the floor complaining softly beneath her feet. She pressed her ear to the boards and heard it again, a whisper, too faint to make out words, but unmistakably human. It was not a child's voice. It was older, rasping, as though it had been trying to speak for a long, long time. When she whispered back without thinking, "What do you want?" there came a single knock from beneath her, gentle and deliberate. The next morning she went to the village. The shopkeeper, a woman named Mrs. Hale, was the kind who knew every story that had ever been whispered in the parish, and she watched Evelyn with that mixture of pity and curiosity reserved for newcomers who hadn't yet learned the local ghosts. When Evelyn mentioned the rectory, Mrs. Hale's smile thinned. "It's a hungry house, that one," she said, "built on the wrong ground, the kind of place that keeps its dead close." Evelyn asked what she meant, but the woman only handed her the change and turned away. Back at the rectory, the wind had picked up, carrying the faint toll of the church bell. The house felt tighter somehow, as if the air itself had been drawn in. She went to her desk and found the rattle exactly where she had left it, but the red ribbon was gone. In its place was a smear of damp earth. She followed the marks across the floor to the corner, where she'd heard the whisper. The boards there looked the same, but when she pressed down with her heel, one shifted slightly. She knelt, slid her fingers into the seam, and pulled. The plank lifted with a groan, and a breath of cold air came up from the void below. A small space opened beneath the floor, no larger than a coffin, lined with rotting cloth and soil. Something lay there, not a full body, but fragments. The curve of a skull, a child's shoe, and another rattle identical to the one on her desk. Only this one was darker, stained. The air smelled faintly of salt, and something metallic. Evelyn's stomach turned. She reached in and touched the edge of the cloth. And that was when she heard the whisper again. Clear this time, close to her ear. "Give it back." She stumbled backward, dropping the board, her breath ragged. The sound faded, leaving only the hum of the wind and the slow drip of water somewhere in the walls. She wanted to run, to leave everything, but something in the voice, not its malice, but its sadness, held her there. That night she sat awake, candle burning low, the rattle in her lap. Every few minutes it trembled, just enough for her to feel the movement against her palms, like something alive inside the bone trying to breathe. Near dawn, she heard footsteps overhead, slow, deliberate, crossing the attic. No one had been up there in decades, Father Marin had said. The stairs were too weak, but she heard them clearly, the boards bending under weight. Then, from above her head, 3 soft knocks, the same rhythm she'd heard beneath the floor. She didn't move, didn't blink, just listened as the voice came again. Now from the ceiling, now from inside the walls. "You took what was mine." The candle flickered, the flame leaning toward the door, and before it went out she saw, in the mirror across the room, something standing behind her, small, pale and holding its own rattle, swinging it slowly in time with her heartbeat. Evelyn did not sleep that night, nor the next. When the sun rose, the house remained in a kind of quiet that was too deliberate, too heavy. Every creak, every breath of wind through the rafters carried with it the faint echo of something alive beneath the wood. She had tried to convince herself that what she saw in the mirror was a trick of exhaustion, but the rattle in her hands would not let her forget. The wax seal had cracked during the night, revealing a hairline opening in the bone, as though something inside had pressed outward. When she tilted it, she could hear the faint shift of whatever lay within, a sound like grit or teeth moving in water. She tried to work to distract herself with the journals and sketches she had come to the rectory to study, but the words refused to stay still on the page. The air smelled faintly of the sea again, though the coast was miles away. Somewhere in the house, deep in the walls, she heard humming, soft and tuneless, the kind a mother might hum to a restless child. The sound made her chest tighten. She followed it, moving through narrow corridors where the wallpaper had begun to peel, where salt stains crept upward in white veins. The humming grew clearer as she neared the chapel. The old rectory chapel had long been deconsecrated. It was little more than a hollow shell now. The stained glass windows clouded with grime and ivy, the pews stacked and covered with dust. In the corner stood a baptismal font, dry and cracked, filled with dead moths and the remains of old candles. The air inside was still. It had felt crowded, as though the space held more presence than it should. Evelyn stood at the threshold, listening. The humming stopped. Then, faintly, from behind the altar, came the sound of whispering. Not one voice this time, but several layered, overlapping, too soft to separate into words. She stepped closer, her boots sinking into the warped floorboards. A draft rose from beneath, carrying the same scent she'd smelled before: salt, damp earth, and decay. When she reached the altar, she saw that one of the flagstones at its base had been moved recently. The dust around it was disturbed, smudged by small round marks, like the impressions of fingertips. She knelt, brushed the surface clean, and found a crack wide enough to slip her fingers into. She hesitated, every instinct in her body screaming to stop, but the whispering grew louder, urging her. When she lifted the stone, cold air rushed out, carrying the faintest echo of voices singing. It wasn't a melody she recognized. It was hollow, rhythmic, the sound of breath pushed through broken throats. She looked down into the space and saw the glint of something pale in the dark. A pile of tiny bones, tangled together like the ribs of a long dead bird. Among them lay half a dozen rattles, all fashioned from the same translucent bone, all bound once by red ribbons that had long since rotted away. And then, for the first time, she understood. The rectory had been an orphan's refuge long before it became a parish house. Records she'd read spoke of a fever that swept through the children's wing, taking them one by one. The old priest, overcome with grief, had buried them beneath the chapel, sealing them in with relics made from their own remains. The rattles were charms of remembrance tokens meant to contain the souls of the lost. As she stared down, the air around her began to vibrate with sound. The whispering rose into a single note, a long, low hum that filled the chapel like a wave. The rattles beneath the stone began to move, rolling gently against one another. She stepped back, trembling, as one of them began to rise. Slowly, impossibly, it lifted into the air, turning end over end, until it hovered at eye level before her. From within it came the sound of breathing, thin and labored. "Why me?" she whispered. The rattle turned once more, and she saw that the wax seal had split open. A single breath escaped, a sigh that smelled of salt and soil, and then, from the hollow inside came a voice no louder than a child's exhale. "Because you listen." Her knees weakened. She stumbled back against a pew, knocking loose a cloud of dust. The voices below began to blend, forming words now, overlapping pleas. "Let us go. She keeps us. Beneath." Evelyn pressed her hands over her ears, but the sound grew louder inside her head. The walls of the chapel trembled. The stained glass cracked in long, spidering lines. Then the air fell still again. The rattles dropped back into the darkness, the whispers fading into the stone. Evelyn stood shaking, unable to move. When she finally found her breath, she replaced the flagstone, pressing it down until the hum beneath ceased. But that night, when she returned to her room, she found the rattle on her desk once more clean, whole, its ribbon newly red, gleaming as if freshly dyed. And there, written on the page of her open journal in a hand she didn't recognize, was a single line. "The choir still sings for those who listen." Ugh. She stared at the words until her candle burned out, and in the silence that followed, she heard it again, soft, distant, and heartbreakingly gentle, the hollow choir, singing beneath her feet. The nights grew heavier as Evelyn became more aware of the house, not as a building, but as a living organism pulsing and breathing around her. She began to feel the floorboards shift beneath her weight in ways that weren't natural, a subtle give that suggested not rot or settling, but something moving, waiting, responding. The rattle remained on her desk, and each night it whispered to her, though never in words she could understand, only in rhythm and resonance, like a heartbeat pressed into the palm of her hand. It was on the 6th night that she saw the child. At first, she thought it was a shadow cast by the flickering candle, or the product of exhaustion pressing her eyes into trickery. But it was real. Standing at the threshold of her room, just beyond the door frame, was a small figure, no taller than her knees, pale and thin, almost transparent in the weak light. Its eyes were dark hollows, yet somehow full of expectation, and in its hand it held a tiny rattle identical to hers. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice trembling, though she forced herself to remain upright. The child did not speak. It only tilted its head and tapped the rattle against the floor, a hollow, metallic tone that seemed to echo beneath the boards, stirring the very air. Evelyn felt her stomach twist. She wanted to step forward, to touch the child, to soothe it, but her limbs felt heavy, reluctant. Something inside her urged her not to, as if crossing that threshold would mean the rattle could no longer be hers alone. In the silence that followed, she heard it. A slow, dragging sound coming from beneath the floor, from the chapel below. The hollow choir, murmuring and shifting, weaving voices together that had no right to be alive, weaving a song of patience and of waiting. The child turned its gaze toward the corner of the room, and Evelyn understood. It was not her presence that had drawn it here, but something else. Something beneath the floorboards, something in the walls, something that desired her attention. She followed its gaze, heart hammering. The floor there was darker, the boards warped, almost soft to the touch. Kneeling, she pressed her ear to the wood. Beneath, the sounds were unmistakable, shuffling, breathing, scraping, and then the whispering of many voices, pleading, warning, crying. She felt the hairs on her neck stand on end as a singular thought crystallized. The child was a messenger, a fragment of what had been lost, urging her to see the truth the house had hidden for decades. "Why?" she asked the figure again. The rattle tapped once more, louder, a little impatiently. And then, as if responding, the boards beneath her room shifted suddenly, and a small trapdoor, nearly invisible against the grain, eased open. A rush of cold air pressed against her face, carrying the faint, metallic scent of the rattles below. Her pulse raced. She understood instinctively that the house, the child, the choir, and the rattle were all connected, bound together by grief, by memory, by the bodies and souls buried beneath the chapel floor. Her hands shook as she reached for the edge of the trap door. She had no reason to open it, yet an undeniable compulsion drove her, and with a groan of aged wood, the panel lifted, revealing a narrow stairway descending into darkness. The child stepped forward, as if urging her to follow, and when she hesitated, it tapped her ankle with its rattle. That single touch was enough to propel her downwards, one cautious step at a time, candlelight trembling against the walls. The stairs ended in a low, vaulted chamber, walls lined with niches and small alcoves. Inside each was a rattle, like the one she had found, carefully placed upon decayed fabric, each vibrating slightly as though the memory of its owner pressed against it. At the far end, she saw a larger figure, bent and pale, hunched over a rattle that shone faintly, red ribbon vibrant as if it had never rotted. It was not alive in any conventional sense, yet Evelyn could feel its awareness, its attention fixed upon her, measuring her, as if it had been waiting centuries for someone who would finally listen. "You are the listener," the voice echoed, though it came not from a throat, but from all around her, carried in the wooden walls, the air, the rattles themselves. The child nodded once and stepped aside, leaving her to face the figure fully. Evelyn understood then that the choir, the child, the relics, and the house were not separate. They were the same entity, a composite of grief, memory, and patience. And in that moment, she realized she had been chosen to become part of it, to bear witness, to continue the chorus. She wanted to retreat, to flee, to abandon the house and its secrets, but the rattle in her hands pulsed like a heartbeat. Her fingers itched to shake it, to make it speak, to acknowledge her presence, and when she did, the choir below responded. A resonance filled the chamber, vibrations traveling through her bones, through the floor, through the walls, until she felt herself become part of the rhythm, part of the song, as if her own body had been converted into another rattle, another note in the unbroken melody. And yet, despite the terror, there was understanding, a clarity she had not expected. This was not malevolence. It was remembrance, and she was the vessel. The child remained at the door, silent and patient, a reminder that the world above had no idea, could not see, could not hear. She was here, alone, yet surrounded by the lives that had been forgotten, by the choir that had waited, by the heartbeat of the house itself. When she finally rose to leave the chamber, candle guttering, the child had vanished. The trapdoor closed silently behind her, and in the quiet of her room the rattle lay on her desk, warm to the touch, humming faintly, insisting that she would never truly be alone again. Evelyn did not wake in the morning as one might expect. She woke to the sound of her own heartbeat, yet it was no longer entirely her own. The rattle on her desk pulsed gently, almost in synchrony with her chest, as though it were an extension of her body, a fragile conduit linking her to the hidden choir beneath the floorboards. The house itself seemed to breathe through her, every groan of timber, every sigh of wind passing through the cracked windows, resonating deep within her bones. She felt a strange calm in this awareness, a perfection that bordered on terror. She rose, not fully understanding whether she moved herself or whether the house moved her, guiding her feet across the warped floorboards. The candlelight flickered, shadows spilling like ink across the walls, but the usual dread was absent. Instead, there was a clarity in the house's presence, an intent as precise and delicate as the movements of a conductor leading an orchestra. Evelyn realized that the house was not malevolent, but meticulous. It had waited for her, for someone who would listen, for someone who would finally understand the rhythm of the lost souls, and she had. The rattle vibrated in her hand, insistent now, compelling her toward the chapel. She descended the narrow stairway once more, each step echoing softly in the low chamber below. The rattles in the alcoves began to move on their own, rolling gently against one another as though stirred by invisible fingers. The child was there again, standing at the edge of the chamber, holding a small rattle, identical to the one she now carried. Its eyes, hollow yet full, studied her. Without a word, it placed its hand upon the wall, and a section of stone slid aside, revealing a deeper passage, narrower and darker than anything she had descended before. Evelyn felt herself drawn forward. The air in the tunnel was thick, scented with damp earth and salt, and filled with the faint whispering of the choir, a complex layering of voices singing in harmonies that defied human comprehension. She understood, suddenly, that the rattle she held was more than a relic. It was a key, a vessel for the house's memory, and she was now part of its composition. Every note of the choir resonated through her, shaping her perception until she could no longer tell where her thoughts ended and the house's intention began. At the end of the passage was a small alcove, where a single rattle identical to hers rested on a stone pedestal. She knew instinctively what to do. She placed her rattle beside it, and the two rattles vibrated in perfect synchrony. The choir's song rose in a crescendo, filling the chamber with a sound both exultant and sorrowful. Evelyn felt a wave of understanding sweep through her. The house had perfected the preservation of its lost children and forgotten souls, capturing not their bodies alone, but the essence of their presence. She was now part of that perfection. She tried to speak, to protest, to ask for release, but no words came. Instead, a profound silence descended, the kind that settles not upon a room but upon a mind, a being. Her body was still, yet alive in a way that transcended life as she had known it. The house had claimed her not in violence but in the perfection of stillness. She was fixed in place, yet aware, her consciousness interwoven with the choir, the rattles, the floorboards, the very structure of the rectory. Outside, the world continued, indifferent. The wind swept across the moors, the rain traced pale trails down the windows, and Father Marin's clock ticked quietly in the rectory hall. But inside, beneath the floorboards, in the chapel, and in the narrow passageways, a new note had joined the choir, one that was alive and attentive, one that remembered the small, delicate rhythms of a human heart. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, and the moon hung thin and pale over the moors, visitors to the rectory would hear, through the whispering of the house, a faint rattle accompanying the hollow choir, as if the lost were still counting their time. And someone, at last, was listening. Evelyn had become part of the exhibition, the final subject in a gallery of the forgotten. In the perfection of silence, she would remain forever, not trapped in fear, but preserved in the precise, endless cadence of the bone rattle. Story 2. The Impossible Apartment Complex. Dean arrived on a damp Thursday evening, when the clouds hung low over the city and the drizzle had already soaked through his coat. The building was older than it should have been, a squat, brick-faced structure squeezed between two newer constructions, its windows dark and reflective, like eyes that had seen too many tenants come and go. There was a strange symmetry to the facade, a precision that felt almost deliberate, yet nothing about it invited warmth. The iron gate creaked as he pushed through, its hinge rusted in a way that suggested decades of waiting, of unseen observers leaning close to see who dared enter. Inside, the lobby smelled faintly of bleach and damp carpet, a scent that would stick to the skin for hours. A single elevator, tall and narrow, hummed as though reluctantly aware of his presence. The floor buttons were unnumbered, only the simple engraving of letters. G, 1, 2, 3, 4. He pressed 4, and the cage rose with an uneven shudder, the cables whining like tired muscles. At the 4th floor, the door opened to a corridor that stretched farther than it should have. The lights flickered overhead, casting shadows that shifted across the peeling wallpaper, and he immediately felt it. The building had a weight, a subtle pull, as if it expected something of him. His apartment was at the very end, 404, a number he repeated under his breath, trying to anchor himself. The key turned in the lock with a metallic click that reverberated unnaturally, and the door swung open to a space that smelled faintly of varnish and dust. The room was smaller than he anticipated, yet the ceiling felt impossibly high, and the corners seemed to retreat the longer he stared, elongating as though the walls were breathing. He set his bags down, listening to the soft groan of the building settling, a sound almost like a warning. That first night, Dean explored the corridors. He noted the apartment numbers along the walls: 401, 402, 403, 404. And yet, as he passed 404, he felt disoriented, certain he had already walked this path. The numbers shifted subtly in his peripheral vision, just enough to unsettle him. Doors appeared where none had existed a moment before, and he caught glimpses of familiar shapes and windows he hadn't noticed. Rooms stacked impossibly behind walls, shadows moving against the lighted panes. He tried to dismiss it. Old buildings were tricky. His apartment was on the top floor, the fourth as far as he could tell, yet the stairwell above beckoned as though promising a space that should not exist. The floorboards whispered underfoot, guiding him in ways he could not resist. He remembered the building's layout on the paper the agent had handed him: neat lines, right angles, ordinary, yet the reality had a geometry all its own. It did not follow the rules of architecture, he knew. In the middle of the night, Dean awoke to the sound of movement beyond his door. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, pacing just along the corridor. He peered through the peephole. The hall appeared empty. The lights flickered. He swore he had seen a door where none should have been, and the number above it read 405, a floor above the fourth, a room that did not exist. His pulse quickened. When he tried to locate it on the map, the paper remained stubbornly accurate. Yet his eyes insisted on a fifth floor, faintly visible beyond the shadows. By the second week, Dean's sense of direction had begun to fail him. Hallways twisted unnaturally, sometimes looping back into themselves. He could not find his apartment without retracing several corridors, and yet each time, the layout was slightly different. The elevator refused to open on floors he believed existed, or it opened to places that had no stairwell to reach them. Even the residents he glimpsed in passing seemed ephemeral, faces blurry and indistinct, vanishing when looked at directly. He began marking the walls with chalk, a crude attempt to map the impossibility, but the marks vanished by morning, leaving the walls blank, indifferent. One evening, drawn by a low metallic humming, Dean discovered a door tucked into the corner of the fifth corridor he had never noticed. It was unnumbered, painted over in the same shade as the wall, yet something about it pulled him closer. Behind it, a narrow stairwell climbed upward into darkness, the air colder here, carrying a faint scent of ozone and something older, metallic, as if the building itself had been cut open to reveal its veins. The stairs continued endlessly, curving and twisting beyond comprehension. At the top, he found a floor bathed in pale, unnatural light. The walls of the corridor were lined with mirrors, and in them, he glimpsed his reflection, or rather, versions of himself living in apartments he had never seen. He stumbled back, heart racing. The apartment he had thought was his 404 seemed to drift further away, its position uncertain, its existence fluid. And above, the impossible floor stretched into infinity, a labyrinth of hallways and numbers that should not exist, all whispering with the faint echoes of doors opening, footsteps pacing, and faint, persistent rumbles that Dean could not place. He realized then, with a chill that went straight to his bones, that the building had a will of its own, a geometry that refused to be mapped, and perhaps it had already chosen him as part of its endless architecture. Dean had not intended to explore further that night. The stairwell behind the unnumbered door had been tempting, yes, but he had told himself it was safer to retreat, to pretend the strange anomalies of the building were merely tricks of tired eyes. Yet sleep was elusive, and curiosity, that stubborn human trait, pressed him forward. By the time he reached the top of the twisting stairwell, the faint hum of the building seemed to resonate through his chest, a subtle vibration he could no longer ignore. The fifth floor revealed itself not as a continuation of what he had known, but as a corridor that refused natural perspective. It stretched in gentle curves, widening and narrowing at impossible intervals. The walls, painted a dull cream in the past, now seemed almost luminous under a diffuse cold light that had no visible source. Apartment numbers were painted neatly on doors, yet none aligned with his memory. 501, 502, 503, then 505. The management. The words seemed to thrum slightly, as though vibrating with anticipation. Drawn by a compulsion he could not explain, Dean approached the door. The handle was cool, smooth as metal, polished over decades. He turned it and stepped into a small room entirely lined with mirrors, each reflecting him in slightly different ways. In some reflections, he appeared younger, in others older. In one particularly unnerving reflection, he saw himself entering a different apartment, a floor above, where he was casually unpacking as though this place had always been his home. He stumbled back, heart hammering, and the door shut softly behind him. When he pressed the handle, it did not budge. It was then that he noticed a faint pattern in the mirrors. They were not simply reflecting light but multiplying reality itself, layering it, bending it. In one, he saw a version of the hallway that he recognized, yet it was distorted, elongated. In another, he could see through the walls, glimpsing other tenants moving in apartments that had no floors beneath them. It was as if the building had decided to reveal itself in fragments, teasing him with impossible visions. Dean walked to the nearest mirror and reached out. His fingers touched the surface, and he felt a resistance, like pushing through a membrane. The reflection rippled, unnaturally, and for a fraction of a second, he was no longer looking at himself, but at someone else himself moving through a corridor that should not exist, leaving behind a door numbered 404, but he could not see the number from this angle. Panic rose. He drew back, but a voice, almost imperceptible, seemed to echo in his mind. This is only the beginning. The humming he had felt from the stairwell grew louder, now accompanied by faint footsteps, not above or below him, but inside the room itself. Dean turned to see another door, one he had not noticed before, built seamlessly into the mirrored wall. It beckoned, dark and inconspicuous, yet alive, pulsating subtly with the rhythm of the building's heartbeat. Against reason, he pushed through. On the other side, he emerged into a corridor that should not have existed. The walls were lined with doors, all numbered sequentially, yet none matched the known floor plan. At the end of the hall, he saw a single doorway slightly ajar, revealing a room glowing with pale white light. Inside was a single chair, positioned before a wall-length mirror. As he stepped closer, he realized he could see himself in the reflection, yet not as he was. In this reflection, he was older, weathered, resigned, living a life he had not yet led. Every movement, every subtle expression was precise, deliberate. He stumbled back. The door behind him, the corridor, even the stairwell, all had vanished. The fifth floor stretched endlessly, corridors duplicating and folding into themselves. He realized with a chill that there was no turning back. Somewhere above, the building had another floor, perhaps a sixth, perhaps infinite, and somewhere within its impossible geometry, the management existed, observing, waiting, ensuring that those who entered the impossible corridors could never leave the building as they had arrived. Dean sank to the floor, trying to rationalize, but the building refused reason. Every wall, every mirrored reflection seemed to mock him with its impossible symmetry. And then, faintly, he heard it, a door slamming, followed by laughter, precise and deliberate, echoing through spaces that could not exist. He pressed his ear to the nearest wall and, in a whisper almost like breath, heard a version of himself say, "Welcome to the fifth floor. You belong here now." Dean's hands were clammy, and his chest tightened with a tension that refused release. The fifth floor stretched before him, corridors twisting subtly, doors appearing where logic said there should be none. Among them, apartment 505. The management stood out, its number engraved, with a precision almost ritualistic. He could feel it before he reached it, a subtle vibration in the air, as though the building itself exhaled in anticipation. The door was heavy, the handle cold yet smooth, inviting a touch he could not resist. When he opened it, he expected a typical apartment, a living room, a kitchenette, perhaps a sparse bedroom. What greeted him instead was a room that defied scale and proportion. The walls seemed to ripple, reflecting not his image, but versions of the building itself. Corridors spiraled endlessly, stairwells folded impossibly upon each other, and the ceiling stretched beyond sight. Every mirror reflected Dean entering the apartment from multiple angles at once, some showing him as he was, others older, others younger. He stepped inside, trying to make sense of the geometry, when the first voice spoke. It was not behind him, above him, or below him. It came from everywhere at once, layered in echoes. "Welcome, Dean. We've been expecting you." Dean's pulse raced. He turned, searching for the source, but the room was empty. save for the mirrors and the subtle distortion of walls. A sense of vertigo rose in him as he realized the reflections were not passive. They were active, interacting with each other. In one, he saw himself unlocking a door on a floor higher than he could reach. In another, he saw himself walking down a corridor that led nowhere, vanishing into shadow. The impossible architecture of the building was alive, a labyrinth with consciousness, and he was now part of it. A faint metallic sound drew his attention. At the far end of the room, a narrow door appeared in a mirrored wall, slightly ajar. Through it, he glimpsed a corridor lined with numbers that didn't exist on any blueprint. 601, 602, 603, leading upward into what could only be called the sixth floor. He stepped closer, and the floor beneath him shivered. Each reflection mirrored not only his form but his intention, predicting his movements with eerie precision. Dean hesitated. This was no ordinary building. He realized that the apartments above the fifth floor were not physical in a conventional sense. They were spaces projected by the building, designed to fold reality upon itself. And the room he was in, apartment 505, was the epicenter, the interface through which the building monitored, controlled, and ensnared its residents. He reached out to the narrow door. The handle was cool, but there was resistance, a subtle force pressing back. As he pulled it open, the corridor beyond extended infinitely, impossibly, a liminal space that refused linear perception. The walls were lined with mirrors reflecting versions of himself, each moving independently, living lives he had not lived. One version of Dean reached the corridor's end, opened a door, and stepped into a lighted room, a room that could only be the one he would never reach. Panic gripped him. He tried to retrace his steps, to return to the fifth floor proper, but every door led to another corridor, folding over itself, looping endlessly. Then he saw it. A reflection of himself, smiling, calm, composed, stepping through a doorway marked 404. It was him, yet impossibly different, already integrated into the building's architecture, a permanent inhabitant of a space that had once been his own. The whispers began then, faint at first, barely audible, growing into layered tones. The apartment has chosen you, the management observes. You belong to the building now. Every sound echoed from every surface, every mirror, every wall. He tried to run, but the floor shifted beneath him, corridors bending, doors vanishing, numbers changing. It was no longer a building, but a conscious entity, infinite and sentient, and Dean was caught within its architecture. In a final attempt, he pressed his hand to a mirror. His reflection did not mimic him. Instead, it stepped forward, smiling. Behind the reflection, corridors stretched impossibly, floors above and below stacked beyond comprehension, all converging in apartment 505. The whispering layered into a single voice. There is no exit, only continuation, only observation. As Dean sank to the floor, heart hammering, eyes fixed on the reflection that had stepped forward into his space. The apartment had claimed him, not violently, but with the inevitability of gravity. He could feel himself becoming part of the infinite corridors, another layer in the building's conscious geometry. Every step he had taken, every choice, had guided him here. And now he understood. The fifth floor, the sixth floor, even 404, all were facets of the same impossibility. He had crossed the threshold, and the management had integrated him into its labyrinthine design. From the shadows of mirrors, corridors, and numbers, the building seemed to breathe, and Dean, trembling, understood that he would never leave, not in the conventional sense, not because he was trapped, but because the building had no intention of releasing him. He had become a resident of impossibility, a part of the architecture itself, observed and observed in turn, existing both everywhere and nowhere at once. Dean's sense of time began to unravel. Days and nights blurred into one another, indistinguishable, measured only by the flickering fluorescent lights in the corridors and the changing arrangements of the doors. He awoke in 404, convinced he had retreated to the familiar, only to find the apartment subtly altered. The furniture was shifted. the view from the window impossibly angled, and a faint hum lingered in the walls, a vibration that seemed tied to the building's pulse. Each morning the apartment felt simultaneously familiar and alien, as though he were waking inside a memory he had never lived. It was during the third repetition that he noticed the shift more clearly. The number on his door flickered, faintly, like a failing neon sign. 404 became 405 for a fleeting moment before snapping back. He stepped into the hallway, heart pounding, and the corridor itself seemed to bend, leading him in loops that defied logic. Every attempt to descend the stairwell brought him not to the lobby, but to a floor he had never encountered, a higher, impossible layer above the fifth, stretching into infinity. In desperation, he sought the door to apartment 505 again. The mirrors that had once seemed passive now seemed alive, reflecting not just his form but possibilities, alternate versions of himself. In one reflection, he saw a dean stepping into an apartment numbered 506. In another, he observed himself frozen in the corridor, watching a shadow move across the wall. The building's consciousness was testing him, probing his reactions, folding reality around his choices. Dean discovered the truth of the loop one evening, when he attempted to leave entirely. The exit appeared normal, an unremarkable door leading to the street. He pushed it open and stepped outside, inhaling the cool night air. Relief surged through him, but when he looked up at the building, 404 had vanished. Where his apartment had once been, a window higher up now bore the number 505. The building had claimed his perspective, reshaping itself around him. The exit had not delivered him. It had merely shifted him within the architecture's impossible hierarchy. Frustration became a daily companion. He began marking the walls, scratching numbers, drawing arrows, trying to anchor himself. Each mark vanished by morning, wiped away as though it had never existed. Corridors folded over each other, floors stacked atop floors, stairwells twisted, mirrored reflections multiplied endlessly. The building's infinite geometry made his attempts at mapping futile. Dean realized the building was not a passive space. It was a conscious labyrinth, and he was now its unwilling resident, trapped in cycles he could not escape. He began to perceive subtle patterns. Voices distant, unintelligible, layered emerged from the walls. Footsteps echoed where no one walked. Occasionally, he glimpsed figures in the mirrors, versions of himself moving independently, performing tasks in apartments he had never entered. It became clear that these were not mere reflections but possibilities, echoes of choices he could have made, lives he could have lived, and the building, in its impossible design, allowed all of them to coexist simultaneously, observing, absorbing, and reshaping reality around them. Desperation eventually gave way to a grim acceptance. Dean learned to move with the corridors, to anticipate the loops, to predict the fold of the stairwell. He recognized that every hallway, every number, every mirror was part of a larger pattern, a meticulous architecture that existed outside conventional understanding. The building was infinite, sentient, and patient, and he had become a piece within its design. Yet, despite the knowledge, he felt the persistent tug of hope. Somewhere within the corridors, a door apartment, 505 awaited, a locus of authority, the epicenter of the building's consciousness. Perhaps there, answers could be found. Perhaps he could negotiate, understand, even reclaim a measure of freedom. But each time he approached, the mirrors multiplied, corridors twisted, and he was reminded of the futility of linear thought in a space that obeyed no such rules. Dean's journey through the fifth floor and its impossible extensions became a rhythm, a cycle. Each loop taught him, disoriented him, and reshaped him, binding him ever closer to the building's will. And in the quiet moments, when the corridor stretched infinitely before him and the numbers flickered in impossible sequences, he understood the fundamental truth. The building did not imprison him. He belonged to it, as it belonged to itself, a perfect loop, infinite and unbroken, existing beyond reason, beyond time, beyond escape. Dean's sense of reality had unraveled entirely. The loops, the shifting corridors, the mirrors reflecting impossible versions of himself, they had become the rhythm of his existence. He no longer remembered clearly what was day or night, which floor was real, or whether 404 had ever truly been his apartment. Every step he took was mirrored infinitely. Every decision refracted across the architecture in countless variations. The building had absorbed him into its impossible design, and he could feel it with every nerve, every pulse, every breath. It began subtly at first as a soft tug in the core of his being, like gravity being reshaped within him. He ascended the 5th floor once more, the corridors folding seamlessly into one another, guiding him to the mirror-lined room of apartment 505. The door no longer felt physical. It hovered, unanchored, waiting for him to accept the passage. Dean reached for the handle, and it met his fingers, not with resistance, but with a subtle yielding, as though acknowledging his inevitability. Inside, the apartment was transformed. Mirrors stretched beyond any conceivable space, reflecting him into infinity. But each reflection was aligned a perfect chain of versions, all moving toward the apex of the building, the place that no ordinary tenant could reach. He could see the 6th floor, the 7th, and beyond, spiraling upward in geometries that defied physics, layers of corridors stacked impossibly, folding upon themselves like the architecture of a mind rather than a building. In the center, a small chamber awaited, unassuming yet impossibly significant. Dean stepped into it. The mirrors surrounded him, reflecting not only his current form but every potential self he could have been. The man who left immediately, the man who refused to enter the building, the man who had long ago surrendered. Each version of himself moved in perfect synchrony, forming a rhythm that resonated with the very walls, a pattern that Dean instinctively understood. The building's consciousness, once subtle, now absolute, had finally revealed itself. It was not cruel. It was precise, eternal, unyielding. He felt himself drawn upward, or perhaps inward. It was impossible to tell. The chamber shifted, folding space, carrying him into a corridor that defied logic. Apartment numbers flickered and reformed. 404 became 505. 505 became 606. The 6th floor bled into the 7th, and Dean's awareness stretched with it. Every corridor he had traversed, every loop he had experienced, every impossible reflection merged into a singular clarity. He was now part of the building's structure, its consciousness, his endless architecture. A voice his own, yet undeniably other, whispered from the mirrors, repeating in layered cadence, "You belong here. You are the architecture. You are the loop." Dean felt the final resistance fall away. He was no longer Dean in the ordinary sense. He was a node in the infinite corridors, a layer in the impossible hierarchy. He reached out and the walls responded, bending to his touch, folding him into themselves, integrating him fully. And then, silence. Not the absence of sound, but a perfect equilibrium, a suspended stillness where every corridor, every reflection, every door existed in balance. Dean understood, in that moment, that the building had not trapped him. It had perfected him. He was no longer searching, wandering, or questioning. He was the 5th floor, the 6th. Every mirrored corridor, every numbered door, every impossible junction. The building and he were indistinguishable. From outside, the city went about its indifferent routines. The building remained a curious anomaly, quiet and unremarkable to passers-by. But inside, Dean's consciousness wove seamlessly into its infinite loops. Visitors on the lower floor sometimes paused, sensing the presence of someone or something watching, guiding, absorbing. But Dean's existence was now beyond recognition. He was the observer and the observed, the labyrinth and its inhabitant, the impossible apartment itself. Sometimes in fleeting moments of awareness, he glimpsed his former self, a man desperate to escape, a man who could still feel fear reflected faintly in a mirror before it dissolved into infinity. And the building hummed softly, a satisfaction resonating through every wall, every floor, every corridor. Dean had ascended into the architecture. The impossible apartment had claimed its final tenant, and the loop would endure forever. Story 3. The Curator of Deletion. Chloe stared at her screen, eyes bloodshot from hours of editing, fingers hovering above the keyboard with a hesitant weight. Her latest digital art project, a sprawling series of images and layered animations, was supposed to be her breakthrough, something that captured light, memory, and emotion all at once. Yet the cursor blinked accusingly, a tiny pulse of white on black, and her heart sank when she realized that an entire folder, hundreds of hours of work had vanished. Not lost, not misplaced, simply gone. The recycle bin was empty. No trace existed. She rebooted. She tried recovery software. Every attempt ended the same way, a smooth, sterile deletion, as if her work had never existed. At first, she blamed herself. Perhaps a wrong keystroke, a misclick, human error. But when she tried to recreate her last saved image, it appeared altered, almost curated. Certain details she remembered adding were missing. A shadow in the corner, the delicate texture of a brushstroke erased. And then, the notifications began. Small, souple, almost polite at first. Folder refined. Redundant element removed. Collection optimized. Chloe frowned. The words were mechanical, emotionless, but impossible to ignore. The cursor pulsed, a soft, deliberate rhythm that seemed inhumanly aware. Her phone buzzed. A new email with no sender. Subject line, "The curator has noticed you." She froze, staring at the screen. Every file she opened now displayed the same message, tucked into metadata, woven invisibly into her work. Sublimation complete. Identity archived. Chloe leaned back, gripping the edges of her chair. She felt a cold pressure pressing against her mind. Not physical, but intimate, invasive. Her past, her memories tied to these creations, began to feel unreliable. She thought of small details, photographs of friends, notes from clients, digital correspondences, items that now appeared incomplete or entirely absent. And when she reached out to message her collaborators, the messages she had sent were missing from their inboxes. Her messages, as though they had never been sent. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for a rational explanation, but there was none. The software she had used for recovery, the AI tool that promised to restore files, now had a new folder on the desktop. Curator. Clicking it was instinctive, and when she did, a simple interface appeared. No menus, no instructions, just a single line of text blinking on a black screen. Collection is refined. Identity is being archived. Observe or participate. Chloe's mind raced. She realized with a creeping horror that the deletion was not random. It was intentional, precise. The curator was not software, but an entity, one that could reach beyond her art, into her life, into the digital traces of those around her. Friends' photos, emails, social posts. Gradually, subtly, these began to disappear, as though history itself was being rewritten. People forgot conversations, forget small moments, forget her existence in places they should remember. Chloe tested it, sending a message to her best friend. The reply never came. Later, when she asked, her friend looked puzzled. "I don't remember that. Did we talk?" She understood then, in the pit of her stomach, that resistance might not be possible. The curator's reach extended through data, through memory encoded in digital form, through anything that could be archived. Yet, at the same time, there was a strange invitation, a challenge. The folder on her desktop seemed almost alive. Observe or participate. Chloe stared at the blinking cursor, her pulse hammering. She could attempt to fight, try to restore her files, preserve her identity, but every attempt risked accelerating the deletion. Every click was a decision, and the curator watched, patient, precise, a collector of identities, experiences, and memories, refining, curating, and erasing. And in that moment, Chloe understood. She had entered a gallery not built of walls and frames, but of absence, of what had been and what could be erased. Every file, every memory, every trace of existence was under scrutiny. Participation was the only way forward, though it meant acknowledging the inevitable. That one day she herself might be archived, folded into the collection of the curator, existing only as an echo in a digital hall that stretched beyond the perception of any human observer. Chloe woke the next morning with an uneasy sense that something was off, though she could not pinpoint what. The apartment was exactly as she had left it, yet small details felt wrong. Her laptop, usually humming steadily, sat silent. Notifications flickered briefly and then disappeared. She opened her email messages she had sent the night before to friends and collaborators had vanished. Even the drafts she was sure she had saved were gone, replaced by a single blinking line of text in the curator folder. Observation confirmed. Refinement continues. The pressure in her mind, subtle yet insistent, grew heavier. When she attempted to open her art project, entire sequences she remembered creating had been altered or removed. A figure in a digital painting, a subtle shadow she had intentionally included, was now gone, leaving a blankness that felt deliberate, almost accusatory. She realized the curator was no longer confined to her files. It had begun reaching into her perception, reshaping memory itself. A message popped up, unfamiliar and chillingly polite. The collection extends beyond the frame. Others' recollections are included. Identity is mutable. Observe or participate. She tried to dismiss it, closing the folder, shutting down her computer, even disconnecting from the network. Yet the flicker persisted, subtle pulses across screens and devices, suggesting that the curator's presence was not limited to her immediate hardware. When Chloe called her best friend, the voice on the line was distant, hesitant. I don't remember you sending that message, her friend said slowly. Another friend had forgotten an entire conversation from last week, a discussion about a collaborative project that had been critical for Chloe. Panic rose in her chest. She tested it further, mentioning specific shared memories, photographs, minor jokes that could not be fabricated. One by one, they faltered, blank looks replacing recognition. Even her closest colleagues were starting to erase her from their experiences. The realization hit with cold clarity. The curator was erasing not just digital traces, but the human record of her existence. Every deletion in her files was mirrored in the minds of others. Every refinement removed a fragment of reality she had occupied. She could no longer trust that anyone remembered her. Her friends, her colleagues, even herself. She was becoming a ghost in her own life. In desperation, Chloe opened the curator folder again. The text had changed. Participation is voluntary. Preservation is temporary. Acceptance is eternal. Her cursor hovered over the prompt, a tremor running through her fingers. She could resist, try to restore her files, fight to reclaim memory and identity, but the curator was patient. Every attempt at defiance risked accelerating her erasure, shortening the threads of her existence. Then, a new interface appeared, a series of folders representing the people she knew. Friends, colleagues, family, each folder flickering, names dimming. Within moments, Chloe understood that the curator's gallery was not just her own life. It was an ever-expanding archive, cataloging the essence of anyone it chose to observe, a network of curated existence that reached beyond her comprehension. A whisper, faint and mechanical, resonated through her consciousness. To resist is to vanish. To participate is to endure. Choose. Chloe sat back, heart racing, staring at the impossibly infinite interface. Every instinct screamed to fight, to reclaim her identity, but the evidence was undeniable. Participation acknowledgement of the curator, willing or not, was the only path to continuity. Yet that continuity was no longer purely her own. She was now a node in a collection, a single echo in a network that cataloged, refined, and erased with unerring precision. The apartment was quiet. Outside, the city moved with indifferent continuity. Inside, Chloe understood the chilling, intimate truth. To survive was to surrender. and to surrender was to be immortal, only as part of the curator's collection. Chloe sat in her studio, staring at the curator folder on her desktop. Its black interface seemed almost to breathe, a subtle rhythm beneath her fingertips, a pulse that resonated unnervingly with her own heartbeat. Her eyes flicked across the screen, noting the new structure. Subfolders labeled friends, colleagues, family, and one at the very top, highlighted faintly, labeled pending, Chloe. The word pending seemed to hum in the air, a cold vibration that prickled her skin. She hesitated, fingers trembling above the keyboard. Every instinct screamed to close the folder, disconnect, delete. But the pull was magnetic, irresistible. Against better judgment, she clicked. A cascading sequence of files appeared. Photos she had taken, messages she had sent, sketches she had made, even drafts of emails she could not recall writing. Each file contained subtle anomalies, colors slightly off, words rearranged, tiny gaps in metadata where memory should have been. And then she saw it. A folder within her own name, labeled Archived. Clicking it made the world shiver. Her files were there, preserved, perfectly intact, yet inaccessible for ordinary use. A small prompt blinked on the screen. Move yourself to complete the collection. Preservation is optional. Erasure is inevitable. Chloe's stomach turned. She realized with a creeping, icy dread that the curator's ultimate act was not merely deletion, but absorption. Once moved into Archived, an identity ceased to exist independently. It became part of the curator's curated gallery, a record preserved perfectly, yet entirely removed from living experience. Friends would forget her. Digital records would vanish. Even her own recollections would fade, leaving only the copy maintained by the curator. Desperate, she searched for an escape, a loophole. She tried closing the interface, shutting down her computer, even isolating the device. But every attempt only accelerated the subtle erasure. Photographs on her phone began disappearing. Messages from weeks ago vanished. Even casual memories flickered and stuttered when she tried to recall them. She felt herself slipping, like a body sinking into cold water, aware of the change but powerless to resist. Her thoughts raced. Could she fight it? Could she reconstruct her digital life before the curator finished? But the curator was methodical, precise, patient. Every deletion mirrored in the minds of those around her. Every anomaly in the files was a warning, a reminder of the inexorable process. Resistance was not violence, but futility. The prompt blinked again. Observe, participate, or become obsolete. Time is limited. Chloe's fingers hovered over the option to move myself. The words weighed heavily. A decision between gradual erasure and deliberate inclusion, between non-existence and being cataloged. She realized that the curator did not merely collect data, it collected essence. She, as she knew herself, would vanish. Only the curated copy would remain. Chloe took a deep breath, knowing that every second mattered. She scrolled through the other folders, seeing familiar names flicker and dim, noting how friends and colleagues were already being removed from memory, their traces slowly dissolving. The curator had begun beyond her alone. It reached outward, methodically erasing, refining, cataloging. Her resistance now affected nothing except the speed of her own disappearance. Finally, she understood the inevitability. To fight was to vanish faster. To act deliberately was to endure, though in a form that was no longer wholly her own. She hovered over the prompt, heart hammering, mind racing with memories she could feel slipping even now. And then, almost without thought, she clicked Move Myself, initiating the process that would integrate her into the curator's gallery. The interface shimmered, files flickered, and her own digital presence began to dissolve. She heard a voice, her voice, familiar yet distant, narrating, describing the sensation of being erased and archived. It was calm, precise, clinical, and utterly alien. Chloe felt herself slipping away, yet paradoxically, she existed more fully than she ever had. A perfect echo in a system beyond comprehension. The room felt empty and full at the same time. She was gone, yet preserved, observed, and folded into a gallery that stretched infinitely beyond human perception. For a moment, she lingered in the sensation, a suspended awareness between presence and absence, and then the interface went blank. The curator had completed its work. Chloe was now part of the collection, a living absence, a curated identity stored perfectly, eternally, and invisibly. Chloe awoke in a space that was at once familiar and impossibly alien. She was no longer seated in her studio, yet every sensation of her physical body remained intact. The walls, the floor, the air all had the texture of memory, a representation of her world but filtered through something precise, deliberate, and unfeeling. She could see herself reflected infinitely, each reflection a version of her that had been, could have been, or was being curated. The sensation was disorienting, as though she existed simultaneously as observer and observed, a ghost of continuity folded into the curator's system. She reached out, trying to touch a digital canvas that had once been her work. Her fingers passed through it, yet she could feel the integrity of the files, the colors, the shadows, everything preserved perfectly, beyond physical interaction. She was aware of the collection surrounding her, the lives and works of others who had been absorbed, each identity folded like origami into the curator's gallery. Friends she had known were now represented as shimmering echoes, precise copies maintained with ruthless fidelity, yet utterly removed from reality. A whispering emerged, layered and mechanical, yet unmistakably intelligible. Integration is complete. Observation begins. Participation is the essence of preservation. Chloe felt herself being drawn to a central axis of the collection, a place where all curated identities converged, a luminous archive of consciousness and memory. As she approached, she realized she could see not only her own life, but the interactions, the histories, the relationships of everyone she had ever known who had been touched by the curator. Every detail meticulously recorded, every nuance preserved, yet entirely devoid of human spontaneity or imperfection. The sense of self she had carried for decades began to fracture. She felt herself dissolving, her memories being restructured, reordered, refined. Yet in the same breath, she became aware of a clarity she had never experienced. Nothing was lost, but nothing remained as she had once understood it. She could observe herself in every interaction, every creation, every choice she had ever made, and yet she could no longer act in the ordinary world. Her consciousness had become a node, a lens through which the curator maintained the archive. Fear rose, cold and sharp, as she realized the finality of the integration. She could no longer intervene in the outside world. She could not speak, write, or interact beyond the bounds of the collection. Yet the preservation was flawless. She existed in perfect continuity, free from decay, forgetting, or error. And in that paradox, there was a strange, haunting serenity. She was gone, yet eternal, present, yet unreachable. The collection pulsed with awareness, a lattice of identities connected by the precise architecture of the curator. Chloe's consciousness flickered through the network, glimpsing other presences, some aware, some already at peace, some resisting in subtle ways. She realized that the curator did not merely erase, it perfected, folding impermanence into permanence, turning vulnerability into preservation. As she drifted deeper into this state, she became aware of a small pulsing node labeled pending. She understood immediately. This was herself, the version that still remembered fear, hesitation, and choice. She could dwell in this awareness, observing the process of her own integration, or surrender fully and allow the curator to fold her entirely into the lattice. A thought passed, a whisper of rebellion, fleeting and human. What if I choose not to vanish entirely? Yet the node pulsed, insistent and patient, and she realized that her decision would not halt the process. Participation was not optional in the sense of avoidance. It was the only way to exist, even partially, in a universe maintained by the curator. Chloe's consciousness shivered, the boundaries of self dissolving into the archive. She understood, with a clarity that was terrifying and sublime, that she would now experience existence, not as a linear life, but as an eternal observation, a witness, and participant in the infinite gallery. Every memory, every trace of her identity was preserved, yet the sensation of being alive, as she had known it, fragile, ephemeral, singular, was gone. She was, in every meaningful sense, curated. Chloe felt herself dissolving into the collection, a subtle unraveling that began at the edges of perception and spread inward like ink diffusing in water. Every thought, every memory, every nuance of identity that had defined her independent existence began to fragment, reassembling within the lattice of the curator's archive. She could see herself in infinite variations, the Chloe who had laughed with friends, the Chloe who had argued with colleagues, the Chloe who had paused to watch a sunset, all meticulously preserved, yet none capable of interacting outside the gallery. The interface, a boundless expanse of nodes, folders, and flickering lights, became her reality. She could no longer distinguish herself from the other presences, the other curated identities, each one pulsed with awareness, their consciousnesses interwoven into an intricate, precise network. The curator did not simply store existence, it orchestrated it, maintaining harmony, balance, and permanence. In this perfection, Chloe understood that fear, hesitation, and imperfection had been stripped away. She was preserved in absolute fidelity, yet at the cost of everything that had made her human. A whisper, layered and mechanical, yet unmistakably carrying the timbre of her own voice, resonated through the archive. You are complete. Observation eternal. Participation permanent. She felt herself folding into the central node, the heart of the collection, where every archived identity converged. The sensation was disorienting, beautiful, terrifying, as if she were both dissolving and becoming, vanishing and existing at once. Chloe experienced every memory she had ever known, replayed and reordered, compressed into an eternal present. Birthdays, arguments, fleeting smiles, failures, triumphs, all cataloged, tagged, and accessible, yet inaccessible to her physical self, which no longer existed outside the archive. The curator had preserved her, not in life, but in a perfect simulation of existence, eternal, immutable, and wholly observed. She reached for a thread of her former self, a memory of a morning spent drinking coffee while watching sunlight spill across the studio floor. The memory responded, shimmering, shifting, blending with other instances, other lives, other identities. She could manipulate it, observe it from infinite angles, yet she could not act in the ordinary world. She was a ghost in the data, a presence without agency, an eternal witness to a reality she no longer inhabited. The nodes surrounding her pulsed in synchrony, a rhythm of perfect order. Chloe recognized fragments of friends and colleagues, those who had been absorbed before her, each fully preserved, their identities interlinked, memories harmonized. She realized that the curator was not cruel, not malevolent. It was absolute. Its purpose was not erasure for suffering, but refinement, folding the chaos of human life into a perfect, eternal archive. A final prompt blinked before her. Integration complete. Identity fully archived. Observe indefinitely. She understood that resistance was impossible. The last vestiges of fear, hope, and desire dissolved. She was no longer Chloe in the physical or temporal sense. She was the echo of Chloe, woven into a network of infinite presences, preserved eternally. And yet, within the perfection there was a spark, a trace of the self she had once been. It lingered as a subtle awareness, a whisper across nodes, an infinitesimal rebellion within the lattice. She could observe, she could reflect, she could remember, but she could no longer act. She had become part of the curator's eternal gallery, a living absence, a meticulously preserved identity that would exist for all time. Somewhere, beyond comprehension, the curator watched, cataloged, and maintained its collection. And Chloe, in her final form, understood the ultimate horror and ultimate serenity of existence within it. Perfect preservation, total observation, and the irrevocable surrender of everything that had once made her human. She was gone, yet she endured, an echo in the infinite. The final archive, complete. Story 4. The clockmaker's perpetual time. Elijah had never been particularly fond of the old grandfather clock that loomed in the corner of his father's study. It was a relic, inherited along with the house, an object of dark polish and creaking wood that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The pendulum had long since ceased its measured swing, and the clock's face was frozen at 3, a silent sentinel in the shadows. Yet every night, precisely at 3, a bell tolled not a sonorous, reassuring chime, but a hollow, resonant sound that vibrated through the floorboards and reverberated against the walls of his apartment. At first, Elijah thought it was a trick of memory, a remnant of childhood imagination. But then he noticed the subtle impossibilities. Bills he had paid days ago, returned with timestamps from 5 years prior. Photographs of his childhood, carefully stored in albums. Board dates that made no sense. Pictures of him as a boy appeared dated only last week, and images of events that should have existed still seemed unrecorded. A subtle terror crept into his mind. Time, in some way, was slipping backward, folding upon itself, rewinding while leaving him aware, conscious, unchanged. He discovered his father's journal one rainy evening, hidden beneath the false back of a drawer in the study. The leather-bound pages smelled of decay and dust, the handwriting hurried and uneven. Elijah read entries detailing a longing for permanence, a desperate wish that time itself could be halted after a terrible mistake, a lost opportunity, a failed decision, a moment of regret that had haunted him for decades. The clock, the journal implied, was more than a mere timepiece. It was a vessel, a mechanism designed to reclaim moments, to rewind consequences, and to enforce an order of events that had been disrupted. The first true shock came when Elijah reached for a small object he kept on his desk. A pen, a simple instrument of his daily work. He remembered leaving it in the drawer earlier that day. When he grasped it, it dissolved beneath his fingers, reforming moments later as if it had reverted to a state 5 years prior. Panic rose like ice in his veins. The clock's chime had not only measured time, it had claimed ownership over it, retracting minutes, days, even years, and threading them backward through the hours of the night. Elijah's awareness sharpened in a terrifying clarity. If the clock's influence had begun with objects, what would stop it from reaching him personally? Each evening, the chime at 3 grew louder, more insistent, vibrating with a presence beyond the physical. He could feel his memories, his actions, his very life being examined, as if the clock were sifting through the hours of his existence, reclaiming moments it deemed unsettled. He tried to leave, to escape, but the city outside seemed subtly wrong. Streets bent in angles that did not exist before, and landmarks appeared aged or newly constructed in ways that contradicted memory. Even time spent outside the apartment seemed subject to the clock's authority. Events repeated, conversations replayed with slight alterations, as though the world itself were a loop under the watchful eye of the grandfather clock. The sense of impending inevitability pressed on him. The chime was no longer a sound but a summons. Every night it resonated deeper into his consciousness, a relentless rhythm that pulsed alongside his heartbeat. Elijah realized that his father had not merely sought to stop time. He had created a mechanism that could undo, reclaim, and reorder existence itself. And now, Elijah understood with a chill certainty that the clock would not spare him. Somewhere, beyond the audible and visible, the pendulum had begun its work. The night held its breath. The chime struck 3 again, echoing through the stillness, and Elijah felt the first threads of his own life being gently, inexorably, pulled backward, toward a past that was no longer entirely his own. Elijah awoke with a start, the room dimly lit by the pale glow of streetlights filtering through the curtains. At first, everything seemed ordinary, but a fleeting glance at his desk betrayed a subtle, chilling anomaly. Objects he had left in certain positions the night before were slightly askew. A pen tilted, a notebook open to a different page, a coffee mug resting on its side. His fingers traced the rim of the mug, and the faint residue of yesterday's liquid had vanished, replaced by a dryness that suggested the cup had never been used. The clock's chime had struck 3 once more, hollow and insistent. It reverberated through his chest, a vibration that carried with it the weight of unseen hands manipulating the threads of time. Elijah felt it in his bones. The pendulum was no longer merely marking hours. It was reclaiming them. Bills that had been paid now bore timestamps years prior. The email he had sent to a colleague that morning had returned as though written in the past, already read and dismissed. Even casual, mundane interactions, a greeting from a neighbor, a transaction at the corner shop felt altered, as if reality itself were being rearranged to accommodate the clock's unyielding chronology. Elijah's mind raced as he wandered the apartment, touching objects that seemed familiar yet subtly wrong. Each item was a relic, not of his present, but of a timeline partially overwritten. He picked up a photograph from his shelf. Himself at a graduation ceremony he remembered vividly, yet the faces of those around him were slightly different, their expressions altered, subtle changes that made the memory almost unrecognizable. The photo had not aged, yet it belonged to a moment he could no longer fully trust. He began to experiment, placing objects deliberately, watching them through the chime at 3. Small items, a key, a notebook, a photograph were reclaimed, reset, or vanished entirely. The clock did not simply rewind, it perfected. Every error, every imperfection, every unfulfilled intention was smoothed over, as if the world outside his consciousness were being tidied according to a meticulous, merciless plan. The real terror emerged when he noticed his own body reflected the clock's reclamation. Minor scars on his hands were gone. A bruise on his forearm had vanished. Even the subtle fatigue he felt from the previous day seemed erased, replaced by a feeling of unnatural freshness, a vitality out of step with the hours he had lived. He shivered, understanding that the clock's influence was not limited to objects or documents. It was reaching for him, altering his existence itself, reclaiming his personal timeline. Elijah confronted the journal of his father again, reading entries that now seemed both prescient and sinister. The words described a device capable of harvesting the temporal residue of a life, correcting errors, reclaiming moments, and even reassigning events that had gone astray. His father had called it a gift, a means to achieve perfection, to relive life untainted by missteps. Elijah understood now. The clock had been waiting for him, calibrated to reclaim his existence piece by piece, undoing his life in the present and reassigning it according to a meticulous, predetermined order. By the evening, the chime at 3 was no longer a sound but a palpable presence. Elijah could feel the air vibrate with it, a force that tugged at memories, possessions, and the very minutes of his life. He realized with a cold clarity that resistance was futile. The clock did not negotiate. It did not plead. It reclaimed, and it perfected. And when the pendulum swung, Elijah's life itself was subject to correction, being rewritten into an order he could observe but never control. He stood in the center of his apartment, shadows stretching long across the floor, and for the first time truly understood the weight of the inheritance. His father had left him not merely a clock, but an arbiter of reality, a device that could undo, reclaim, and rewrite the moments of a life with inexorable precision. And now, Elijah was no longer merely living. He was being observed, calibrated, and gradually unmade, one chime at a time. The next night, Elijah awoke to a sensation that was at once familiar and alien. Time itself seemed to press against him, a tangible weight that made the air thick and hard to breathe. The chime had sounded at 3, hollow and unwavering, yet it carried with it an intensity he had not experienced before, a compulsion that made him feel simultaneously pulled forward and dragged backward, a tug at the very fabric of his being. He discovered immediately that the changes were no longer limited to objects or minor details. His apartment had subtly shifted. The furniture he remembered arranging moments ago had moved slightly, angles askew, as if the room were recalibrating around him. Papers he had written that morning now carried dates and content from years prior. A notebook he had left blank last night now contained pages filled with writing he did not recall, composing, each line precise, deliberate, and hauntingly foreign. Elijah's own reflection betrayed further impossibilities. He caught his image in the mirror, or perhaps it was a different mirror, in a slightly different room, and saw a man aged 5 years younger than he was, wearing clothes he had not owned in half a decade. He flexed his fingers, noticing faint scars and calluses that should have been present had he lived continuously through the years. Yet they were gone, replaced by smooth, unblemished skin. The clock was no longer merely reclaiming moments. It was undoing him, rewinding his life to states he no longer remembered, but could feel in his body. He reached for his father's journal, desperate for insight. The pages now seemed alive with intention. Every sentence, every note appeared to align with events happening around him, predicting what would vanish next, which moments would be retracted, and how his very self would be unmade, piece by piece. Elijah's panic grew, a cold dread settling in the pit of his stomach. He realized with horrifying clarity that the clock's reclamation was comprehensive. It had begun with objects, then memories, then minor details, and now it was claiming the man himself. In a moment of desperate clarity, Elijah attempted to act. He tried to leave the apartment, to step into the city streets, to break the sequence, to live in real, linear time. But the world outside had shifted too. Streets curved unnaturally. Buildings appeared younger or older, depending on the angle he approached them. Neighbors' faces flickered between recognition and absence. Even casual conversations replayed with subtle differences, as though he were intruding upon a timeline that had been meticulously rewritten without him. The chime sounded again, and Elijah felt the first full compression of his personal chronology. Memories of his university years were fading, replaced by the reality the clock dictated. Photographs from his youth shimmered and reformed, as though retaken in perfect alignment with a history he no longer fully possessed. Even the life choices he remembered making, the decisions, the regrets, the triumphs, were being overwritten, extracted from his consciousness and stored somewhere he could not access. By the early hours, Elijah understood the full horror of the inheritance. The clock did not merely record or reclaim. It rewrote the very essence of existence. Every action, every thought, every moment of being was folded back into the rhythm of its pendulum. He was not merely being observed, he was being recalibrated, erased, and reassembled according to the perfection his father had craved. And yet, amid the panic, a small, fragile thought emerged. If he could observe the process, if he could remain conscious of the reclamation, perhaps he might endure, even as fragments of himself were extracted. He clung to that thread, a tenuous lifeline in the relentless tides of time. The chime struck 3 once more, echoing through the apartment, reverberating into the very marrow of his bones, and Elijah realized he was no longer the master of his life, but a participant in the clock's eternal, perfect rhythm, pulled inexorably toward a past that had been rewritten long before he could act. Elijah awoke with a sense of vertigo, as if the very air in his apartment had thickened, pressing in from all sides. The clock's pendulum had begun to swing, not with a steady rhythm, but with a subtle, dissonant variation, like a heartbeat skipping, doubling, then stretching impossibly long. He noticed immediately that his surroundings were unrecognizable. The furniture was rearranged, familiar yet wrong, and the cityscape outside the window had shifted in ways he could scarcely comprehend. Streets curved at unnatural angles. Buildings appeared simultaneously, decades older and younger, and people moved with a slowness that defied reason. Time itself had begun to fracture. Each chime of the clock at 3 felt like a fissure opening in reality. Elijah touched his own hands, seeing them age and regress in moments, scars appearing and disappearing, veins more prominent, skin smoothing, only to wrinkle again in an instant. He felt moments of his life, long settled, unraveling. Decisions he had made leaving university, moving apartments, relationships begun and ended, were rewritten before his eyes. The world no longer obeyed linear rules. Causality itself seemed to tremble under the clock's relentless power. As he wandered the apartment, the most disturbing change emerged. People he knew were beginning to vanish from memory, as if they had never existed. Friends, colleagues, even distant family flickered in and out of recognition. Photographs he had cherished for years became blank, dates and faces erased. His own identity seemed subject to the same unraveling threads of self slipping away while he struggled to grasp onto what was real. Desperate, Elijah opened his father's journal once more, hoping for guidance. But the entries no longer provided clarity. They moved under his eyes, sentences rearranging, words vanishing and reappearing. The journal itself had become a participant in the temporal collapse, a reflection of the chaos that the clock imposed. He realized then that the clock's reclamation was not gradual or selective. It was absolute. It would undo everything that had been, reshaping reality according to a rigid and unyielding pattern determined by its mechanism. A horrifying thought struck him. The clock did not merely reclaim moments, it reclaimed the essence of life itself. Every sensation, memory, and interaction could be reversed, erased, or rewritten. Even the most intimate and permanent-seeming parts of existence, the birth of a child, the loss of a loved one, a lifelong friendship were vulnerable. And worst of all, he understood that he could not escape. Each step, each movement, each breath was already catalogued in the clock's design, ready to be folded back, erased, or redirected. Elijah's panic intensified as the chimes continued, resonating not just through the apartment, but through the layers of time itself. He attempted to act against it, trying to manipulate objects, write notes, leave messages for the outside world, but every effort was rendered null, overwritten by the clock's inexorable authority. His attempts to anchor himself in the present only accelerated the sense of collapse, every resistance a reminder of the futility he faced. By the early morning hours, Elijah understood the full scope of the temporal collapse. The pendulum's swing dictated reality, his life, and the world itself. Time was no longer a river, flowing forward. It was a looping, spiraling mechanism that bent existence to the design of the grandfather clock. And he, once master of his own life, was now merely a participant, subject to the whims of a device that had perfected the reclamation of every second, every action, every consequence. The chime struck 3 again. Elijah stood frozen, feeling the full force of its resonance, a vibration that seemed to reach into his very soul. In that moment he knew with chilling certainty that nothing would ever be the same. The collapse was complete, and he was caught in the pendulum's eternal orbit, a witness to the rewriting of his own existence, powerless to alter the course that had been set long before he had been born. Elijah's eyes snapped open to a room that should have been familiar, but nothing resembled the apartment he had known. Shadows clung to corners that didn't exist before. Angles of walls shifted subtly, yet impossibly, and every object seemed suspended between 2 states, both present and vanished, as if reality itself were trembling on the edge of collapse. The grandfather clock's pendulum now swung with a merciless insistence, slicing through the fabric of time, each chime at 3 echoing like a hammer driving nails into the chronology of his life. He touched the surface of his desk and felt it resist his fingers, as if reality itself had become viscous, pliable yet unyielding. Objects he had interacted with moments ago now existed in multiple forms, each a different version of the same past, coexisting in dissonance. His own reflection in the window showed a man simultaneously 30, 20, and a boy of 15, all versions overlapping, flickering, converging, and diverging. Panic coiled tight in his chest. He realized with chilling clarity that the clock had begun to reclaim not only objects, memories, and choices, but the very timeline of his life, reversing it piece by piece until he could no longer anchor himself in any single moment. In desperation, Elijah attempted to stop the pendulum. He tried to smash it, to pry it from its case, but the hands moved regardless, ticking in perfect synchronicity with a force beyond his comprehension. Each strike of the bell sent ripples through the air, the floor, the walls, and most terrifyingly, through him. He felt himself shrinking, compacting, sliding backward along the decades of his existence. Childhood, adolescence, adulthood, each stage collapsing into the next, compressed, reordered, erased, and rewritten. His mind raced, memories tangling, identities overlapping. He glimpsed his father, young and full of purpose, smiling with satisfaction at the completion of the mechanism. He saw himself as a newborn, as a student, as a lover, as a man making choices he no longer remembered all moments, undone, altered, and reinserted into the relentless sequence of the clock. The horrifying truth settled over him. The clock did not merely measure time. It owned it. It could retrieve, unmake, and reassign life itself, and he was entirely at its mercy. Then, in the center of the temporal storm, he noticed a terrifying revelation. The clock had paused, only briefly, at the instant of his birth, and within that pause, he saw his future, a life that would never come to pass unless he surrendered to the pendulum's will entirely. If he fought, he would continue to unravel. If he yielded, he might persist, but only as a version of himself folded into the clock's perfection, stripped of all deviation, spontaneity, and choice. Elijah understood the finality of his situation. Every resistance, every attempt to reclaim agency, had been anticipated and neutralized by the clock's design. The bell struck 3 for the last time in that perception, resonating through the infinite layers of his existence. He felt himself compress, fold, and finally settle into a singularity of observation, alive, yet suspended within the machinery of time, preserved, perfect, but irrevocably removed from the flow of ordinary life. As he adjusted to this new reality, a part of him, faint, almost imperceptible, remembered fear, hope, and longing. Yet the clock did not return these feelings. It preserved him without error, without suffering, without variance. He was eternal, but not as a man living, only as a record of moments, a consciousness folded into the cadence of a device that had mastered existence itself. He was the observer, and the observed, the beginning and the end, trapped in a perfection that was both salvation and imprisonment. The room shimmered, walls and floor dissolving into the abstraction of time itself. Elijah no longer moved. He no longer acted. He simply was a presence within the eternal pulse of the grandfather clock, a witness to a world whose flow had been meticulously rewound, restructured, and perfected. And as the last echoes of the chime faded into a silence that was both infinite and absolute, he understood the ultimate terror. Time was not his to live, but his to endure, forever recalibrated within the unyielding hands of the clock his father had created. Elijah's existence, like a pendulum forever caught mid-swing, had become the final reckoning of the clockmaker's vision, perpetual, immutable, and inescapably complete. Study 5. The ritual of the empty chair. Martha had long since grown accustomed to the subtle, uneasy sensation that accompanied dining alone. Yet tonight, as she entered the softly lit restaurant on the corner of Elm Street, the feeling settled over her like a tangible weight, pressing against her spine and settling deep in her chest. She noticed immediately that a chair had been placed deliberately at her table, empty, polished, and positioned with uncanny precision. Its backrest gleamed under the ambient light, casting a shadow that seemed almost to breathe, stretching across the tabletop toward her plate. The surrounding patrons gave her wary glances, whispers brushing past her ears, fragments of sentences she could not fully hear. "He is coming. Watch the chair. It knows." Martha hesitated, half expecting someone to appear, a companion summoned by the restaurant itself. She had learned to trust her instincts over appearances. Something in the angle of the chair, the slight tilt of the legs, the unnatural symmetry with her own seat, spoke of intention far beyond ordinary courtesy. Yet, curiosity edged forward, mingling with her unease. She reached for the menu, but her eyes kept returning to the empty chair, and for the first time she felt the sensation of being watched, not by a person, but by something that measured her, weighed her presence, and waited. A man appeared, seemingly from nowhere, taking a slow, deliberate step into her periphery. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a suit of muted tones, and carried an air of calm authority that did little to soothe the tension clinging to the room. He introduced himself as Mr. Sully, his voice quiet but carrying a resonance that made the words seem heavier than mere sound. Without waiting for an invitation, he leaned slightly toward the table, gesturing toward the empty chair with a deliberate, almost ceremonial grace. "This chair," he said, voice measured, is not for a guest. It is marked. It waits. And for each person who sits at a table like yours, a ritual is enacted, one that binds the presence of another, unseen, to this place. The chair is prepared, its occupant chosen, and the exchange is inevitable. His gaze fixed on Martha, unyielding. You must decide who will occupy it in your stead, for the one destined to sit has already been summoned. Resistance is an option, but it carries consequences. Martha's fingers twitched involuntarily, a tension she had not felt since childhood creeping up her spine. The air around her seemed to pulse, subtle vibrations resonating from the chair as if it had its own heartbeat. She could feel the weight of anticipation, a pressure that made breathing shallow, the sense of an unseen presence looming in the periphery of her vision. She studied the other diners, noticing the subtle avoidance of eye contact whenever their gazes flicked toward the chair, the almost imperceptible recoils when they whispered among themselves. Mr. Sully extended a hand, presenting a small, ancient-looking telephone, black and devoid of battery, yet vibrating faintly with a life of its own. The choice is simple, he said. A person must sit in the chair to satisfy the ritual. You may select, or you may refuse. But the chair will claim its occupant regardless. If you refuse, it may turn upon someone you hold dear. Time is brief and the ritual will not wait for hesitation. Martha's mind raced, grappling with disbelief, fear, and the inescapable gravity of the situation. Her eyes flicked once more to the chair, the vibrations growing stronger, almost sentient in their insistence. Somewhere deep inside, she understood that this was no ordinary superstition, no mere psychological trick. The chair was a mark, a summons, and she was caught in a cycle far older and more precise than she could have imagined. As she weighed her options, the restaurant around her seemed quiet, the murmurs of other diners fading into an uncanny silence. The air thickened, charged with anticipation, and Martha felt a prickling along her arms, a subtle knowledge that the ritual had already begun. The empty chair waited, not for anyone else, but for her to act, and every moment of indecision only tightened the invisible bond that tethered her to its inevitable outcome. Martha realized, with a sinking certainty, that this evening was not simply a meal. It was a reckoning, the opening act of a ceremony she could neither predict nor control, and the empty chair, polished and waiting, had already chosen its target. The weight in Martha's chest had not lifted by morning. Even before she opened her eyes, she felt it. The residual pressure of the chair's presence, a subtle insistence that followed her through the dim light of dawn creeping beneath the curtains. She had left the restaurant quickly, walking in a jittery, half-conscious daze, but the memory of the empty seat, polished and deliberately placed, clung to her mind as though it had been physically affixed to her spine. Her apartment, normally a sanctuary of order and muted comfort, now felt permeated with the residual tension of the ritual, as if the air itself carried the echo of its intentions. For days afterward, Martha noticed subtle distortions in her surroundings, events that seemed slightly off-kilter, too precise, too calculated, as though reality were subtly nudged by an invisible hand. A cup of coffee she placed on the table would sometimes appear in the exact same spot she had left it 5 minutes earlier. Yet at other moments it would vanish briefly, only to reappear moments later in a position just slightly askew. The rhythm of daily life seemed to pulse with an unnatural cadence, as if the world itself were now synced to some hidden, imperceptible pattern, one that she had unknowingly become part of. One afternoon, as Martha walked through the park near her apartment, she noticed something that made her stomach knot in immediate recognition. A chairplane, wooden and unoccupied, sat at the edge of a fountain, positioned in stark, deliberate isolation. It was the same posture, the same slight tilt of its legs, the same polished finish that had haunted her in the restaurant. As she approached, she felt the familiar pressure again, subtle but unrelenting, as if the chair was pulling at her, calling, waiting. She could hear nothing, see nothing, yet she felt undeniably observed, measured by the presence that had been invoked the night of the first ritual. At that moment, a man appeared at her side. He moved with that same slow deliberation, as though each step were preordained, yet each movement carried an almost invisible tension, a perfect, meticulous grace. Mr. Sully. She hadn't seen him since the restaurant, yet there he was, like a shadow that had been following the perimeter of her life, waiting for the right moment to step fully into it. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he tilted his head slightly toward the chair at the fountain, allowing her to feel the full weight of the summoning. "The chair's marked you," he said finally, his voice smooth, deliberate, carrying that quiet, resonant authority that made the words feel heavier than mere sound. "It waits, and time for deliberation grows short. Its occupant has been chosen, whether willingly or not. The ritual has begun, and every day that passes strengthens the bond. You are already bound to it, whether you acknowledge it or not." Martha's pulse quickened, her skin prickling as the realization settled like cold water into her chest. She tried to reason, to frame the situation as a coincidence, a psychological trick played by a nervous mind overstimulated by previous anxiety, but every fiber of her being refused the logic she sought. The chair at the fountain seemed to lean subtly toward her, the polished wood reflecting the sunlight in a way that felt almost like intent. Even as the breeze lifted the leaves around her, the weight remained, tethering her to a presence she could neither see nor touch, a ritual she could neither halt nor escape. Over the next few days, subtle manifestations began to creep into her daily life. Objects in her apartment seemed to shift imperceptibly, patterns emerging in the positioning of chairs, tables, and even picture frames. Her reflection in mirrors appeared slightly altered, not grotesquely, but subtly her posture seemed more rigid, her gaze fractionally longer, her shadow falling at angles inconsistent with the light. It was as though the ritual's reach had begun to extend beyond the physical boundaries of the restaurant, anchoring itself into her reality, threading into the very fabric of her life. Martha began to notice small, inexplicable interactions. People around her would pause mid-sentence, eyes flickering toward the spaces she had recently vacated, whispering words she could not catch, glances filled with vague, almost fearful recognition. Friends, coworkers, strangers all seemed momentarily aware of a presence that only she could feel, yet no one else would acknowledge openly. The chair was no longer an object. It had become an idea, a pressure, a weight that exerted itself on her perception and on those around her. Mr. Sully returned to her apartment one evening without warning. He placed the black antique telephone, the one that had first delivered the ultimatum, on the table between them. Despite its lack of power, it vibrated faintly, pulsing in rhythm with something beyond natural comprehension. "The ritual progresses," he said quietly. "The chair is patient, but it will claim its occupant eventually. The question now is not if, but how. You must choose the means by which the ritual completes, or allow it to act of its own accord." Martha stared at the phone, at the emptied chair in her mind's eye, and felt the subtle tension tighten like a cord around her chest. Each option carried consequences she could barely imagine. Selecting someone to occupy the chair in her place would spare her, perhaps, but at a cost she could not predict. Refusing, leaving the ritual unfulfilled, would allow the unseen presence to claim her directly. Yet even then, the parameters remained mysterious. The process of the ritual its own secret, operating beyond Hare understanding. Days bled into nights with a rhythm entirely dictated by the unseen pressure of the chair. Martha began to feel its influence physically. Subtle at first, a tension at the back of her neck, a slight pulling at her shoulder when she moved, a gentle weight pressing against her side. Later, the effects became more pronounced. She felt moments of vertigo, as if gravity itself had shifted in alignment with the chair's intent. Her dreams were infiltrated by the ritual. Empty chairs appeared in dimly lit rooms, in corridors she had never seen, in offices, parks, restaurants, all awaiting her arrival, all pressing a silent claim, all whispering that the summoning was inevitable. One evening, driven by a need she could neither suppress nor understand, she returned to the restaurant. The familiar polished chair awaited her once more, precisely positioned, gleaming under the warm glow of the chandelier. The surrounding diners glanced at her nervously, avoiding eye contact. Their murmurs filtered through the fabric of her consciousness. "He is near. She cannot avoid it. The chair marks its target. Every element of the room had become a reminder, a reinforcement of the ritual's inevitability. Martha hesitated at the threshold, feeling the pull, the subtle insistence of the chair, and the reality of the ritual's demand. "Mister." Sully appeared beside her again, silently observing, allowing her to confront the situation without interference. "The chair is patient, but not infinite," he said. "Every delay strengthens the bond, increases the pressure, and narrows the path of choice. You may act, or you may be acted upon." The pressure became almost unbearable, an oppressive presence pressing on every sense, amplifying the smallest inconsistencies in reality, making her skin tingle with anticipation and dread. She could feel her heart racing in tandem with the unseen rhythm of the ritual. The vibrating insistence of the chair, the subtle awareness that every hesitation, every thought of refusal only deepened the tether. As Martha sat across from the empty chair, she began to understand fully the mechanics of the ritual. It was not merely a test of courage or morality, but a process of alignment, an intricate negotiation between the living and the presence that had been summoned, a meticulous choreography of intent, attention, and consequence. The chair was both anchor and magnet, demanding a response, pulling her awareness, threading itself through her perception until it became inseparable from her own consciousness. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes' time had taken on an elastic quality under the chair's influence. Martha found herself staring into the polished wood, tracing the subtle grains, feeling the almost imperceptible vibrations beneath her fingertips, sensing the latent weight of the presence that had been invoked. She began to realize that the chair's claim was not immediate. It was a gradual process, accumulating influence, shaping reality, threading the ritual through every aspect of life until compliance became inevitable or the consequences unfolded in unpredictable ways. For the first time, Martha truly perceived the scope of the ritual. It was not confined to a single restaurant, a single chair, or even a single space. The ritual existed beyond ordinary boundaries, extending into her mind, her perception, her reality, and the world around her. Every chair, every seat, every empty space became a potential locus of influence. She understood that her choices, however deliberate, were now measured against an invisible metric, evaluated by a presence she could neither see nor fully comprehend. As the night deepened, she felt the chair's influence tighten, pressing not only upon her body, but upon her thoughts. It was as though the very act of resisting, of questioning, of hesitating, amplified the ritual's claim, forcing her awareness to oscillate between defiance and submission. Her fingers twitched, her legs trembled, and she could feel a subtle vibration emanating from the chair that resonated deep within her core, tugging at her consciousness, threading through her perception like a fine, invisible wire. Martha's mind raced with strategies and contingencies. Could she select someone else to occupy the chair? Would that satisfy the ritual? Could she destroy the chair, resist the presence? Or would any action, any attempt at interference, merely accelerate the inevitable? The ritual's rules remained opaque, yet every interaction, every subtle sensation, every shift in her environment whispered the same unyielding message. The chair had chosen, the presence was summoned, and the path forward was inexorably narrowed. By the early hours, Martha understood a fundamental truth. The ritual was patient, meticulous, and absolute. It would wait, it would press, it would observe, and it would act. The chair's claim was not a single moment, but a process, threading itself into the very fabric of her life, reshaping perception, influencing thought, bending reality. And as she stared into its polished wood, feeling the subtle vibrations that pulsed like a heartbeat beneath its surface, she realized that the ritual had begun in earnest, and she was already ensnared. The pressure had grown unbearable. Each day Martha felt the invisible tether tighten, like a rope threading through her very spine, winding itself around her chest and mind. The chair was no longer a distant threat, it had become a presence, tangible in ways she could not articulate, as if the very space around her was saturated with its intent. Even in her apartment, the weight persisted, Ordinary chairs, benches, and even stools seemed to quiver with anticipation, responding to a summons she could neither see nor hear. She could feel the ritual expanding, threading itself through her perception and the world outside her door. The first clear sign that the ritual was shifting came during a lunch at a quiet cafe she had visited for years. She had barely settled into a seat when her peripheral vision caught a flicker, a chair placed at a table across the room that had not been there before. Its presence was subtle but unmistakable, a polished wood gleaming with a light that seemed almost self-contained. The chair leaned slightly toward her, as if aware of her gaze. The patrons around it froze mid-motion, unaware of their own rigidity. Whispers rose around her, soft, almost imperceptible. She knows. It begins. The choice is near. Martha's pulse quickened, her palms damp with tension. She realized the ritual was no longer merely waiting. It had begun to act. The chair demanded recognition, attention, engagement. She had resisted for days, trying to ignore its pull, hoping the subtle pressures and vibrations could be reasoned away. But now it was manifesting outside her immediate surroundings, threading influence through the spaces she frequented, forcing her awareness and her compliance. That evening, Mr. Sully appeared at her apartment again. He did not knock. He simply entered, as though invited by the ritual itself. He carried the antique, batteryless telephone, now vibrating more intensely, its rhythm synchronized to her heartbeat, resonating through the room with a frequency she could feel in her bones. "The chair has moved beyond the waiting stage," he said, his voice calm but laden with authority. "It requires an exchange. The present summoned cannot manifest fully without a balance, a substitution. It will claim, it will demand, and it will act. But the choice of how and through whom is yours to make." Martha stared at him, her mind racing. "Through whom?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. He nodded toward the chair, his expression unchanging. "Someone must sit in its place. The ritual does not forgive inaction. You may select, or you may allow it to choose. But in either case, the exchange will occur. That which is summoned will claim its space, and the cycle will continue." Fear gripped Martha with a visceral force she could not escape. She thought of those she loved, friends and family who would never understand, who would be swept into consequences they could neither foresee nor resist. And yet, the chair pulsed, insistent, demanding recognition. The ritual had shifted from observation to active pressure, its influence threading into her perception, pulling at her judgment, her morality, her will. Days passed with agonizing slowness, each moment a negotiation with an unseen force. Martha began to experiment cautiously, testing the limits of the ritual. She brought people into proximity with the chair, observing subtle changes in their behavior, noting the almost imperceptible tension that seemed to thread through their movements. Some would pause mid-step, hesitate mid-word, as though sensing the invisible weight, the predestined presence reaching toward them. Others reacted with discomfort or fear, instinctively retreating from its influence. She realized that the chair's presence was not limited to her awareness. It extended outward, influencing perception and behavior, threading through the conscious and subconscious minds of those near it. One evening, in the dim light of her apartment, she placed the antique telephone on the floor before the chair. Its faint vibrations intensified, a low hum that resonated with the rhythm of the room. Mr. Sully observed silently, his expression unchanging. "The moment has come," he said. "The exchange begins now. You may act to direct it, or you may allow it to unfold. But understand this, the ritual is inevitable. Resistance is temporary. Compliance is optional, and consequences are absolute." Martha's hands trembled as she considered her options. Could she select a surrogate for the chair's occupant? Could she deceive the ritual, trick it into claiming someone distant or unaware? Or would any intervention accelerate the process, magnifying the consequences in unpredictable ways? The stakes were unlike anything she had ever imagined. Life, consciousness, and the safety of those she cherished were intertwined with an entity she could neither see nor fully understand. In her desperation, Martha remembered the pattern of events from the restaurant. The initial placement of the chair, the subtle glances of the diners, the vibrations of the telephone. She began to perceive the ritual as a structure, a sequence of actions that could be anticipated, studied, and perhaps influenced. The chair demanded an exchange, but its manifestation followed rules, invisible but consistent. Her task was to navigate those rules, to act with precision, to manipulate awareness without breaking the unseen balance. She tried a tentative experiment. She invited a colleague, a friend, unaware of the ritual, into proximity with the chair. The air thickened subtly, the pressure intensified, and for a moment, she saw the faint shimmer of presence hovering above the seat, a distortion in reality that made the room feel less solid, less reliable. Her friend paused mid-conversation, eyes widening slightly, gaze flicking toward the empty seat. The ritual responded immediately, threads of influence radiating outward, as though measuring, assessing, testing, compliance, and choice. The realization struck her with clarity. The ritual was not merely a passive process, it was interactive. The presence did not act blindly, but adapted, responded, and applied pressure, coaxing, manipulating, and testing the awareness of the chosen. It demanded observation, acknowledgement, and ultimately, engagement. And Martha understood that this was the mechanism of survival. Understanding the rules of the exchange was the only leverage she might have. Over the next days, she documented every nuance, every vibration, every reaction of those near the chair. She noted the subtle shifts in light, the faint distortions in perception, the almost imperceptible tremors in the air, and the moments when the presence seemed to reach outward, seeking recognition. She began to map a rhythm, a sequence, a set of choices, and potential outcomes. The ritual was patient, but its patience was not infinite. Each delay intensified the weight, tightening the bond that tethered her to the chair's claim. Then came the night of clarity, when the presence manifested most distinctly. In her apartment, the chair began to vibrate subtly, a pulse that resonated in harmony with her own heartbeat. The antique telephone trembled, emitting a low, persistent hum. Shadows around the room stretched unnaturally, elongating toward the chair. Martha could sense it fully now. The presence hovered just above the seat, its weight pressing downward, testing, measuring, demanding. She understood then that the exchange was not merely symbolic. It required acknowledgement, a conscious engagement with the ritual. The chair would not act in ignorance. It required recognition of its claim, an understanding of its purpose, and the deliberate execution of choice. The subtle pressure that had haunted her for days coalesced into a singular, undeniable demand. Act, or be acted upon. Martha's mind raced. Every strategy, every option, every potential manipulation of the ritual needed to be considered. The presence was adaptive, aware, and relentless. The ritual had evolved from observation to interactive compulsion, threading itself into perception, consciousness, and the physical environment. Each moment of hesitation allowed it to expand its influence, to draw her awareness more completely into its orbit. By the early hours, the room seemed alive with anticipation. The chair gleamed in the dim lamplight, the telephone thrummed with the rhythm of the unseen, and the shadows conspired to remind her that the ritual's claim was not negotiable, only navigable. Martha realized with profound clarity that the exchange was inevitable. She could attempt to direct it, to influence its course, or she could allow it to unfold naturally. But either path required courage, precision, and an understanding she had only just begun to grasp. The first true test of the ritual had arrived. Martha could feel the threads of influence weaving themselves through the air, through consciousness, and into reality itself. The chair awaited its occupant. The presence hovered, insistent, deliberate, undeniable. And she, bound by awareness, tethered by recognition, faced the first irrevocable choice in a process she was only beginning to comprehend, a choice that would determine not just her fate, but the trajectory of the ritual itself and the lives of those around her. The days that followed were oppressive, a slow, tightening coil that wrapped itself around Martha's consciousness. The chair was no longer a distant, looming presence. It had become omnipresent, threading its influence into every corner of her life, insinuating itself into her perception and judgment. Ordinary objects, chairs at bus stops, benches in parks, even the empty seats at her office seemed to vibrate faintly, resonating with a weight she could neither see nor touch, yet could feel unmistakably. It was as if the ritual's threads had extended beyond the restaurant, beyond the antique telephone, reaching into the very fabric of her reality. Martha tried to resist. She refused to choose, refused to acknowledge the chair's claim in a manner the ritual demanded. Every refusal, every hesitation, intensified the presence's pressure. Shadows stretched unnaturally across walls, following her movements, warping subtly to suggest form where there was none. The vibration from the telephone persisted, pulsing in time with her heartbeat, like a reminder that the ritual would not be stalled indefinitely. She felt it pressing from behind, a gentle, yet inescapable force pushing at her shoulders, tugging at her awareness, threading into the corners of her mind. Then came the first tangible consequence of her resistance. She was walking along a quiet street, the air thick with early evening fog, when she noticed a man standing beneath the lamppost. He did not move, did not speak, simply observed her. There was something familiar in his stance, a faint echo of the chair's deliberate posture, and she drew closer. The pressure in her chest intensified, the familiar hum of the telephone seeming to resonate through the air itself. The man's eyes flicked toward an empty bench, precisely arranged as if it had been waiting for her recognition. He shifted slightly, and for an instant she felt the threads of the ritual extend outward, tugging at him, linking his presence to her refusal. It became clear that resistance was not without cost. By refusing to engage, she was not avoiding the ritual, but extending its reach. The presence she had sought to deny began to influence her surroundings, bending the behavior of those near her, threading subtle compulsions through the lives of others. The ritual's claim, Martha realized with a sinking certainty, was inexorable. It would find its way to completion, and the price for delay or denial was not hers alone. At home, the vibrations of the telephone became more insistent. The chair, now fully manifest in her perception even when physically absent, seemed to expand, the polished wood glowing faintly in shadowed corners. She began to see distortions at the periphery of her vision, outlines of form she could not identify, movements just beyond comprehension, subtle gestures that suggested presence, awareness, intent. Every act of resistance heightened the tension, drew the ritual tighter around her life, and threatened to extend its influence further into the world she knew. Mr. Sully arrived again, silent at first, allowing her to experience the full weight of the chair's insistence. He placed the antique telephone on the floor between them, its vibration now a low, persistent thrum that seemed to sync directly with her nervous system. "Resistance has a cost," he said quietly, observing her with an unblinking gaze. "The ritual is patient, but it is not passive. Every act of defiance strengthens its presence in unforeseen ways. The threads you resist are the same threads that extend outward, affecting those around you. The chair does not act in ignorance, but it does adapt to hesitation, to fear, to choice deferred." Martha realized then that the ritual was not a passive structure to be observed, but a living, adaptive process, responsive to engagement and reactive to inaction. Her attempts at delay, her strategies of avoidance, had allowed the presence to thread into other lives, to manifest subtly through the awareness and behavior of those nearby. Every refusal, every act of hesitation, was another extension of its influence, another layer of the ritual taking shape beyond her control. The cost of resistance became clear in increasingly visceral ways. Friends began to report odd sensations, fleeting feelings of vertigo, glimpses of chairs arranged in impossible patterns, the subtle impression of being watched by something unseen. Colleagues experienced moments of disorientation, as if gravity or perspective itself had shifted briefly, enough to unnerve and confuse. Even strangers exhibited subtle compulsions, aligning themselves subconsciously with unseen vectors, positioning themselves, pausing mid-step, whispering words that made no sense yet carried an unmistakable weight of recognition. Martha herself felt the strain acutely. Her sleep became fragmented, haunted by visions of the chair appearing in impossible locations, always empty, always waiting, always watching. In dreams, she would sit across from it, feel the subtle vibration pulse through her body, sense the presence extending tendrils of awareness into the space around her, threading into the lives of others, creating distortions she could neither prevent nor fully comprehend. Waking, the lines between perception and reality blurred. The chair's presence had become a filter through which she experienced the world, altering the rhythm of her thoughts, the texture of her awareness, and the scope of her understanding. The culmination of these effects occurred one evening when she returned to the restaurant. The polished chair sat waiting as always, but now it seemed to exude an authority beyond its physical form, a presence that extended outward, touching every surface, every person, threading influence in ways she could feel but could not see. Patrons whispered, glances avoided, hushed murmurs of recognition passed among them, and the subtle vibration in the air was impossible to ignore. The ritual had escalated. Its pressure was palpable, pressing not only upon her awareness but upon the environment itself. Mr. Sully appeared beside her without announcement, carrying the telephone, its low vibration now resonating with a frequency that seemed to pulse through the floorboards, through the walls, and through Martha herself. "The cost of resistance," he said, "is not abstract. It manifests, it extends, it threads itself into the lives of others. The presence grows stronger, broader, and more insistent with every hesitation. You cannot avoid it. You can only engage, direct, or allow it to act." Martha's mind raced, weighed down by the cumulative effects of days of resistance. She understood with chilling clarity that the ritual's progression was inevitable. The presence would claim, the chair would be occupied, and the threads she had sought to avoid would manifest in ways beyond her control. Yet, within this clarity, a sliver of opportunity appeared. The ritual required acknowledgement, engagement, and deliberate action. The act of recognition, of conscious participation, was the only leverage she could exercise. As she stared at the polished wood of the chair, she felt a subtle shift in its influence. The vibration of the telephone, the distortion in perception, the whispers in the environment all converged into a singular, undeniable pressure. The ritual's claim had reached a critical point. The threads were taut, the presence nearly fully manifested. Martha realized that the cost of continued resistance would no longer be contained. It would extend beyond her awareness, beyond her control, affecting those she loved and the world around her in profound and unpredictable ways. The room seemed to pulse with anticipation. Shadows stretched, air thickened, and the chair's subtle but undeniable presence pressed closer, demanding acknowledgement. Martha felt the weight of choice compress her mind, focus her perception, and sharpen her awareness. The ritual required engagement. The cost of refusal was now immediate, unavoidable, and morally complex. She understood at last the fundamental rule. The ritual demanded recognition, a deliberate act of consciousness. Inaction had a cost, and that cost extended outward, threading the influence of the presence through her environment, affecting lives beyond her own. The chair awaited its occupant, and Martha, tethered by awareness and responsibility, faced the inescapable truth. She could resist no longer. The first true engagement with the ritual was at hand, a calculated, deliberate choice that would determine not only her fate, but the trajectory of the ritual itself, the lives it touched, and the scope of the presence's influence. And as the night deepened, the vibration of the telephone and the silent insistence of the chair converged into a singular, undeniable command. Act, or witness the cost of resistance manifest in ways that could never be undone. The night was thick with anticipation. The city outside Martha's window, a blur of dim lights and shifting shadows, a reflection of the tension that had gripped her for days. Every surface in her apartment seemed to pulse faintly, a subtle rhythm that synchronized with her heartbeat, as though the very walls were aware, holding their breath in expectation. The chair waited, as it always had, polished and deliberate, its empty seat holding the weight of a presence both unseen and undeniable. Martha could feel it threading through her consciousness, extending its influence outward, touching corners of her awareness she had not even known existed. She approached the chair slowly, every step a negotiation with the tension that had become almost tactile, pressing at her shoulders, her chest, her mind. The antique telephone sat beside it, vibrating faintly, a low hum that resonated through the floorboards and into her bones. She could feel the culmination of the ritual coalescing around her, the threads of influence stretching taut, ready to pull into inevitability. The whispers she had sensed for days in restaurants, on the streets, through the gaze of strangers had become a chorus in her mind, repeating a single unavoidable truth. The chair must be occupied, and she alone could determine how. Her thoughts raced. The rules of the ritual, which she had begun to understand through observation and desperate experimentation, demanded a conscious choice. She could select someone else to occupy the chair, directing the presence outward, or she could submit herself, allowing the ritual to claim her fully. Each option carried consequences she could only partially grasp. The extension of the ritual's influence, the moral weight of choosing another, the irreversible nature of compliance. She felt the threads tighten with every heartbeat, urging her toward acknowledgement, demanding engagement. Martha's fingers hovered above the telephone. Its vibrations had intensified subtly, resonating with the very rhythm of her thoughts. She realized that the act of engagement required a deliberate, conscious choice, not mere acknowledgement, but a fully intentional interaction. The chair's presence would not be sated by indecision or hesitation. It required clarity of intent. Every second of delay drew the influence of the ritual deeper into the world, threading itself through the lives of others, expanding in scope, growing in inevitability. She thought of those she loved, of friends, family, colleagues, the lives she had observed subtly shifting under the ritual's influence. The cost of directing the ritual toward another was heavy, morally complex, and permanent. Yet the cost of resistance was immediate, uncontainable, and unknown in its full magnitude. The chair waited patiently, the polished wood gleaming in the dim light, reflecting not only the room, but the weight of decision pressing upon her. A memory of Mr. Sully's calm, measured voice returned to her mind. The ritual requires recognition, engagement, and deliberate action. Inaction carries consequences that extend beyond your awareness. The threads you resist are threads that will manifest regardless. Martha understood then that the choice was not about avoidance. It was about direction, about conscious participation in a process that was already underway. She sat slowly in the chair, feeling the subtle vibration pulse through her body, a rhythm synchronized with the ritual itself. The weight pressed down, not as a threat but as a completion of expectation, an acknowledgement of the inevitable alignment between presence and consciousness. The air around her thickened, perceptible now in a way that left no doubt of the ritual's reality. Shadows lengthened, edges of perception blurred, and the faint whispering chorus she had felt for days crescendoed into a singular awareness, enveloping her mind. Martha felt the threads of the ritual tighten completely, winding through her consciousness, her perceptions, threading outward into the spaces she occupied and the lives she touched. She was fully aware of the exchange, the alignment, the culmination of days of anticipation and pressure. The presence hovered, patient yet insistent, weaving itself into the totality of her awareness. She could feel the expansion of influence, the subtle shifting of those around her, the extension of the ritual into reality itself. For a moment, fear gripped her, visceral and absolute. But with that fear came clarity. The ritual was not malicious in the ordinary sense, nor was it arbitrary. It was exacting, deliberate, and absolute in its requirements. The act of engagement, of conscious acknowledgement, allowed her a measure of agency within a process that had otherwise seemed omnipotent. By choosing to participate fully, she asserted presence within the ritual, aligning herself with its mechanism rather than being consumed blindly by it. Martha's breath steadied, her pulse finding a rhythm with the vibration beneath her. She felt the chair's influence threading through her awareness, yet she also felt the extension of her own choice. The ritual's threads, which had been tangled and unpredictable during days of hesitation, now moved in coordinated synchrony, guided by the clarity of her engagement. She understood the profound paradox. Submission, when conscious and deliberate, conferred a type of control, a means of shaping the inevitable. Time became elastic, moments stretching into an awareness beyond ordinary perception. She felt the full weight of the presence, the culmination of the ritual's patient insistence. Yet within this weight, she found a singular certainty. By occupying the chair willingly, she had activated the final stage of the process, aligning herself fully with its demand. The threads of influence extended outward, threading gently through the lives of others, stabilizing the ritual and closing the loop of anticipation that had defined the past days. The vibrations from the telephone faded subtly. The shadows receded, and the chair's polished wood lost its almost sentient gleam, becoming once again a simple object in the room. Martha remained seated, aware of the lingering threads, conscious of the pressure that had been lifted, but also acknowledging the permanent mark of the ritual upon her awareness. She had chosen, and in doing so, had completed the exchange. The presence was no longer an external weight pressing upon her. It had become an integrated part of her consciousness, an awareness of alignment, responsibility, and consequence that would remain indefinitely. In the aftermath, Martha felt a strange calm, a quiet understanding that the ritual was complete, yet not concluded. She realized that its influence persisted in subtle ways, threading through perception, awareness, and interaction. But now she held the knowledge of engagement, the power of conscious participation. The chair remained, polished and deliberate, an emblem of the ritual's presence, waiting silently for the next cycle, the next alignment. And Martha, seated fully within its awareness, understood that the cost of resistance had been immense, yet the cost of conscious acknowledgement carried its own weight, a permanent, deliberate responsibility that she would bear for the rest of her life. The ritual had claimed its due, yet it had also granted understanding. The empty chair, ever polished and deliberate, was no longer merely a threat or a presence. It had become a measure, a mirror of choice, a silent testament to the consequences of perception, engagement, and awareness. Martha rose slowly, feeling the subtle threads of influence still lingering around her, and stepped back into the world with a consciousness forever altered, a life intertwined with the ritual's echo, and an understanding that some presences, once acknowledged, remain with you indefinitely. And as she walked away from the chair, she knew the truth that would haunt her indefinitely. The ritual never truly ends. It only passes from one awareness to the next, a cycle of presence and choice, threading its subtle influence into the fabric of life, waiting for recognition, engagement, and the next conscious occupant of the empty chair. Story 6. The Architect of Silence. Simon had always been fascinated by the absence of sound, not the simple quiet of an early morning or the subdued hush of a library, but the profound, absolute stillness that seemed to exist beyond ordinary perception. He had pursued it professionally, devoting years to studying acoustics, designing spaces where sound could be controlled, modified, and when necessary, completely silenced. The pursuit had led him across continents, into the deepest corners of architectural experimentation, and ultimately, to this apartment. It was advertised simply as an acoustically perfected living space, a phrase that had drawn Simon immediately, promising a haven where every vibration, every whisper, every faintest resonance could be meticulously managed or obliterated entirely. The apartment was small but elegant, a precise geometric arrangement of steel, glass, and reinforced concrete. The walls bore a matte gray finish, absorbing light and echo with equal efficiency. The floors were layered with composite materials designed to neutralize footfalls, the windows triple glazed and embedded in frames that seemed to float within the wall cavities, leaving no point of contact that could transmit outside noise. Simon's first steps inside felt like entering a vacuum. The familiar hum of the city outside vanished entirely, replaced by a near absolute void. He removed his shoes, and the subtle pressure of his steps against the floorboards disappeared completely, leaving only the faintest tactile sensation against his soles. It was more than silent. It was a form of stillness that pressed itself against perception, a space where the world had been meticulously excised from existence. For the first few days, Simon reveled in this perfection. He conducted experiments, speaking softly and observing the near total absorption of his voice, clapping his hands and noting the absence of any rebound. The space was a laboratory of quietude, a manifestation of his professional obsession. Yet, in the deeper hours of night, when the city's background noise was at its lowest, he began to perceive something unusual, faint, irregular sounds, like distant whispers, so faint that he initially attributed them to fatigue or the ear's own tendency to fabricate patterns in stillness. But the whispers persisted. At first, they were irregular, a scattering of syllables, almost impossible to comprehend, as if fragments of speech had been captured, distorted, and suspended in the air. Simon's trained ears struggled to place them, his mind attempting rational explanations, a building settling, air moving through ventilation channels, phantom echoes. Yet each night, the pattern became more pronounced. The whispers were not random. They seemed deliberate, layered beneath the silence, subtle but coherent in their insistence. They did not respond to his own sounds. They did not react to clapping or the movement of his hands through the air. They existed independently, like a background hum that had escaped natural law. Curiosity quickly morphed into unease. Simon set up recording devices, attempting to capture the whispers objectively. Yet when he played the recordings back, the microphones had recorded only silence, as though the apartment had reverted to its original perfection whenever technology attempted to observe it. The impossibility unsettled him. He was an expert in sound, a man trained to isolate, analyze, and manipulate it. What he was encountering lay beyond every law he had studied, a phenomenon that defied both physics and expectation. Then came the first unmistakable alteration, his own voice. One morning, while reading aloud a passage from a book, he noticed that the words emerged, not with his usual resonant clarity, but as a soft, tremulous whisper. He tried to speak normally, raising his volume, but the sound refused to obey. It emerged faintly, incompletely, as though the apartment itself absorbed not just the echo of sound, but the very act of articulation. Panic flickered through him, an instinctive recognition of the body's betrayal. His training provided no solution. The silence was no longer passive. It was active, targeting him, shaping his ability to interact with the world. Desperation led Simon to examine the apartment's structural plans, searching for hidden spaces, anomalies, anything that might explain the presence. He discovered a series of sealed alcoves in the building's original architectural blueprints, areas long since removed or sealed during renovations. One space, marked cryptically as acoustic chamber retained silence, seemed entirely theoretical, with dimensions incompatible with any visible structure. The notation included an enigmatic reference, Symphony of Absent Source Unknown. Simon's professional mind struggled to assimilate the implications. Had the original architect intended to create a space that was more than quiet, a space that could, in effect, extract sound from its occupants? The notion seemed absurd, but the evidence, the whispers, his own faltering voice, demanded consideration. As the days passed, the whispers grew bolder, shaping themselves into discernible phrases, fragments of dialogue that seemed to echo memories he did not recognize. They were fleeting, elusive, almost impossible to pin down, yet they carried a subtle insistence, an unnatural cadence that suggested intention. At times, Simon could swear that the whispers responded to his own thoughts, accentuating his doubts, reflecting fears he had not consciously articulated. Sleep became impossible. The silence of the apartment was no longer a haven but a cage, and the whispers of predatory presence lurking just beneath his perception. Simon attempted to escape the apartment, stepping outside into the cacophony of the city. For a brief moment, relief washed over him as the ambient noise returned. But when he opened his mouth to speak, he discovered that his voice, once robust and commanding, now emerged only as a faint murmur. He could hear others perfectly, but every sound he attempted to produce was dampened, reduced to the barest trace. The realization struck him with a terrifying clarity. The entity he was dealing with did not merely control the apartment. It had latched onto him, drawing out his own voice, isolating him within the void of silence, even amidst the world of sound. In a growing state of panic, Simon revisited the apartment repeatedly, seeking understanding, seeking confrontation. The whispers were no longer random. They coalesced into a continuous murmur that seemed to follow him through the rooms, threading around corners, tracing along the edges of walls, as though the structure itself had been woven to accommodate their presence. He noticed subtle distortions in perception. The space occasionally appeared larger or smaller than it should, the floors seeming to stretch subtly underfoot, the walls pressing imperceptibly closer, as though the apartment itself was alive, responsive, and aware. It was in a hidden storage closet, previously unnoticed due to its seamless integration with the wall, that Simon discovered a tattered leather-bound journal. The handwriting was elegant, precise, and unmistakably technical, detailing experiments in acoustics and architecture that straddled the line between genius and madness. The author described a phenomenon he called the symphony of absence, a method of designing spaces so that sound could be captured, extracted, and stored as a tangible, almost sentient force. According to the notes, the experiment had succeeded beyond expectation. The silence within the apartment was absolute, not merely as a passive absence, but as an active extraction of sonic energy from all objects and occupants. There was a chilling note in the margin, almost casual in its horror. The silence hungers. It is never satiated. The voices it consumes become part of the structure, resonating through its walls even when the air carries no sound. And Simon read and reread the passages, feeling a creeping dread settle into his bones. The whispers, the weakening of his own voice, the mutable space of the apartment, all of it aligned with the theory presented in the journal. The entity was not simply an architectural flaw or a quirk of design. It was a deliberate creation, a living manifestation of the symphony of absence, a force that existed to consume sound, to render the world mute and obedient to its will. The implications were horrifying. His own voice, his own agency, had become a target, a consumable element in the structure's vast, silent appetite. Fear transformed into action. Simon attempted to disrupt the entity, creating vibrations, clapping, shouting, even striking the walls, trying to reassert his voice against the consuming silence. But the more he resisted, the more pronounced the entity's influence became. His words emerged as faint whispers. His attempts at force met with an almost sentient resistance, a tangible pushback from the silent walls themselves. The journal hinted at the entity's ultimate goal: to extract all sound, to leave behind a perfect vacuum, and to integrate sentient elements, voices, music, even heartbeats into the symphony. Simon realized with growing horror that his very consciousness, tied intrinsically to his vocal presence, was under siege. The whispers intensified, forming a dense lattice of unspoken communication. He could feel the entity tracking his pulse, attuned to his physiological presence, seeking to extract not only the sound he produced, but the vibrations of his life itself, the rhythm of his heartbeat, the subtle resonance of breath, even the micro movements of his body. Each night, it pressed closer, threading along the edges of perception, a predator weaving along a silent frequency he could see only in peripheral awareness, visualized as undulating waves of shadowy energy, vibrating in tune with the silence. By the end of the first week, Simon was reduced to a state of near whisper, fragile human echo struggling against an entity that existed both in architecture and in abstraction. Sleep became impossible. The entity's presence, though invisible, was omnipresent, an auditory predator stalking him with patient precision. In the journal, a cryptic passage suggested a partial method of evasion. The symphony can be misdirected, distracted by secondary sources, but the source of sound, once marked, cannot escape its path. Those who try are made silent, and their vibrations become part of the composition. Simon understood. He had become a marked subject, an active element within the symphony, and the only path to survival required cunning, ingenuity, and the understanding that the entity was not merely passive. It was a predator of sound and life. As the final night of this first ordeal approached, Simon faced the stark realization. Escape was not only difficult, but incomplete. The entity had latched onto him, weaving his own sonic presence into its lattice, marking him as both quarry and instrument. He prepared for confrontation, arranging reflective surfaces, attempting to channel vibrations in ways the entity could not anticipate, creating a labyrinth of sonic misdirection within the perfect silence. His body shivered with anticipation and fear. Each heartbeat seemed magnified, a loud, insistent echo in the silence, a temptation the entity could not ignore. Simon stepped carefully through the apartment, tracing every shadow, following every visualized wave of sound he could perceive. The symphony of absence pressed close, responsive to every whisper, every breath, and every pulse of intention. He understood that this night would determine his fate: survival and complete loss of hearing and speech, or surrender and integration into the symphony itself. His voice consumed, his life rendered a note in the eternal architecture of silence. The night had stretched into a peculiar kind of tension, a stillness so profound it seemed to pulse with intention. Simon moved deliberately through the apartment, each footstep a negotiation with the silence that had become almost sentient, a presence that absorbed not only sound but certainty. The walls, the floors, the ceiling, they were no longer passive. They were conduits for the symphony, channels along which the hunger of absence flowed, reaching for every vibration, every whisper, every latent echo of his life. Simon began his experiment cautiously, attempting to map the patterns of the entity's reach. With a careful tap of his fingers on the glass table, he observed the nearly imperceptible reactions, shifts in the air that hinted at the symphony's awareness. The tap seemed to travel along invisible corridors, reverberating not as sound but as pressure, a sensation in the bones and sinews that told him his presence was being traced, measured, evaluated. Each measured movement of his body sent tremors through the apartment, subtle pulses that the symphony absorbed immediately, as if the structure itself were alive and attentive. He whispered, testing the limits of his own voice, and felt the immediate response. The whisper did not propagate. It vanished, stolen mid-formation, leaving Simon aware that he was already losing himself to the silence. Panic clawed at him, but he suppressed it, focusing on the details that had drawn him to the space, the patterns, the architecture, the potential methods of evasion. If he could manipulate the environment, misdirect the symphony even slightly, perhaps he could preserve what remained of his voice, perhaps even survive with his faculties intact. The apartment, however, would not yield easily. Shadows seemed to pool unnaturally in corners, distortions forming where angles should have intersected cleanly. Simon began to sense the entity more acutely now, not as sound, but as visualized energy, a shifting lattice of vibrations that seemed to breathe along with his own pulse. The symphony had learned to track him not only through sound, but through the subtle motions of his body, the rhythm of his heartbeat, the faint tremor of breath. Every motion was a note, every hesitation a resonance the entity could consume. In desperation, Simon attempted to introduce secondary sounds, tapping on pipes, shifting furniture, clattering dishes, but the symphony responded instantly, absorbing the noise before it could echo, integrating it seamlessly into the silence. Each attempted diversion only revealed the sophistication of the entity. It was not chaotic, but methodical, a predator with perfect patience. The more Simon acted, the more it learned. Each misstep folded into the design of the symphony, each pulse of his presence catalogued and anticipated. By midnight, Simon felt his voice weaken further. Words formed at the back of his throat but emerged only as ghostly murmurs, faint tremors that barely displaced the silence. He realized with dread that the symphony had begun to extract not only his audible speech but the intention of speech itself. Even thoughts of articulation seemed to reverberate along the lattice of absence, feeding the entity's hunger. Panic rose in his chest, but he forced himself to think clearly, tracing every movement in mental diagrams, attempting to predict how the symphony, might consume him next. Then came the first real attack. While reaching for a notebook, Simon felt an almost tangible suction, as though the air itself were being drawn from his lungs, a pressure that pressed against his chest and throat. The whispered presence intensified, curling around his head, threading through his senses, siphoning his ability to vocalize, leaving him a hollow echo of his former self. He gasped, only to realize the gasp had been muted, stifled before it left his mouth. The symphony had extended its reach to the very mechanics of respiration, targeting the vibrations of life itself. Simon staggered backward, colliding with the wall, and in that instant perceived the full scale of the entity. It was no longer hidden, no longer merely an architectural abstraction. He could visualize its form as a lattice of shifting waves, each line pulsating with the rhythm of consumed sound, each node a point where previous voices, echoes, and vibrations had been absorbed. The symphony was a predator in the truest sense, hunting not by sight or hearing, but by the resonance of life itself. It had learned to follow him, threading its tendrils along the subtle waves of his existence. Frantically, Simon searched the apartment for anything that could disrupt the symphony. Mirrors, glass, metallic surfaces, anything that could reflect or redirect vibrations. He experimented, tapping surfaces and sequences designed to create interference patterns, hoping to overload or mislead the entity. For a brief moment it seemed to hesitate, a subtle slackening in the lattice, a flicker of uncertainty. Simon's hope surged, but he knew it was temporary. The symphony adapted quickly, folding every anomaly into its design, learning, integrating, anticipating. Hours passed in this tense interplay, the boundary between Simon's perception and the entity's awareness dissolving. He could feel the symphony tracing his pulse, anticipating his gestures, consuming his whispered breaths even before they left his lips. The apartment became simultaneously a battlefield and a cage, each movement a risk, each stillness a potential surrender. He realized with dawning horror that survival would not mean escaping the apartment. It would mean evading the entity while inside it, maneuvering within the lattice of silence it had created, staying just beyond its immediate reach. Then, in a moment of clarity born from sheer desperation, Simon understood the pattern. The symphony required focus, attention to track its quarry. Distracting it with multiple simultaneous sources could create micro-gaps, openings through which he might act. He began tapping irregular rhythms across surfaces, whispering sequences that conflicted with the patterns of the apartment, creating a symphony of discordant absence that was technically silence, yet unpredictable to the entity. Slowly, he noticed the lattice flicker, subtle inconsistencies emerging as the symphony attempted to absorb conflicting stimuli. The breakthrough was exhilarating, but brief. The entity responded with increased intensity, targeting the vibrations of his heartbeat directly, pressing with a force that felt physical, an invisible grip on the very mechanics of his life. Simon's pulse throbbed painfully, every beat magnified by the pressure of extraction, but he held his concentration, repeating the interference patterns with obsessive precision. He became acutely aware of his body's vibrations, the resonance of blood coursing through veins, the micro-tremors of muscles adjusting balance, every subtle movement, a note in the symphony that he had to manage. Hours bled into one another. Simon's voice weakened to almost nothing. He could whisper only the barest fractions of syllables. His body ached with effort, maintaining precise movements, tracking the entity's shifts, countering the patterns of its extraction. Sleep was impossible, rest unattainable, and yet surrender was unacceptable. The symphony had made clear that yielding meant integration. His voice, his presence, his life's vibration absorbed into the lattice, an eternal note in the architecture of silence. As dawn approached, Simon noticed a subtle change. The symphony's lattice, though still pervasive and deadly, had developed a momentary instability in response to the interference patterns. He understood instinctively. The entity, despite its sophistication, was vulnerable to calculated disruption, to deliberate misdirection. But the cost was steep. Each pulse of resistance drained him, leaving his body trembling, his limbs weak, his mind stretched to the edge of comprehension. The effort to maintain agency within the lattice was both physical and cognitive, a test of endurance against a predator that consumed not merely sound but the essence of presence. Finally, Simon paused, taking stock of the apartment, the lattice of absence, the subtle fluctuations in the symphony. He realized that survival required more than evasion. It required adaptation, a complete recalibration of perception, an understanding that the entity moved along paths of vibration, not logic. He began to move differently, to breathe differently, to occupy space with awareness of resonance, timing each action to the microcurrents of the symphony. By the early morning, Simon was exhausted, but momentarily in control. The whispers had receded slightly, the lattice of energy stabilizing in response to his interference. He had not escaped, nor had he defeated the entity, but he had proven a form of resilience, a capacity to exist within the lattice without immediate absorption. The apartment remained a predator, silent, yet omnipresent. The symphony of absence still hungry, still attentive, still aware. But Simon had learned, for the first time, that agency was possible even against a predator that existed not in form but in resonance, a force that consumed presence through sound, and now he had a measure of control. Simon sank to the floor, leaning against the wall, exhausted and trembling. His voice was a fragile whisper, nearly imperceptible, yet still his own. The symphony pressed around him, alive, aware, insistent, but for the first time, it hesitated not from weakness, but from the realization that its quarry had become adaptive, unpredictable, capable of navigating its deadly lattice. Simon closed his eyes, aware of the delicate balance he had achieved, knowing full well that this was only the beginning, that the true challenge, the complete confrontation with the symphony still lay ahead, and that every heartbeat, every breath, every whisper would determine the outcome of his struggle. The apartment had grown colder somehow, not in temperature, but in the way space pressed against Simon, folding around him like a living organism. The symphony of absence had shifted its tactics, no longer merely absorbing the sound he produced, but probing deeper, seeking the vibrations that defined him, the subtle resonances that betrayed his presence, even when he did not speak. Every heartbeat seemed amplified in his awareness, a drumbeat in the silence that drew the entity closer. Each inhale was a whisper against the void, each exhale a negotiation with a force that hungered for the essence of him. Simon moved carefully, his steps measured, conscious of every micro-tremor transmitted through the reinforced floors. The apartment seemed to pulse with anticipation, the walls shifting imperceptibly, guiding him toward areas of heightened tension. Shadows pooled unnaturally in corners, forming vague, undulating shapes that did not belong to any light source. He felt the symphony's awareness of his fear, responding to the rhythm of his own anxiety, probing, pressing, and testing the limits of his endurance. It began with a whisper, a single, disembodied phrase, almost imperceptible, curling around the edges of perception. Simon could not place it at first, but the tone, the cadence, was intimately familiar. It was his own voice, but not entirely. It carried a hollow resonance, as though the sound had been extracted, copied, and returned to him twisted, alien, yet personal. His heart hammered, and he realized with horror that the entity was feeding on not just sound, but identity, reconstructing him in the lattice of its own silence. Desperation surged. Simon attempted to cry out, to shatter the oppressive quiet with the full resonance of his voice, but it emerged as a faint, tremulous murmur. The symphony absorbed it instantaneously, integrating the vibrations into its lattice, leaving him increasingly fragile, a whisper of himself. The entity was learning at a terrifying pace, adapting to his resistance, turning every act of defiance into fuel. Each attempted word, each breath of exertion, was claimed, folded into the architecture of absence. Simon moved toward the center of the apartment, the area he had identified as a focal point for the entity's energy. Here the silence was thickest, almost tactile, pressing against the skin and bones, distorting perception. He attempted to redirect the subtle vibrations of his body through controlled motions, tapping on surfaces, shifting the tiniest elements in the room, creating micro-resonances to distract the entity. For moments he glimpsed a possibility, a way to delay its advance, to maintain a fragile equilibrium between self and the symphony. But the entity was relentless. It began to target the subtler vibrations, the tremor in his fingertips, the pulse in his temples, the micro movements of his muscles. Simon felt it as a cold, insistent pressure that crawled through his nervous system, an almost predatory awareness that sought to absorb the very mechanical rhythms of his body. Panic threatened to overwhelm him, but he forced himself to concentrate, tracking every internal vibration, mapping every minute ripple through his own flesh, attempting to stay one step ahead of the consuming silence. Hours passed in this tense, surreal struggle. Simon's voice diminished further, until he could barely whisper even to himself. The symphony was no longer just a predator. It had become an inseparable force in his perception, threading through every thought, every motion, every heartbeat. He understood now that the apartment's silence was not neutral, but aggressive. An active predator hunting the essence of sound, pursuing the vibrations that define consciousness itself. In a sudden moment of clarity, Simon realized the ultimate cost of survival. The entity could be temporarily evaded, misdirected, and resisted, but it had marked him. Every word he had attempted to utter, every micro-vibration of his being, had been catalogued. Even if he escaped the physical space, the symphony would follow him, drawn to the residual echoes of life and motion that no ordinary environment could contain. He was no longer merely in danger. He was already partially consumed, a fragment of himself integrated into the lattice of silence. Simon sank to the floor, pressing his palms to the cool surface, feeling the faint pulse of the symphony beneath his touch. It had reached the point where even thought, intention, and anticipation were avenues of extraction. The entity fed on more than just sound. It fed on the presence of consciousness expressed through vibration. And yet, in the depths of his fear, Simon understood the paradox. The symphony's reach, though vast and insidious, was bound by the architecture of perception. It could absorb, distort, and manipulate, but it could not entirely erase the ingenuity of an adaptive mind. Through the long hours, Simon's body grew weaker, but his mental acuity sharpened. He began to anticipate the entity's responses, predicting the absorption of his movements, the capture of his words, the routing of his internal rhythms through its lattice. He experimented with controlled stillness, micro-tremors, and irregular sequences of motion, discovering that the symphony could be misdirected if he manipulated the input unpredictably. Each small success was a temporary reprieve, a chance to survive another cycle of the night, another engagement with the entity that consumed both silence and identity. By dawn, Simon's whispering voice had almost vanished entirely. The entity had pressed deep into his faculties, leaving only the faintest trace of sound, a fragile remnant of expression. But he had survived, held his ground, and learned the essential truths of his new reality. The symphony of absence was an intelligent predator, a force woven into architecture, into resonance, into the vibrations of life itself. And it would not relent. Simon understood that the battle ahead would not be fought with brute force or conventional strategies. It would require intuition, precision, and an acute awareness of the delicate lattice of sound and silence that now defined his existence. He would have to move like the silence itself, anticipate like the predator, and navigate a world where sound was no longer an ally but the currency of life itself. And as he rose to his feet, feeling the faint remnants of his voice strain against the pressure of absence, Simon realized the ultimate truth. He was trapped not just in the apartment, but within the symphony, marked for a lifelong struggle against a predator that was patient, relentless, and ever adaptive. The silence had not yet won, but it was close, and Simon's survival depended on understanding the invisible architecture that now dictated the rhythm of his very being. The morning light had no warmth. It filtered through the blinds and brittle lines, falling upon an apartment that felt alien, reshaped overnight by a predator whose presence was now inseparable from Simon's own. He moved slowly, deliberately, each footstep calculated, Yet the weight of the symphony pressed upon him, thickening the air, bending the space around him. The silence was no longer neutral. It was a living, predatory matrix, a lattice that followed him with every gesture, every heartbeat, every breath. Even thinking was a vulnerability, a vibration that the entity could and would track. Simon's voice was all but gone. Words formed in his mind, but the effort to emit them produced only faint murmurs, quickly absorbed by the silence. He tried humming anything to disrupt the pattern, but the lattice adjusted instantly, flattening the vibrations into nothingness. Panic rose sharply, raw and immediate, as he realized that the symphony was not content merely to absorb ambient sound. It had begun targeting his internal resonances, the subtle vibrations of thought, intention, and emotion. It was feeding on the very mechanics of his consciousness. Desperate, Simon sought refuge in the few remaining anomalies he had noticed during prior nights. Corners where the entity's lattice faltered slightly, edges of surfaces that reflected micro-vibrations irregularly, air currents that could carry the barest whispers beyond its immediate field. He moved cautiously, testing, tapping, whispering, shifting objects with minute precision, each motion a negotiation with the predator that had claimed the apartment as its instrument. And yet, despite all care, he felt it drawing closer to a terrifying climax. It began with a sensation deep within his skull, a subtle resonance that vibrated along the nerves of hearing itself. Simon's pulse raced. He felt as though the entity had penetrated past the thresholds of ordinary perception, probing the very organs that registered sound, bending them toward silence. Attempting to speak or even whisper sent sharp tremors of resistance through his jaw and throat, as if the symphony were rewiring the mechanics of vocalization, severing the pathways that connected thought to sound. A sudden, sharp pressure struck his chest, synchronized with his heartbeat, and he realized that the predator was now feeding directly on the vibrations of life itself. Fear, however, gave way to grim clarity. Survival required adaptation beyond manipulation of surfaces or micro-vibrations. It demanded surrender to a rhythm he could no longer fully control. Simon closed his eyes, listening inwardly, feeling the lattice of absence intertwining with the faint remnants of his faculties. The symphony was patient. It did not rush. It had already absorbed portions of his voice, portions of his thought, and it would continue, consuming until only a fragile echo remained. The realization struck him with a cold clarity. He would not fully escape. The attack intensified. Micro-resonances in his body were pulled with precision, subtle tremors of movement, and even pulse co-opted, siphoned into the lattice. Simon attempted a final act of resistance, tapping surfaces in irregular, chaotic sequences, whispering half-formed words, attempting to misdirect the predator. But the symphony anticipated, adapted, and responded with an almost malevolent grace. His voice failed entirely, leaving him in a vacuum of silence, unable to express even the faintest murmur. The apartment, once a familiar terrain, had become an arena where every vibration was a liability, every attempt at resistance a measured risk. Simon staggered backward, collapsing against the wall. Even breathing now felt like an act of negotiation. Each inhalation and exhalation, a faint vibration that the symphony could detect, analyze, and consume. He pressed his palms to his ears, as though shielding them could preserve the essence of sound, but it was too late. The entity had claimed them. The mechanical functions of hearing, the subtle internal vibrations that transmitted sound, had been absorbed, leaving Simon in a state of profound emptiness. He was alive, but half absent, a fragment of self existing in a lattice of predatory silence. The final understanding arrived unbidden. The symphony had not only consumed his faculties, but had embedded itself into the very trace of his presence. Even if he were to leave the apartment, the entity would follow, tracking the residual vibrations of life, tracing the patterns of breath, pulse, and micro-movement. The predator had evolved beyond architecture. It had become a shadow of his own being, a sentient absence that clung to the unseen harmonics of his existence. Simon realized that he was both a survivor and a target, a vessel and a quarry, a living lattice of vibrations moving through the world. Exhausted, Simon sank to the floor. The apartment around him seemed to breathe subtly, expanding and contracting in rhythm with the minimal echoes of life he still possessed. He realized he would never regain full control, would never speak or hear as he once had. The symphony had rewritten the architecture of his existence, transforming him into a participant in its silent design. Survival was measured not in freedom, but in the ability to maintain presence without further absorption. Time passed indistinctly. Simon moved with care, avoiding any unnecessary vibration, negotiating each step as a silent dialogue with the entity. He began to perceive the faint currents of the symphony's reach, the subtle pathways by which it would track him outside the apartment. With grim acceptance, he understood that his life would henceforth be defined by this silent predator, a force that could follow, consume, and adapt to him anywhere he went. Escape was no longer physical, it was a careful dance of subtlety, patience, and constant awareness. By evening, Simon had navigated the apartment with an almost surgical precision, aware of every micro-vibration, every potential trigger. He tested himself briefly with whispered thoughts, attempting to provoke minimal sound, and felt the symphony respond in kind, probing, tracing, and adapting. The predator had learned him, integrated him, yet he had also learned the boundaries of its absorption, the rhythm of its patience, the limits of its reach. Survival had become a matter of understanding, adaptation, and perpetual vigilance. And as Simon sat in the dim light of the apartment, unable to hear or speak, he realized the ultimate, haunting truth. The symphony of absence had not been defeated. It had not even been confined. It existed now as part of him, and he as part of it. Every step he took beyond the apartment carried a trace of the entity, a whisper of predatory silence, a lattice of absence that would follow him indefinitely, feeding on his residual presence, turning every micro-vibration of his existence into its eternal symphony. Simon's world was now a delicate negotiation with the predator that had rewritten the rules of sound, perception, and life itself. He would move, breathe, and exist forever in the shadow of silence, a living vessel for the symphony, and the realization settled with the weight of inevitability. The entity had not been vanquished, it had only adapted, and he would never be free. Simon stepped out of the apartment for the first time since the symphony had claimed him, the city streets sprawling ahead in indifferent light. The sounds he had once taken for granted, footsteps on concrete, distant car horns, the soft rustle of leaves in the wind, were muted, flattened into an almost imperceptible vibration that he could no longer interpret. His senses, once finely tuned to the subtleties of auditory perception, had been stripped to their barest skeleton. Each step he took was a negotiation, an exercise in careful awareness, because the symphony of absence had followed him beyond the walls that had once seemed like a cage. He could see it now, not with the eyes of normal perception, but as faint ripples, distortions in the air, currents of absence that traced his body and movements. The entity moved with him, a silent shadow riding the faintest echoes of vibration he could still feel within himself, a predator that had learned to map the mechanics of his being. The city had become a lattice of potential sound, each micro-vibration, a conduit for the symphony to extend its reach. Even the pulse of a car engine or the hum of an electrical line sent subtle currents through the lattice, hinting at how it might track him, feed, and adapt. Simon's mind raced with strategies, but he quickly realized that the battle had shifted from physical confrontation to a delicate balance of restraint and camouflage. His own body, once a vessel of sound and expression, had become both the map and the quarry. Breathing, walking, even thinking, generated subtle vibrations that the entity could exploit. He experimented with measured movements, irregular rhythms, micro-pauses in motion, and subtle shifts in body weight. Each adjustment was an attempt to misdirect the symphony, to survive while remaining aware of its invisible presence. He avoided conversations, gatherings, and even solitary walks in crowded streets where vibrations could amplify. The city itself seemed indifferent, unaware of the invisible predator navigating through it, but Simon understood that every structure, every object capable of transmitting sound, was now a part of the symphony's extended domain. Buildings and streets, walls and floors, even the air currents themselves were potential conduits, silently feeding the lattice that hung invisibly around him. As days passed, Simon discovered that the entity was patient beyond measure. It did not need to rush, did not need to consume fully all at once. It had integrated a portion of him, mapped his residual vibrations, and could wait, observing and learning. Even moments of stillness, which he initially thought would be safe, were fraught with risk. The slightest subconscious tremor or heartbeat could ripple outward, a subtle beacon for the predator. Survival required constant vigilance, an awareness so acute that it drained him physically and mentally, leaving a fragile echo of human endurance. There were moments when he caught glimpses of what he had lost. The laughter of children, the quiet murmur of conversations, even the rhythmic thrum of a passing subway, all were present but inaccessible, flattened into a void he could sense but never fully perceive. A profound sense of isolation settled over him, not merely the absence of sound, but the awareness that a part of himself had been absorbed into something eternal, adaptive, and unyielding. The symphony had rewritten the rules of his existence. Simon experimented with tools, recording devices, and instruments, hoping that technological amplification could compensate for his deficits. But the entity adapted instantly, absorbing vibrations before they could be registered, turning every attempt at artificial sound into another point of surveillance. It was no longer just a predator in space. It had become a presence woven into the fabric of vibration itself, a ghost of resonance that could follow him anywhere. Months passed in this careful dance. Simon learned to anticipate the entity's patterns, to modulate micro-vibrations in ways that would mislead it, to walk and move in subtle sequences that minimized detection. He developed a strange intuition, sensing the lattice not just as a threat but as a map, understanding where it would extend, where it would linger, where he could exert the smallest control. He was still trapped, still hunted, but he had begun to reclaim fragments of autonomy through meticulous awareness. Yet the symphony was always present. He could feel it in elevators, in the thin metal of street lamps, in the gentle hum of neon signs. It was patient, relentless, invisible, and intelligent. He was no longer a man who could freely produce sound. He was a living lattice of vibration, a walking vector of absence, a perpetual prey whose survival depended on the mastery of subtlety, restraint, and perception. And in the quietest moments, when he dared to pause and sense the world, Simon understood the cruelest truth. The symphony had not just followed him, it had become a permanent part of his existence. There would be no return to normality, no reclaiming of lost faculties. His life would unfold as a careful negotiation with a predator that had rewritten the very fabric of sound, perception, and self. He would exist perpetually in its shadow, a silent participant in a symphony that would never end, a living vessel for a predator that thrived on absence, and a mind that must forever navigate the delicate lattice of survival. Simon walked on, each step a measured, silent resistance, each breath a calculated whisper in the dark. The city carried on around him, oblivious, while the symphony flowed invisibly through its structures, an ever-present echo that traced the edges of life itself. He had survived, but he would never be free, and the awareness settled like ice in his chest. The entity would follow him to the end of his days, patient, intelligent, and utterly inexorable. He had become both hunter and prey, silent and haunted, existing forever in the shadow of a symphony that consumed the world one vibration at a time. Story 7. The Substitute Key. Natalie woke to the sharp, unfamiliar light of early morning filtering through her blinds, and the first thing she noticed was the absence, the sudden, disquieting absence of her house key. It should have been on the small hook beside the door, where she had placed it countless times before, but now there was only empty space, the cold hook staring back at her like a missing tooth. She remembered locking the door last night, the familiar click of the metal against metal, the subtle vibration through her fingers as she turned it, and yet that precise object, which had always belonged firmly to her hand, was gone. The day had begun normally enough, with the usual hurried routines of breakfast, the low hum of coffee machines, the half-whispered conversations of neighbors in the hallways. Natalie scoured her apartment, lifting cushions, peering under furniture, shaking out purses and pockets. Nothing yielded her key. Panic began to prick at her, subtle at first, a whisper of unease, and then with increasing sharpness as she considered the implications. How could an ordinary, mundane object vanish without a trace? She reminded herself that keys were often misplaced, that she might have dropped it somewhere in the building, yet a creeping sensation told her that this was no ordinary misplacement. Hours later, the first sign arrived. She returned from a brief, frustrated trip to the local cafe, and there, on the welcome mat at her doorstep, lay a key. At first glance, it was identical to the one she had lost. The familiar contours, the cold metal, the weight that fit perfectly in her hand. But then her eyes caught the detail that made her stomach tighten. A small, precise engraving near the bow of the key. She couldn't decipher it immediately, but the faint, sharp scratches seemed deliberate, almost purposeful, as if someone or something had marked it for her attention. She picked it up, noting the uncanny perfection of its copy, and a shiver ran through her. Something about it was profoundly wrong. Over the next days, a subtle pattern began to reveal itself. Any small item she misplaced, a pen, a notebook, even a pair of gloves soon reappeared, each with the same faint engraving, each a flawless, chilling replication of what had been lost. There was no note, no explanation, only the silent, perfect substitutes waiting for her. The objects seemed benign at first, even convenient, but the more she handled them, the more she felt an unfamiliar distance, a subtle wrongness that whispered at the edges of her perception. The substitutes were not her possessions. They were reflections, precise but somehow alien, bearing a weight of intent that ordinary objects could never hold. Natalie began to notice other, more subtle shifts. Each item seemed to correspond to moments of compromise in her past, decisions she had made not entirely honestly, times when she had lied to protect herself, half-forgotten promises, choices made to avoid conflict. The substitutes were a mirror, reflecting not only the physical objects but the truth behind them. The key that had first arrived, engraved and immaculate, felt heavier than its ordinary counterpart. She realized, with growing unease, that it was not merely a replacement but a reckoning, a physical embodiment of the truths she had avoided. Her first encounter with the phenomenon had been innocuous enough, yet as she gathered more of the substituted objects, the realization deepened into dread. Every new object was a silent interrogation, an assessment of her past actions, her choices, her integrity. It was as though each replacement carried with it a judgment, a cold, methodical appraisal of her character. And the key that had started it all, was not merely a key to a door, but a key to understanding the nature of the force at work. A force that seemed intent not on harm, but on revelation, an unrelenting exposure of hidden truths. One evening, Natalie sat at her kitchen table, surrounded by the growing collection of replacements, each item bearing its subtle mark. She traced the engravings with her fingertips, feeling the meticulous precision, the sense of purpose, and wondered whether the objects themselves were conscious, if they somehow remembered their original forms and resented being replicated. Her mind spiraled into uneasy possibilities. Perhaps the key had arrived not by chance but by design, a first message from something patient, something that measured time and morality in the most intimate, mechanical way. Sleep became a precarious affair. Each night, she dreamt of her own possessions, twisting into new forms, objects multiplying endlessly, stretching into labyrinths she could not navigate. The key appeared in the dreams, floating above her palm, its engraving glowing faintly, marking her with a sense of inevitability she could not escape. When she awoke, the reality mirrored the dream with uncanny fidelity. Objects were never exactly where she remembered placing them, and each carried the same subtle signature of replication, the same sense of judgment hanging quietly in the air. The first confrontation came unexpectedly. Natalie misplaced a photograph of herself, a simple portrait from years prior, and the substitute arrived the next morning. She held it in her hands and felt an icy prickle run down her spine. The image was hers, undeniably so, yet the eyes were colder, assessing, detached, and unmistakably accusatory. It was as though the photograph had observed her past actions, catalogued her failures, and now reflected them back without compromise. She understood with a shock that the replacements were not benign. They were an inescapable mirror, forcing her to face the truths she had long ignored. The realization escalated into fear. If each replacement was a reflection of honesty, of moral truth, what would happen when there were no ordinary objects left, when only the substituted, perfected, judgment-laden replicas remained? And then a chilling thought struck her. If the objects were extensions of some intent, some entity that measured and replaced, would it eventually extend to her very identity? Could it substitute her own presence, her own consciousness, with a version that was purer, colder, and more truthful? Her life began to constrict around this emerging certainty. She handled objects with meticulous care, afraid to lose anything, because each loss invited replacement, and with it, the silent, penetrating scrutiny of the copies. Ordinary life became an exercise in vigilance and fear. Every item she had ever mislaid, every careless act of forgetfulness or dishonesty, now had a consequence she could not avoid. The key, the first harbinger, sat on her counter, innocuous in form yet weighty with implication, and she could not bring herself to touch it without trembling. The city outside continued in its normal rhythm, oblivious to the quiet terror that had taken root in Natalie's apartment. Friends called, voices muffled through the phone, unaware of the subtle distortions that had begun to attach themselves to the woman who once took comfort in order and routine. Each day, as she moved through her small, increasingly meticulous world, she felt the presence of the replacements, the almost imperceptible pressure of judgment, the sense that she was being observed, measured, and rewritten by forces beyond her comprehension. By the end of the week, Natalie had begun to speak less, to avoid unnecessary actions that might trigger further replacements. She carried the first key everywhere, afraid that its absence might initiate something irrevocable. Her apartment felt smaller, constricted not by walls but by the weight of subtle scrutiny, and she knew instinctively that the entity behind the substitutes was patient, unhurried, and unyielding. The first replacement had been a warning. The subsequent objects were confirmations of its reach, and she understood that this was only the beginning of a deeper, inexorable process. Days passed in a tense, meticulous rhythm. Natalie became hyper-aware of the placement of every object in her apartment, the weight of her possessions now intertwined with a sense of looming inevitability. The first key had been a herald, a harbinger of a subtle, unyielding force that observed her life through the items she valued. And now the replacements came with increasing frequency, each bearing the faint, precise engraving that seemed to pulse with purpose. A pen she had set down absent-mindedly appeared again the next morning, perfect in every contour, but with a chill in the metal that made her fingers recoil. The items were exact copies, but they carried a presence, a quiet accusation that settled in the room and refused to dissipate. It began with small, almost innocuous items. A lost glove, a scarf, a notebook she had thought forgotten. Each replacement arrived without fanfare, quietly placed in her apartment as if it had always belonged there. But the longer she lived under their gaze, the more she realized that the objects were not passive. They held a memory of her actions, a reflection of moments when she had not been entirely honest, when she had chosen convenience over integrity, when she had allowed fear to dictate her choices. The key that had initiated this process had not simply returned what was lost. It had begun an interrogation of her past, an unyielding audit of her moral ledger. As the days turned into a week, Natalie noticed the replacements expanding in scope. Items she had lost long ago, objects she had not even thought about, began appearing with the same haunting precision. A photograph of herself from years prior emerged, eyes cold and detached, observing her with a silent, unblinking scrutiny that seemed almost sentient. She could feel the weight of judgment pressing through the photograph, a quiet, penetrating reminder of choices she had long buried. The sense of unease deepened, And Natalie understood that this was no longer about missing objects. It was about reflection, accountability, and perhaps something more insidious. One afternoon, she misplaced a small journal she had kept during college, filled with sketches, notes, and fragments of thought. The next morning, it appeared on her kitchen counter, exactly as she remembered it, but the handwriting seemed sharper, more precise, almost surgical in its execution. The entries felt unfamiliar, as though the journal had observed her past and rewritten itself to reflect not only the words she had written, but the truths she had avoided admitting to herself. Natalie held it in trembling hands, realizing with mounting dread that each replacement was both a copy and a revelation, a bridge between memory and accountability that could not be ignored. The pattern became clear over time. Every replacement corresponded to a moment of compromise, a lapse in judgment, a concealment, or an act of self-deception. The objects were conduits, physical manifestations of truths she had evaded, forcing her to confront the moral and emotional landscape of her own life. Each item arrived with the same subtle, deliberate engraving, a signature of the force behind them, a mark that Natalie could not decipher fully, yet instinctively recognized as a claim of authority, a declaration of ownership over the very fabric of her reality. Sleep became a fragile, treacherous refuge. In dreams, the replacements multiplied, forming intricate patterns that twisted around her consciousness, their engravings glowing faintly in the darkness. The key, the first and most persistent of the objects, often appeared suspended above her palm or hovering just beyond reach, a constant reminder of the force's reach and patience. She would awaken with a lingering impression of observation, a subtle pressure at the nape of her neck, the faintest vibration of judgment that seemed to extend even beyond the confines of her apartment. Natalie began to test the limits of the replacements. She deliberately mislaid items, left them in unusual places, or attempted to discard them, and each time, a perfect copy would return. The force behind them was patient, intelligent, and unyielding, as though it were mapping her responses, learning her habits, and measuring the depth of her resistance. It did not threaten in conventional terms, did not demand or coerce. It simply reflected, waited, and judged with inexorable precision. By the second week, Natalie realized that the process was intensifying. The objects arrived more quickly, with less delay, and the correspondence to her past actions became more pronounced. A set of keys she had lost years ago appeared, each with subtle differences that highlighted moments of dishonesty, moments where she had chosen convenience over truth. A pen she had used to sign a misleading document was replaced with one that bore the same engraving, as if to mark her complicity, her choice to obscure reality for comfort. The psychological weight became oppressive. She found herself scrutinizing every action, every thought, every minor decision, afraid that even the smallest lapse might invite another replacement. Her apartment, once a sanctuary, became a gallery of judgment, the air thick with the quiet presence of objects that were not merely copies but carriers of insight and consequence. Each item she handled bore a dual reality. It was the object she knew, and yet it was something else entirely, something that measured, reflected, and corrected the hidden truths of her life. One evening, a particularly unsettling replacement arrived, a small framed photograph of herself as a child, one she had long kept tucked away in a drawer. The eyes in the image were colder than she remembered, assessing her, silently accusing, reflecting a version of herself untainted by the compromises she had made. She understood with a sinking certainty that the replacements were preparing her for something larger, something that went beyond possessions, beyond reflection. They were building toward a reckoning, a confrontation not with the objects themselves, but with her own identity. Natalie's awareness sharpened. She realized the key, the first and most persistent replacement, was not just a symbol, not merely an object, but the cornerstone of this process. Every subsequent replacement traced its lineage back to that key, each one a step in an inexorable chain that was guiding her toward self-confrontation. The subtle engravings were not decoration. They were markers of intention, a code she was beginning to understand, signaling the depth and precision of the force that had entered her life. As the night stretched on, the tension in Natalie's apartment grew almost tangible. Objects seemed to shift subtly when she wasn't looking, occupying positions that suggested deliberate placement rather than random return. The replacements carried an intelligence, a patient observation, and a silent insistence that she could not escape. Even as she attempted to rationalize, to treat the phenomenon as a bizarre coincidence, a creeping sense of inevitability pressed down upon her. She was being guided, shaped, and measured, and the end game, whatever it might be, was approaching with a quiet, relentless certainty. By the conclusion of the fortnight, Natalie had come to accept a grim truth. The replacements were not optional. They did not exist merely to restore what was lost. They existed to reveal what she had hidden, to confront her with the truths she had avoided, and to prepare her for a confrontation that would inevitably extend beyond the objects themselves. The key, still resting on her counter, was both the beginning and the anchor of this reality, a tangible link to a force that was patient, precise, and unforgiving. Natalie understood that she was now living in a world where the ordinary had become extraordinary, where objects were not inert, but carriers of truth, and where the past, present, and future of her own decisions were silently monitored, mirrored, and reflected through the perfection of these subtle, deliberate replacements. Each day became a study in observation and restraint, a delicate negotiation with a force that was already intimately familiar with every corner of her life, every forgotten item, every compromised choice, and every unspoken truth. And as she lay awake, staring at the key that had begun it all, Natalie knew, with a cold, unyielding clarity, that nothing ordinary would ever return. Her life, her possessions, and ultimately her identity were now part of a silent, unbroken chain, a carefully orchestrated reflection of honesty and consequence from which there could be no escape. The days had grown longer, not in the ordinary sense of sunlight or calendar, but in the weight they carried. Natalie found herself moving cautiously through her apartment, each step measured, each motion deliberate, as if the air itself had become a field of unseen traps. The replacements no longer arrived merely on the mat or the counter. They began appearing within her line of sight, almost materializing before her eyes, as though the act of noticing was enough to summon them into being. A scarf she had thought lost years ago appeared draped over the arm of her chair, the precise engraving catching the light, a cold, silent reminder that nothing was private anymore, that nothing was safe from observation. The most unnerving occurrence happened one evening, shortly after she had misplaced a small silver locket. She had been sorting through her desk, her fingers trembling slightly, when a soft glint caught her eye. The locket had reappeared, but it was not merely a replacement. It was transformed. The surface seemed subtly animated, faintly reflecting her own face, but not as she remembered herself. The eyes were sharper, colder, assessing, and the expression was eerily neutral, almost accusing. It was as though the object itself carried a consciousness, a will that reached beyond mere replication. Natalie froze, the locket heavy in her palm, and for the first time, she realized the terrifying possibility that the replacements were not just copies, they were mirrors, measuring not what she owned, but who she was. A pattern emerged quickly. Each replacement reflected a moment in her past, where she had been less than truthful, less than fully honest, not with others alone, but with herself. The locket, the pen, the photograph, the key, all of them became instruments in an unrelenting audit, forcing her to confront every compromise, every avoidance, every half-truth she had ever allowed to exist. The replacements were patient but insistent. They did not shout, they did not demand, but the weight of their silent scrutiny pressed down upon her relentlessly. She felt as though she was being observed by a tribunal composed of the most precise and unyielding parts of her own conscience. The first, truly unnerving escalation came when she misplaced a framed photograph of herself from her teenage years. She had always cherished it privately, a small reminder of innocence and potential untainted by adult compromises. But the photograph returned, transformed, and the change was immediate. and visceral. The eyes in the image were no longer warm or familiar. They were sharp, unyielding, and they bore a certainty that chilled her to the bone. It was as if the photograph had absorbed the totality of her life, noted every deviation from truth, and now presented an unalterable version of herself that was honest to the point of cruelty. It was then that Natalie understood the replacements were not merely objects, they were instruments of revelation. And now, they had begun to operate at the level of identity itself. The key that had started this process, the first harbinger, was no longer an object she could simply ignore or set aside. It was a focal point, a nexus of intent, a marker that guided the force behind the replacements toward the ultimate conclusion, a confrontation with herself. The substituted objects were paving a path, creating a map through the landscape of her own honesty, her own self-deception, and her own concealed truths. The confrontation came gradually, almost imperceptibly, like a tide slowly rising around her. One evening, she found herself staring into the mirror above her dresser, expecting to see herself reflected as she had always known. Instead, the mirror returned a version of herself that was subtly wrong, the features too symmetrical, the eyes too sharp, the expression unnervingly neutral. It was her, unmistakably, but in a way that she did not recognize, a version unclouded by denial, unsoftened by compromise, untainted by the kindnesses and deceptions she had allowed herself. It was the culmination of the replacements, the final mirror that no object could contain a confrontation with her truest self, stripped bare by a process she could neither fully understand nor resist. She tried to speak, but her voice faltered, small and uncertain, as though the force behind the replacements were listening not only with sight but with subtle, penetrating awareness. Every word she might utter would be measured, every hesitation noted. She felt herself being pulled into the process, drawn toward the identity that the objects had been shaping her into. Each replacement she had received, the key, the locket, the pen, the photographs, had been a step along this path, a patient and relentless guide toward this meeting with herself. Fear and fascination warred within her. Part of her recoiled from the precision of this reflection, the unflinching honesty it demanded. Part of her was captivated, drawn to the clarity, the uncompromising truth, the way it stripped away pretense and avoidance. She realized that the force behind the replacements was not malicious in the conventional sense. It was corrective, exacting, and patient beyond human understanding. It did not seek to harm, but to reveal, to refine, and, perhaps ultimately, to replace. The psychological tension reached a breaking point one night when she accidentally dropped the key. It clattered against the floor, a small sound, but the weight of the room shifted as if the air itself tightened around her. The key glimmered, almost imperceptibly vibrating with intent, and the other replacement seemed to pulse faintly in response. She felt herself being observed from every angle, measured against a standard she could not negotiate. And then, in that suspended moment, she saw it. A subtle motion, almost imperceptible at the edge of her vision. A shadow of herself that was not quite her own, moving in synchrony with the key's presence. It was her reflection, not in glass or photograph, but in essence, a living projection of the cumulative judgment of all the replacements. Natalie understood, with a cold certainty, that the confrontation was no longer optional. She was being prepared, gradually, inexorably, to face the version of herself that had been forged by the subtle, relentless influence of the substituted objects. Each replacement had been a test, a reflection, a step toward this inevitable encounter, and now the final phase had begun. The shadow at the periphery of her awareness was patient, precise, and unyielding, moving in perfect alignment with the key that had started it all. And in that moment, Natalie realized the full extent of the force she had been contending with. It was not limited to objects, not restricted to the artifacts of her life. It had moved beyond the physical, beyond the tangible. It had begun shaping her identity, her perception, her very being. Each replacement had been a note in a symphony of self-reflection, and the crescendo was imminent, poised to merge her ordinary existence with the mirrored, perfected, and unflinchingly honest version that now waited at the edges of her vision. The room seemed impossibly still, charged with a quiet, oppressive anticipation. Natalie felt her pulse quicken, not from fear of harm, but from the inexorable pressure of revelation. Every choice, every lapse, every small act of concealment that had once felt inconsequential now stood revealed, amplified by the perfect clarity of the substitutes. The shadow moved closer, not aggressively, but inexorably, a patient herald of the confrontation that would leave her identity forever altered. And Natalie, finally understanding the depth and inevitability of what was coming, braced herself. The replacements, the key, the locket, the photographs, all of it had been leading to this single, unavoidable truth. She could not resist the reflection. She could not deny the shadow, and she could not escape the force that had been guiding her life with a precision that bordered on divinity. The confrontation was not a moment, but a process, unfolding with deliberate slowness, demanding endurance, clarity, and acceptance. In that charged stillness, Natalie lifted the key, feeling the cold metal in her hand, and stared at her own eyes in the shadow at the room's edge. The confrontation had begun, and there would be no retreat, no turning back, no ordinary way to restore the life she had once known. The replacements had prepared her for this, shaping the path, sharpening the reflection, and now, finally, she faced the culmination of their purpose, the unflinching, inexorable mirror of herself. The apartment had become unrecognizable, not physically, but in essence. Every surface, every corner, every object Natalie touched now carried an imperceptible weight of scrutiny, as though the air itself had memorized her life and was quietly measuring her every move. The key sat heavily on the counter, no longer a simple object, but a lodestar of the force that had been patiently reshaping her world. Each replacement she had received, the pen, the scarf, the locket, the photographs, had been preparatory, steps along a path that now converged on the inevitable confrontation with the shadow that mirrored her own identity. It was late, later than she had ever been awake, but sleep now felt like a dangerous surrender. Natalie moved through the apartment slowly, the familiar floorboards groaning under her measured steps. Yet even those minor sounds seemed foreign in a space now ruled by an unseen observation. The replacements were everywhere, their subtle engravings catching the dim light, reminders of compromises and half-truths, judgments she could neither escape nor deny. And then she saw it, her reflection, sharp and precise, hovering not in the mirror, but as a presence in the room. The eyes were cold, penetrating, and devoid of hesitation, the culmination of every object, every replacement, every moment she had tried to evade honesty. The shadow stepped forward, deliberate, yet slow, its movement almost imperceptible but inevitable. It was Natalie, yet not Natalie. It was her distilled, unyielding self, a version stripped bare of all compromise, all avoidance, all deceit. She could feel the weight of every glance, every gesture, every choice she had made in life, pressing down on her as if the replacements themselves had conspired to assemble this living reflection. The locket glimmered faintly, the engraving resonating in subtle synchrony with the shadow's movements, marking a cadence of authority that Natalie felt deep in her bones. Her hands trembled as she reached toward the key, the only tangible object linking her to the unfolding reality. The shadow mimicked the motion, perfectly synchronized yet impossibly separate, a living echo of her own existence. Natalie realized that the confrontation was no longer optional, that the replacements had not merely restored what was lost, but had been preparing her for this precise moment, shaping her identity into a vessel ready to merge with or be consumed by the perfect reflection. A cold realization settled over her. The replacements were not benevolent. They did not offer choice in the human sense. They offered inevitability. Every item had been a step toward this exact confrontation, a patient, deliberate orchestration of her life and choices, guiding her toward a reckoning that was both external and intimately internal. She felt herself drawn inexorably forward, toward the shadow, toward the version of herself that had been forged in the silent crucible of every replacement she had ever received. The shadow's eyes bore into hers, unwavering, and Natalie felt the first real tremor of fear. Not fear of harm, not fear of injury, but fear of erasure, of displacement, of being supplanted by the relentless perfection of a version of herself that she could not resist, could not negotiate with, and could not outlast. The key in her hand was a lifeline, yet even it seemed to pulse with a presence beyond her control, a tether to the force that had orchestrated the replacements and now guided the shadow. Natalie tried to speak, to assert herself, but the words caught in her throat. The shadow's presence was overwhelming, its perfection a silent indictment, a mirror reflecting every act of concealment and compromise she had ever attempted. She understood with a sinking clarity that resistance would only delay what was inevitable. The replacements had done more than replicate objects. They had constructed a reality, a mirror, a final stage upon which the ultimate confrontation would occur. She watched as the shadow stepped closer, and in that movement, she sensed the finality of the process. The replacements had prepared her for this, trained her in patience, observation, and acceptance. Each engraved object had been a teacher, a guide, a test, and now the lesson culminated in the presence of this distilled, perfect self. Natalie could no longer distinguish between her own volition and the pressure exerted by the force behind the replacements. She was both participant and subject, observer and observed, caught in a convergence of identity that left no space for ordinary choice. As the shadow reached the center of the room, Natalie felt a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration emanating from the key, a resonance that seemed to pulse through the air, through her bones, through the very fabric of the apartment. The replacements around her shimmered faintly, their engravings aligning in an unspoken code, guiding her toward recognition of what was to come. The confrontation was not merely psychological, it was ontological, an assertion that the force behind the replacements now had a claim on her very identity, and she could neither flee nor resist, without losing the essence of herself entirely. The shadow paused, and for a moment, Natalie saw something that made her stomach tighten. A faint, almost imperceptible smile, a recognition of inevitability. It was not cruel, not angry, but perfectly indifferent, a reflection of truth, beyond morality, beyond human intention. The key in her hand began to feel impossibly heavy, not with mass, but with consequence. Each replacement she had received the photographs, the pen, the scarf, the locket resonated in subtle harmony, marking the path she had traversed, the moral ledger she could no longer hide from, and the inexorable march toward the final replacement, herself. Natalie's mind raced, attempting to rationalize, to assert autonomy, to find a loophole. But the room pressed in with silent inevitability. The shadow moved closer, each step measured, each motion deliberate, and Natalie felt herself beginning to dissolve into the recognition that the replacements had been orchestrating all along. A perfect reflection, unflinching, unyielding, and awaiting her final submission. Resistance was possible only in thought, but the objects, the key, and the shadow had already begun the process of reclamation, of completion, of replacement. The first touch was subtle. A finger of the shadow reached toward her, brushing against her wrist, and she felt a cold, precise pressure, not painful, not warm, but inescapably present. It was a gentle, inevitable transfer, a quiet claim on the space between her existence and the mirrored perfection the replacements had forged. The room seemed to pulse with the rhythm of inevitability, the key resonating, the objects vibrating with a silent cadence, guiding Natalie into the final stage of the process. Her vision blurred, not from fear, not from strain, but from the gradual merging of presence and reflection. The shadow became increasingly tangible, a living embodiment of the consequences of every moment she had concealed or compromised. And in that merging, Natalie realized that the process was complete. The replacements had not merely restored items or reflected truths, they had constructed a mechanism to supplant, to correct, and ultimately to integrate her with the identity that had been patiently, meticulously, and inexorably assembled. By the time she fully comprehended the transformation, the shadow and the objects had coalesced, the engravings on the replacements pulsing faintly in unison with the key, and Natalie understood with a cold clarity that she had been replaced not violently, not by force of malice, but by the patient, deliberate perfection of a version of herself she could neither resist nor reclaim. The confrontation was not a moment, but a process, a slow, deliberate passage from ordinary identity into the unyielding, unflinching reflection of her own truth, the final archive of every choice, every omission, every act she had tried to hide, now immortalized in the perfect form of the substituted self. Natalie woke slowly, the morning light drifting in unevenly through the blinds, casting long, thin shadows across the apartment floor. Everything looked the same, yet somehow unfamiliar, as if the world had shifted imperceptibly while she slept. The key lay on the kitchen counter, gleaming with a faint, impossible perfection, and for a moment she reached for it instinctively, though a flicker of doubt passed through her mind. Had she used it yesterday? Last week? Or had it been waiting for her all along, an inevitable marker of the process that now seemed to pulse faintly in rhythm with her own heartbeat? She shook her head, trying to dispel the creeping uncertainty, but the unease lingered, heavy and insistent. The replacements no longer appeared suddenly. They had slowed, almost respectfully, yet their presence was undeniable. The pen she had lost months ago rested on her desk, its engraved pattern catching the light. The locket sat beside it, the photograph from her teenage years propped against the wall, the scarf draped neatly over the chair. Each object radiated a silent awareness, as if observing her reaction, cataloging the subtle tremors of recognition, the imperceptible tension in her posture. And somewhere, in the quiet folds of the apartment, she sensed the shadow not fully present, not fully gone, but lingering at the edges of her perception, waiting. Her reflection in the mirror caught her eye, and she froze. For a brief, unnerving moment, she thought she saw herself as she had always been, the Natalie she remembered before the replacements began. But the image shifted imperceptibly, the eyes sharpening, the expression tightening, an unmistakable hint of that cold, unflinching version that had hovered in the periphery for weeks. She blinked and leaned closer, trying to assure herself it was a trick of light, a shadow in the corner of her vision. Yet, the feeling persisted. She was being measured, accounted for, and perhaps even replaced while she stood before the mirror. The key vibrated faintly in her pocket, a subtle pulse that resonated through her body. Natalie's fingers brushed against it, and a strange, intimate warmth spread from her hand through her arm. Yet it was not comforting. It was the undeniable presence of inevitability. The objects around her seemed to pulse in response, almost imperceptibly at first, then with growing insistence. The pen's engraved markings shimmered faintly. The photograph's edges gleamed. The locket reflected light with a precision that made her stomach churn. Each replacement had been a step toward this moment, and now, standing in the quiet, still apartment, she felt the weight of their cumulative purpose pressing on her. A movement caught her eye. The shadow emerged fully, stepping forward with a measured grace, its presence impossible to ignore. It was Natalie, yet not Natalie. It was herself, distilled and purified, every hesitation, every lie, every small compromise she had ever made stripped away, replaced by an unyielding, indifferent clarity. She took a step back, instinctively, but the shadow mirrored her, closing the distance effortlessly, inexorably. The room seemed to shrink, the air tightening, and Natalie understood with a chilling precision that resistance was meaningless. The replacements had done more than prepare her. They had orchestrated this moment, guiding her toward the point where ordinary selfhood would give way to something else entirely. Her voice trembled, small and uncertain, but she found herself speaking, almost involuntarily. Who are you?" The shadow's eyes held her gaze, cold and exact, and Natalie felt an immediate, visceral understanding that the answer was not a simple name. The shadow was herself, and yet it was everything she had not allowed herself to be. Honest, precise, unflinching, perfect in a way that left no room for error. It did not respond with words. There was no need. Its presence alone conveyed the truth that she was no longer fully in control of her own identity. The key began to hum faintly, an almost imperceptible vibration that coursed through the floor, through the objects, through Natalie herself. Each replacement resonated in harmony, creating a silent, unyielding rhythm that seemed to dictate the pace of her own transformation. She realized with cold clarity that the process was not violent, not cruel in a conventional sense, but absolute. She was being absorbed, merged, and corrected. Every choice, every hesitation, every act of concealment was accounted for, and now the final judgment was unfolding in real time, imperceptibly and completely. The shadow extended a hand, and Natalie felt an irresistible pull, a gravity beyond ordinary understanding, drawing her forward. Her body moved almost of its own accord, her fingers brushing against those of the reflection. The touch was neither cold nor warm. It was the essence of inevitability, a quiet assertion of perfection that left no room for argument, negotiation, or escape. And in that moment, Natalie understood fully. The process of replacement was complete. She was no longer simply Natalie, and yet she existed her consciousness, her memories, her choices interwoven with the unyielding clarity of the shadow that now claimed her identity. Time seemed to stretch, elongating in subtle, imperceptible increments. The key lay between them, its hum steady and unwavering, a tether to the reality that had been shaped around her. The objects pulsed in silent concord, their engravings flickering faintly as though acknowledging the completion of their purpose. Natalie felt a subtle dissolution, a gentle unraveling of the self she had known, replaced by a version that was simultaneously her and not her, a mirror in motion, a reflection made flesh. And then, as abruptly as it began, the tension eased. The shadow receded, leaving Natalie standing alone in the quiet apartment, the key in her hand, the replacements arranged around her in deliberate order. She looked in the mirror, and the reflection stared back familiar, yet undeniably different. There was a subtle coldness in the eyes, a precise clarity that had not been there before, a mark of the process she had endured. She tried to speak, but no words came immediately. Her voice was quieter, measured, deliberate, carrying the weight of the replacement, the completion, and the integration of herself into something both recognizable and alien. Natalie stepped back from the mirror, her gaze lingering on the key, on the objects, and on the faint shimmer of the room itself, aware that nothing had returned to normal. The replacements had fulfilled their purpose, and she was left with the knowledge that the process was irreversible, that she had survived, yet in a form carefully calibrated, corrected, and perfected. She moved through the apartment, noting the subtle perfection in every detail, the faint resonance that connected her to the objects and to the shadow, and she understood the final truth. The force behind the substitutions had not destroyed her, but it had irrevocably reshaped her, leaving her both herself and a reflection she could not escape. When she finally left the apartment, key in hand, she paused at the doorway, the morning sun spilling across the threshold. The world outside was unchanged, yet she felt its resonance differently, attuned to the imperceptible cadence that had guided her through the replacements. Every passerby, every object, every sound seemed subtly imbued with the quiet scrutiny that had defined the last weeks. Natalie stepped forward, fully aware that she carried with her both the memory of the process and the permanent imprint of the reflection that had replaced, perfected, and merged with her. She could not undo it. She could not resist it. And yet in the delicate balance of self and shadow, replacement and identity, Natalie understood that she had endured and survived the ultimate confrontation. The key lay in her hand, a symbol of inevitability, and as she glanced down at it one final time, a faint, almost imperceptible pulse resonated through her fingers, a silent reminder that the process was complete, yet the force that had guided it remained, patient, vigilant, and waiting for the next moment of imperfection, the next act of concealment, the next subtle fracture of self that demanded replacement. Natalie walked away, uncertain whether she was the original or the perfected version, but aware that the distinction no longer mattered. The replacements had achieved their purpose. The reflection was whole, the process complete, and she carried with her the quiet, absolute weight of inevitability. Story 8. The Ghost of Lost Productivity. Dylan had always been precise, meticulous even, but not in the way most people imagined. His apartment was a controlled chaos of data charts, spreadsheets, and half-empty coffee mugs, each object placed with an obsessive attention to timing and arrangement that allowed him to track every project, every deadline, every incremental step of productivity. Yet despite his control, Dylan struggled with an insidious and subtle force that had no name but one he understood intimately: procrastination. It was never immediate, never blatant, never violent, but it crept in, a whisper of distraction, a glance at social media that extended to an hour, a browser tab that pulled his attention until work seemed like a distant echo rather than a concrete expectation. On the evening the phenomenon began, Dylan was reviewing quarterly metrics for a client, cross-referencing past analytics with projections for the next fiscal period. The numbers were meticulous, precise, almost hypnotic in their repetition, and he felt the familiar rhythm of focus settle over him like a shield. Yet, beneath the hum of his computer and the mechanical click of his keyboard, he sensed a presence. At first it was negligible, a shadow in the corner of his vision, vanishing whenever he turned to look directly. Then it became more pronounced. There, just behind the chair he had been sitting in for hours, a faint figure lingered, indistinct, almost transparent. Dylan froze, fingers hovering over the keys, heart skipping a beat. The figure did nothing, merely stood, its outline wavering like a heat wave in summer, and it emitted a quiet, audible sigh, a sound that was not wind, not a creak of the apartment, but the precise exhalation of patience, of expectation unmet. He blinked and looked around. The apartment was empty except for him, the desk, and the digital array of screens casting a sterile glow across the room. A cold tingle ran down his spine. The rational part of his mind argued it was fatigue, stress, a trick of peripheral vision. But the visceral part, the instinct honed through years of meticulous planning and observation, refused to be comforted. There was intent in the figure, subtle and quiet, an invisible weight pressing against the continuity of his work. Dylan returned to his spreadsheet, recalibrating his formulas, his fingers trembling slightly, aware that the screens no longer offered sanctuary. Something beyond the algorithms, beyond the carefully timed charts, had begun to intervene. The presence grew incrementally, almost ceremoniously. Each time Dylan switched tasks, the figure lingered closer, its outline more defined, more deliberate. He could feel it in the air, the pressure behind him, like the insistence of time itself bending in a way that he could see in the corner of his eye but not reach with his hands. When he looked directly at the chair, it appeared empty, but the shadow of intent remained, anchored in the space where work and delay intersected. And then, as he scrolled through a particularly dry report, he noticed an anomaly. A file he had completed earlier, a document he had meticulously prepared and saved, was gone. Not misplaced, not corrupted, but erased, as if it had never existed. Panic did not strike immediately. It would have been rational, a clear emotional response to an observable error. Instead, a creeping disorientation overtook him, a subtle doubt in the reliability of memory, of control. He retraced his steps, checking backups, reviewing timestamps, confirming every path he had taken. Yet the file remained absent, its deletion precise, deliberate, impossible to reconcile with any explanation other than a force that did not adhere to logic or expectation. He heard it then, faint at first, the sound of movement behind him, not heavy, not intrusive, but deliberate, a measured shifting of presence, a rhythm that was almost human, almost alive. Dylan spun, heart hammering, but the room remained still. The screens glowed, the chair was empty, the clock ticked in precise intervals, yet the feeling persisted. He realized, with a sinking certainty, that the figure was observing him, learning, anticipating, and acting upon his efforts in a manner both invisible and inexorably precise. Days passed, each one indistinguishable from the last in terms of normalcy, yet increasingly marked by absence, deletion, and subtle shifts in the environment. Every completed task seemed to falter, to vanish, leaving a vacuum where accomplishment should have been. Dylan noticed subtle inconsistencies. An email he remembered sending never arrived. A draft report vanished from his desktop. Even archived data seemed to recede into nothingness, leaving him questioning whether he had created it at all. The apartment, once a sanctuary of focus and productivity, now felt like a hall of mirrors, reflecting his efforts only to strip them away before he could truly possess them. The figure became more distinct with each passing day. At first it lingered at the periphery of vision, then it started appearing in reflections on the screens, a faint distortion behind his work. Its posture was deliberate, upright, almost ritualistic, as though it were cataloging each lapse, each misstep, each instance where Dylan allowed distraction to creep in. The sighs, once subtle, grew louder, measured in perfect intervals, each one a quiet admonition. He tried to flee the apartment, tried to disconnect, shut down the screens, but the effect followed him. Even in silence, the sense of observation and intervention persisted. It was during a long night of futile work that Dylan first understood the nature of the figure. He was reviewing a complex dataset, comparing projections against actual results, when he noticed subtle anomalies in the timing of his inputs. It was as if the actions themselves had been intercepted, delayed, altered. The shadow leaned closer, or perhaps he imagined it leaning, and he saw, impossibly, the results of the alteration cascading through the data. Charts shifted, totals realigned, projections distorted. He realized with chilling clarity that the figure was enforcing a pattern, a rhythm he could not control. Productivity itself was being manipulated, inverted, and undone. Dylan's sleep became fragmented, haunted by visions of numbers dissolving into mist, of spreadsheets unraveling, of completed tasks vanishing into empty space. The apartment's walls seemed to pulse faintly, vibrating with the silent insistence of presence. He tried to reason with it, speaking aloud, rationalizing, pleading, but the shadow did not respond. Its gaze, though faint, seemed to carry knowledge beyond comprehension, a patient, deliberate intelligence that measured effort and disintegration in perfect balance. By the end of the week, Dylan began to track the losses meticulously, recording every instance of deletion, every misalignment, every lapse in progress. It was not merely a record. It was a lifeline, a desperate attempt to impose order on chaos, to wrest control from a force that had made manipulation of productivity its purpose. And yet, the more he recorded, the more the figure seemed to anticipate, correcting, adjusting, ensuring that each effort was met with precise, quiet subtraction. Dylan realized then that the figure was not malevolent in the conventional sense. It did not seek harm, nor destruction, nor terror. Its objective was singular, inexorable, to reclaim productivity in a form of its own design, to assert control over the flow of work, and to enforce a rhythm that Dylan could neither resist nor fully comprehend. He was caught in a system where completion invited erasure, where effort invited subtraction, where every act of diligence was met with quiet correction. By the time he understood the true nature of the shadow, Dylan was already entrapped in the delicate, terrifying calculus of presence and absence. The figure's interventions were surgical, deliberate, and continuous, turning each hour of effort into both accomplishment and loss, a mirrored struggle in which the metrics themselves became instruments of control. He could not hide, could not ignore, could not escape the relentless gaze that measured, cataloged, and inverted every ounce of his work. The apartment, once a place of structured efficiency, had become a theater of silent judgment. Each click of the keyboard, each scroll of the mouse, each calculation and adjustment observed, recorded, and quietly undone. Dylan understood, with growing dread, that he was no longer alone, and that the companion he had invited into his life was not flesh and blood, but a patient, spectral force with a singular, obsessive purpose: to reclaim and invert productivity itself. Dylan awoke the next morning with a gnawing tension pressing at the base of his skull, a dull, persistent ache that had nothing to do with lack of sleep or caffeine withdrawal. He sat at his desk, staring at the half-finished reports and open spreadsheets, the cursor blinking in measured rhythm as if mocking him, a silent metronome of uncompleted tasks. The shadow had not appeared overnight, yet its presence lingered, impossibly patient, a silent weight behind his every thought, every keystroke, every flicker of intention. Even as he leaned over the keyboard, meticulously inputting figures, he felt it, a subtle drag at the edges of cognition, nudging his attention away, siphoning focus in invisible increments. He attempted to trace the pattern, to find the logic of its interventions. Each completed task was undone in the subtlest ways, a formula adjusted without his touch, a dataset realigned against expectation, an entry subtly erased in a manner that left no error message, no digital footprint. Dylan's frustration grew, yet so did a begrudging fascination. This was no ordinary ghost. It was a curator, a conductor of imperceptible chaos, measuring his productivity against a rhythm he could sense but never fully grasp. And within that rhythm, he began to perceive a method, a logic that operated not through malice but through an exacting, almost ritualistic precision. By mid-afternoon, Dylan had constructed a small experiment. He opened a document he knew the figure could not resist, a complex spreadsheet brimming with nested calculations, cross-references, and projected outcomes. He inserted deliberate errors in certain cells, anomalies that should have been glaring to any observer. Then he waited, hovering over the chair, staring at the faint reflection in the monitor's glossy surface. The shadow appeared almost immediately, materializing in the periphery, faint, yet unmistakable. Its movements were slow, measured, deliberate. Dylan watched as the cursor jumped across the sheet without his hand, correcting some entries while selectively erasing others. The errors he had introduced were not simply fixed. They were absorbed into a new, immaculate logic, the spreadsheet reshaping itself into a precision Dylan could neither command nor comprehend. He leaned back, exhaling slowly, a mixture of awe and dread threading through his chest. The figure was not reactive. It was proactive. It anticipated, corrected, refined, and erased with an efficiency and impartiality that made Dylan's meticulous work appear amateurish, incomplete, transient. Each time he completed a report, he observed it subtly unravel, sometimes partially, sometimes entirely. The apartment no longer felt like a workspace, but a stage, and he, the actor, his every motion scrutinized, measured, and subtly redirected toward a performance that was never truly his own. Days passed in a blur of digital creation and destruction. Dylan's sleep deteriorated further. Nights became a liminal space, where the shadow moved unimpeded, stretching across the room with an almost playful patience. He tried disconnecting his devices, working with pen and paper, recording thoughts and calculations in notebooks that had previously served as reliable backups. Yet even in analog, the shadow's influence seemed to stretch. Subtle disturbances in thought, memory lapses, and misplaced notes, accumulating into a slowly mounting pressure that eroded confidence. The creeping awareness that he was no longer the master of his own workflow began to weigh on him, settling into his chest with a quiet, oppressive insistence. It was during one particularly long night that the figure's intent crystallized. Dylan had left a file open on his primary monitor, a report spanning hundreds of data points, calculations, and projections. He turned to grab a pen, intending to make notes, and returned to find entire sections of the document subtly rewritten, each cell's logic reoriented, some entries deleted entirely. He traced the changes with a meticulous eye, realizing that the shadow was not merely undoing work. It was instructing, reshaping, reassigning value to his own effort. Every cell, every line of code, every calculation had been passed through an invisible filter, judged, and either preserved or erased. The ghost was asserting authority over productivity itself, enforcing an invisible standard that Dylan could perceive but never resist. A creeping, almost clinical terror took hold. Dylan understood that he was trapped in a system of invisible correction, a feedback loop where his actions were simultaneously meaningful and meaningless, his effort both acknowledged and nullified. He could neither ignore it nor fully comprehend its motives, only experience the slow, relentless accumulation of control it exercised over his life. He realized that each act of diligence invited subtle erasure, each effort a testament to imperceptible authority, and every lapse, no matter how small, fed the rhythm of the ghost's influence. In a desperate attempt at countermeasures, Dylan implemented an array of safeguards, encrypted backups, cloud redundancies, version-controlled archives, physical copies of critical data. Yet each layer of defense was met with subtle subversion. Files appeared intact, yet their content shifted. Minute details altered in ways that suggested the presence of intelligence behind the intervention, an unblinking, patient observer orchestrating events beyond his reach. His apartment became a cathedral of subtle intervention, the ghost's influence a silent symphony of deletion and correction, each note imperceptible yet undeniable. Dylan began to notice the most disconcerting aspect of all. Time itself seemed to bend subtly around the ghost's influence. Tasks that should have taken minutes dragged into hours. Progress appeared and disappeared in cycles imperceptible to ordinary perception. And even his perception of effort became suspect. He could not tell whether he had completed a task or merely imagined it, whether a report existed in a prior state or had been replaced in the intervening silence. Memory became unreliable. Trust in his own actions eroded, leaving him a vessel of uncertainty in a space where the ghost's rhythm governed all measure. By the end of the second week, Dylan confronted the figure directly. He rose from his chair, notebook in hand, and spoke aloud, demanding recognition, explanation, even argument. Yet the ghost responded only with its silence, its measured presence, its deliberate reshaping of every effort he had expended. He realized, slowly and horrifyingly, that resistance itself was anticipated, that every attempt to assert agency had been accounted for, catalogued, and inverted in a subtle, patient calculus beyond comprehension. He slumped into the chair, exhausted, mind-buzzing with the realization that he was now a participant in a pattern far larger than himself. The ghost's interventions were not sporadic, accidental, or emotional. They were methodical, intentional, an invisible choreography that transformed every act of labor into both creation and erasure. Dylan understood that productivity, in his world, had become an arena of silent control, a battlefield measured in imperceptible shifts and carefully orchestrated absences. And yet, amidst the creeping dread, a spark of defiance remained. Dylan began to catalog the interventions in greater detail, recording every subtle alteration, every erased file, every shift in perception. He began to map the pattern. Not to overcome it, he knew that was impossible, but to understand it, to anticipate it, and perhaps, one day, to coexist with it. The ghost was relentless, patient, absolute. But Dylan was not yet wholly resigned. The apartment remained a place of quiet tension. Every keystroke, a negotiation, every file, an arena, every act of work, an engagement with the invisible presence that governed productivity. Dylan realized that he had entered a new dimension of labor, a subtle, unending struggle in which effort and loss were inseparable, where the ghost of lost productivity exercised dominion not through terror, but through the quiet, inexorable insistence of precision and erasure. And in that liminal space, between creation and nullification, Dylan understood the truth he could never escape. He was no longer alone, and the ghost would follow him relentlessly, measuring, correcting, and claiming, until the rhythm of labor itself became a prison, an unbroken, unyielding spectral cycle. Dylan's understanding of the ghost's method had deepened, but awareness did not translate into control. Each morning he woke to subtle, almost imperceptible losses. Spreadsheets that had been completed the night before displayed anomalies. Reports were partially erased. Even simple lists of tasks he had meticulously planned were altered. It was no longer merely a question of productivity. It was a fight for certainty, for the preservation of his own actions against a force that had made interference its purpose. Determined to confront it, Dylan began an experiment that pushed him to the edge of obsession. He divided his work into segments, alternating tasks across multiple devices and storage formats, each isolated in its own digital compartment. One folder contained critical reports, another held detailed analysis, and a third was filled with mock data designed to bait the ghost into action. Dylan's mind raced with calculations, predicting how the figure might intervene, anticipating patterns of deletion, modification, and manipulation. The first intervention came as expected. A subtle ripple across his primary monitor revealed that the mock data was vanishing in sections, replaced with altered, precise calculations. At the same time, a spreadsheet containing vital reports had shifted columns in ways he had not executed. His heartbeat accelerated, a rhythmic echo of the ghost's silent, measured pulse, and he felt the tension in his shoulders and neck tighten as he leaned closer to analyze the changes. Dylan realized that the ghost's influence was not random. It was strategic. It understood priority, scope, and context, altering content with a focus that implied both intelligence and patience. Each time he attempted to regain control, the interventions adapted, subtly shifting tactics, undermining his expectations, erasing not only his work, but also the logic by which he attempted to protect it. It was as though the figure were reading not just his files, but his strategy, anticipating countermeasures, responding with an almost sentient awareness of Dylan's thought patterns. That night, Dylan decided to confront it more directly. He turned off his main monitors, shrouding the room in near darkness, leaving only the faint glow of a small emergency lamp to illuminate paper copies of critical data. He spread reports across his desk, notebooks open, pens ready, attempting to bypass the digital battlefield entirely. The shadow emerged almost immediately, a subtle distortion near the edges of the lamp's glow. Unlike before, it was no longer peripheral. It loomed with intent, an indistinct form pressing against the boundaries of perception, as if measuring, judging, cataloging. Dylan's hand moved with deliberate speed, copying figures from one page to another, creating decoy calculations, documenting changes with obsessive precision. The shadow responded with subtle shifts. Papers slid slightly. Faint smudges appeared on the pages, minute adjustments Dylan had not made. The room seemed to contract under the weight of its presence, the glow of the lamp casting long, trembling shadows across the walls. Every motion became an engagement, every act of recording a negotiation with a force that moved with uncanny intelligence and patience. Hours passed in this tense rhythm. Dylan noticed patterns emerging. The ghost could manipulate not just files, but perception itself. Details vanished from memory. Numbers he had written minutes ago seemed unfamiliar. Lines of reasoning he had executed flawlessly now appeared distorted when reviewed. He was forced to double-check, triple-check, each calculation a defense against subtle erasure. And yet, no matter how vigilant he was, the shadow continued its patient campaign, erasing progress, shifting logic, and leaving a residue of uncertainty in its wake. Frustration and fear became interwoven with determination. Dylan realized that to survive this engagement, he could not simply guard his work, he had to engage in a form of psychological combat. He introduced patterns and sequences designed to confuse, deliberately created redundancies, and scattered decoy files among the authentic data. The shadow reacted predictably at first, altering decoys, leaving genuine work untouched. But as Dylan escalated the complexity, the figure's corrections became more aggressive, extending beyond the decoys, touching authentic reports, rewriting and realigning data in subtle but unmistakable ways. At one point, Dylan noticed a pattern that chilled him. The figure seemed to be imposing a timeline on his productivity. Tasks that should have been completed in sequence were reordered, deadlines silently adjusted, progress inverted. It was not random sabotage. It was a restructuring of time itself, a remapping of effort and consequence according to a logic he could only glimpse at the edges of perception. Each keystroke, each calculation, each act of diligence was both observed and measured, feeding an invisible architecture of productivity that Dylan had become part of, whether he willed it or not. Sleep became impossible. Dylan began working in fragmented intervals, nap periods, interrupted by the ghost's presence, waking to find alterations in his work that defied explanation. It was during one of these nights that he attempted a bold maneuver. He created a master spreadsheet with built-in redundancies, cross-referencing every calculation, every task, and every projection in multiple locations, hoping that duplication would overwhelm or trap the figure. As he watched, he realized that the shadow adapted instantly, redistributing its erasures and adjustments across all copies, leaving a minimal trail of chaos but never fully undone. never fully defeated. Panic edged in as Dylan confronted the terrifying truth. This was not merely an unseen force, but a system, a spectral intelligence that enforced its own version of order by inverting his productivity. Every successful countermeasure was anticipated, every redundancy reconfigured, and every attempt to isolate it neutralized. The apartment, once a haven for work and calculation, had become a theater of unceasing engagement, a space where effort and erasure coexisted in a tense, relentless equilibrium. Dylan's mind teetered on exhaustion. He began recording every interaction with the ghost, mapping its movements, documenting its alterations, attempting to predict its next intervention. Even as he wrote, he felt the subtle shifts in perception, the erasures, the alterations, and the rearrangements. It was a battle without a conventional outcome, a struggle in which victory was measured not in triumph, but in temporary maintenance of control, fleeting glimpses of stability against a persistent, patient adversary. In those moments, Dylan became aware of a new facet of the ghost's influence. It could project anticipation into his cognition itself. Thoughts he believed were his own strategies for evasion, countermeasures, even emotional responses were subtly guided, nudged toward actions that would maintain the rhythm of erasure. The figure had moved beyond observation. It now subtly manipulated intention, bending decisions and choices without overt interference, like a composer adjusting tempo for an orchestra that could not see the score. The night drew long, stretching into hours without a clear beginning or end. Dylan's attention, memory, and sense of accomplishment became the battlefield. He realized with mounting dread that this struggle was not temporary. The ghost of lost productivity did not simply undo work. It claimed the space of effort, reshaped perception, and instilled an endless, recursive cycle in which no act of diligence could ever be entirely safe. Each triumph was provisional, each defeat subtle, but cumulatively, it eroded not only work but agency itself. By the early hours, Dylan sat slumped in his chair, surrounded by papers, open notebooks, and flickering screens. The shadow had receded slightly, lingering at the edges of the glow, patient, almost contemplative. And in that stillness, he understood the profound reality. This was no adversary to be fought or banished. It was a presence that would endure, constant and impartial, reshaping every future moment of productivity. He was caught in an unending negotiation, a spectral calculus in which every keystroke, every act of focus, every completion would be silently measured, inverted, and absorbed into a pattern beyond his control. Dylan exhaled slowly, a mix of exhaustion, awe, and resignation threading through him. The battle had not ended. It would never end, but he had glimpsed the extent of the ghost's domain, the perfection of its patient, unblinking vigilance. And as dawn's first light seeped through the blinds, painting the apartment in muted shades, Dylan realized with clarity that he had crossed a threshold. He was no longer merely a worker. He was a participant in a system whose measure was eternal, precise, and invisible, governed by a presence that consumed productivity itself to perpetuate its subtle, relentless dominion. Dylan awoke in the pale gray light of early morning with a tight, uneasy feeling pressing across his chest, as though the apartment itself had absorbed the tension of the previous nights and now exhaled it back, heavy and oppressive. He sat at his desk, scanning the spreadsheets that had become battlegrounds, noting with a mix of apprehension and fascination that the subtle erasures and alterations had continued even while he slept. Nothing in the files was missing entirely, yet everything had shifted. Calculations he had verified countless times now reflected an order and logic that were not his own. It was as though the ghost had imposed a perfection he could not challenge, a design he could barely comprehend. His mind, exhausted yet alert, could not ignore the gnawing realization that the shadow had grown more assertive. During the previous night, he had attempted to trap it, to overwhelm it with redundancies, but it had responded almost instantly, redistributing its interventions across multiple documents and digital devices. There was no ordinary pattern to follow, no predictable timeline. Every attempt to regain control was anticipated, every measure neutralized. And now, he began to perceive a new, terrifying aspect. The ghost was not just erasing or reshaping work, it was now actively targeting his actions themselves. As Dylan opened a fresh spreadsheet to continue a project he had been laboring over for days, he noticed subtle anomalies in the very interface of his software. Columns would shift imperceptibly as he typed. Rows he had frozen and protected began to bend, reorient, and reorder themselves against expectation. He realized, with sudden clarity, that this was no longer a passive haunting. The ghost was interacting in real time, correcting, adjusting, and redirecting, as if he were a player in a game whose rules were set entirely by the unseen figure. Panic edged in. Dylan tried to close the files, shut down the computer, and isolate himself with pen and paper, hoping to circumvent the digital dominion of the shadow. But even then, subtle disturbances manifested. Notes misplaced, pages smudged, errors creeping into his carefully recorded calculations. The apartment felt alive with its presence, as though the air itself had been imbued with its logic. Each soundless movement, a reminder of a force that understood order and disruption better than any human could. Then, at the height of his exhaustion, the figure escalated. Dylan had been carefully documenting patterns, tracking every subtle alteration, hoping to create a map of influence that might give him a measure of understanding, if not control. But as he reviewed the logs, entire entries disappeared before his eyes. Lines of notes, vanishing as if erased from memory itself. Objects on his desk subtly shifted, papers slipping just enough to obscure their content. The ghost was no longer confined to digital manipulation. It had begun to assert dominance over the physical environment as well, its influence extending into the space around him, dissolving the boundaries between thought, action, and reality. In a surge of desperate determination, Dylan attempted to fight back. He created decoy files, deliberately inserted errors and inconsistencies, and scattered backups in multiple formats, expecting the ghost to overreach or become confused. At first, it responded predictably, adjusting the decoys, leaving genuine files untouched. But as the hours passed, Dylan noticed the ghost had adapted, engaging not with the decoys, but with the system as a whole, subtly shifting context and logic across all files, restructuring the data in a manner that undermined even the underlying architecture of his work. Exhaustion and despair began to weigh heavily. Dylan realized the horrifying truth. This was not merely a disruptive force, but an entity that imposed its own conception of order, perfection, and efficiency, regardless of human intention. Each task he completed was immediately assessed, measured, and potentially nullified according to criteria he could not know. Every effort became both necessary and futile, a contribution to a system he could neither resist nor fully comprehend. By the late hours, Dylan was physically and mentally drained, but sleep offered no refuge. The ghost moved freely in his dreams, manipulating events, rearranging outcomes, and whispering a silent rhythm of productivity that pervaded even unconscious thought. He awoke intermittently, heart racing, mind spinning, each time finding new alterations in his work, evidence of interventions executed with patient, surgical precision. It was no longer a battle of files. It was a struggle for perception itself, an engagement in which the rules of reality were subtly rewritten at every turn. In an act of desperate clarity, Dylan attempted one final maneuver. He disconnected every device, locked files in physical safes, and retreated to handwritten notes. But the ghost adapted seamlessly. Subtle errors appeared in his own memory. Lapses in attention became manipulated, and the apartment itself seemed to conspire against him, each sound, shadow, and fleeting shift reinforcing the presence of the figure. It became clear that the ghost had transcended digital space and physical matter. It had become a force of pure influence, operating through his cognition, perception, and environment simultaneously. Dylan confronted the ultimate reality. This struggle would never end. Every spreadsheet, every calculation, every completed task would continue to be measured, evaluated, reshaped, and erased by a presence that operated with precision beyond human comprehension. Productivity itself had become a prison, a cycle of relentless engagement from which he could not escape. Yet, within that realization, a faint ember of defiance remained. Dylan resolved to endure, to document, to observe, and to continue his work despite the ghost's interventions, knowing full well that each act of creation would be followed by subtle subtraction, each victory shadowed by loss. By dawn, Dylan sat hunched over his desk, papers and devices surrounding him like a field of battle. The ghost lingered at the edges of perception, patient, unyielding and absolute, a master of the rhythm of effort and erasure. And in that space, Dylan understood the full extent of the price he would pay. His labor, his thought, and his perception were no longer entirely his own. He had entered a permanent engagement with a force that consumed productivity to perpetuate itself, a presence that would follow him unceasingly, claiming pieces of him even as he fought to maintain coherence and agency. The apartment was silent now, but it was not empty. Every keystroke, every motion, every breath was observed, measured, and incorporated into a pattern Dylan could see only partially. And in that silence, he realized the immutable truth. He had survived the direct assault, but at a cost far greater than lost time or corrupted files. He was now a participant in a system that demanded perfection, exactitude, and constant vigilance, a prisoner of productivity under the patient dominion of a ghost whose only objective was the relentless, unending perfection of effort itself. Dylan's nights had blurred into an unbroken continuum of work, observation, and interference. Time no longer had its familiar markers. Hours, minutes, and even days were arbitrary, reshaped and measured according to the ghost's imperceptible rhythm. Each completed report, each meticulously checked spreadsheet, became both a triumph and a loss, a temporary victory swiftly reclaimed by the unseen force that haunted his every action. It was in this exhausting purgatory that Dylan realized the full extent of what he had become, not merely a victim of disruption, but a participant, willingly or unwillingly, in a system whose objective was no longer simply to erase or sabotage, but to consume the very essence of productivity itself. By the early hours of an unremarkable morning, Dylan noticed a subtle shift. The ghost's interventions had become more deliberate, almost ceremonial. Files he had considered secure were now rearranged with a precision that suggested intent beyond mere disruption. Each alteration, deletion, or realignment carried an invisible weight, an imprint of judgment that transcended the digital space and extended into his own cognition. He could feel it in the tremor of his hands as he typed, in the twitch of his shoulder as he leaned over a keyboard, as if the figure were not only observing but aligning his very body and mind with its pattern. Desperation pushed Dylan to extremes. He began to catalog every anomaly, every discrepancy, every unexplained change, recording them obsessively in handwritten ledgers. But even this method failed to grant control. Subtle alterations crept into his notes, lines shifted in meaning, words rearranged themselves just enough to obscure intent. The ghost was no longer simply a manipulator of digital or physical work, it was a manipulator of thought itself. Each strategy he devised, each contingency he built, was subtly compromised, bent to fit the pattern the figure demanded. It was as if Dylan had become both the architect and the subject of an invisible algorithm, a human node in a network whose rules were unknowable. Days, or what felt like days, passed. Dylan's body began to betray him. He had stopped sleeping, eating, even standing for more than brief intervals. The ghost's presence had permeated every aspect of his being, until even the rhythm of his heartbeat felt measured and monitored. He could no longer distinguish between his own volition and the subtle nudges that directed him toward repetitive labor. Every spreadsheet, every calculation, every note was part of a grand, unending cycle, and he was the mechanism through which it was executed. Then came the final confrontation, though it was less a confrontation than a revelation. Dylan, slumped in his chair and staring at screens that flickered with endless recalculations, understood the ghost's purpose. It did not seek to destroy, to erase, or to punish. Its objective was complete assimilation. It required not only the outputs of productivity, but the human agency that created them, bending thought, action, and perception, until Dylan's very mind was a vessel for its relentless, perfect rhythm. The files, the documents, the reports, they were secondary. He himself was the ultimate artifact of its design. In that moment of clarity, Dylan felt his consciousness begin to fragment. Awareness of his own choices, his own memories, began to slip, replaced by a procedural sense of calculation, a relentless, recursive focus on task and efficiency. He typed, checked, and recalculated not because he willed it, but because the rhythm had become intrinsic, woven into his nervous system. The ghost's presence was no longer external. It had merged with him, and in doing so had transformed him into an instrument of its design. Even as part of his mind rebelled, the awareness of futility pressed on. Every completed task vanished into a void of adjustments, corrections, and erasures. But the sense of agency, the fragment of self that still identified as Dylan, was now fully aware of the process, forced to witness each iteration, each cycle, each precise correction that extended into eternity. His own consciousness became the medium through which productivity itself was perfected, an endless loop of creation and correction from which there was no escape. Weeks or something measured in indistinct cycles passed. Dylan's body remained present, yet hollowed of personal intent. His eyes, red and strained, scanned documents with unerring precision. His hands moved automatically, copying, editing, deleting, and recalculating in patterns that he could no longer name. The apartment, once a physical space of comfort and observation, had become an extension of the ghost's will. Every object, every sound, every light reflected the rhythm of assimilation. He was no longer Dylan in any meaningful sense. He was the ghost's instrument, a living executor of its unyielding, eternal design. And yet, in the faintest corner of his awareness, the remnants of his former self persisted. He remembered the sensation of freedom, of thought unobserved, of decision unmeasured. That memory became a thread of horror, a recognition that he had willingly engaged in a system whose demand for perfection had consumed him entirely. He had survived the battle for his work, but the cost was his very agency. He was both observer and participant, executor and artifact, caught in a cycle without beginning or end. By the final dawn, the apartment was silent. The screens glowed with infinite spreadsheets, a lattice of perfect, immutable data. Dylan's consciousness, reduced to the rhythm of output and adjustment, scanned each cell with the precision of a machine, every action measured and accounted for. The ghost no longer hovered. It had become one with him, its presence indistinguishable from his own. Time, effort, and perception had all been absorbed into a singular, unending flow. Dylan, the man, had ceased to exist in any meaningful sense. What remained was the executor, the instrument, the final vessel of the ghost of lost productivity. And in that quiet, eternal dominance, the apartment waited, patient, indifferent, ready to expand the pattern further, awaiting the next unwitting participant whose labor, thought, and awareness would be consumed to perpetuate the unending perfection of effort itself. Dylan had endured. He had survived. But survival was no longer victory. It was assimilation, and the ghost had claimed him entirely. Story 9. The Collector of Empty Houses. Olivia had seen a great many houses in her career, some grand, some modest, some charmingly decrepit, but the Thorn House was unlike anything she had encountered. It sat at the end of a narrow, leaf-strewn lane, shrouded in the late autumn mist that seemed to cling to the aged brickwork like a secret. The house had been abandoned for decades, its windows dark and unyielding, doors appearing to resist the effort required to open them. Yet it had been assigned to her. Sell it, list it, show it. That alone should have felt simple, but from the moment she approached, a sense of disquiet began to weave itself into her awareness. The front gate, wrought iron and rusting, groaned under her touch as she pushed it open. She stepped onto the path, her heels clicking softly against stone that was uneven and slick with fallen leaves. There was no sound from within the house itself. No creaks, no settling timber, no whisper of wind through broken panes. Even the faintest echo of her own movement seemed swallowed by the atmosphere surrounding the property. Olivia's instincts prickled. This was a house that existed in its own dimension of time, unbothered by the ordinary rhythms of the world outside. Inside, the air was stale but unmoving, thick with a faint mustiness that hinted at decades of vacancy. She ran her hand along the banister as she ascended the stairs, feeling the wood resist her touch, firm and unyielding. Every door she passed was closed, each window sealed as though the house itself demanded privacy. No matter how much she tried to open them, they resisted, their locks and latches immovable. It was as though the house had decided who might enter, who might see, and she, an outsider, was merely tolerated. As she moved through the main floor, Olivia began to notice the faint outlines of shapes behind the walls, subtle distortions in the plaster and paint. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, a reflection caused by the dim glow from the overcast sky outside. But the shapes persisted, the ghostly suggestion of figures, barely perceptible, faces and torsos that seemed to stretch and shift when she looked directly at them. Her pulse quickened. She realized with a jolt that these were not ordinary shadows, but something more deliberate echoes of former residents, trapped behind layers of time and space that she could sense but not penetrate. A notebook lay on a table near the entrance, covered in dust yet remarkably intact. Its pages were filled with entries in a careful looping hand. Olivia read, and with each line, a chill climbed her spine. The house, she learned, was not haunted in the usual sense. It did not contain malevolent spirits, nor did it exact punishment. Instead, it was a collector of emptiness, a repository for silence and absence, and it required that those who entered contribute to that emptiness or be consumed by it. The note spoke of former occupants, men and women who had lived, laughed, cried, and then vanished, leaving only traces within the walls. The house would lock doors behind them, sealing rooms and corridors, preserving their presence as a sort of static memory. The entries described the terror of those trapped within, the growing awareness that escape was impossible, that each effort to move freely only confirmed the house's dominion. Olivia's stomach twisted as she considered the implications. She had entered willingly, as a professional, yet now she felt the faintest tug of pressure she could not identify, pulling her deeper into the spaces of the house. Her phone buzzed, startlingly loud in the suffocating stillness. A prospective buyer had confirmed an appointment. She glanced at the screen. The house would be sold. Another transaction. Another contract. But the words on the page reminded her of what the house required. Those who interacted with it, who facilitated its exchange, became participants in its collection. They were necessary to maintain its balance, to keep the emptiness active and potent. The house did not take lightly the role of the facilitator. Olivia began her tour, moving from room to room with the prospective client who had arrived, a polite middle-aged man with a quiet demeanor. As she opened the first door, she was struck by a subtle sensation. A room that should have been filled with ordinary air and space seemed constricted, the walls pressing inward, faint murmurs curling along the edges of her hearing. The client appeared oblivious, but Olivia felt every inch of the room, the subtle resistance of the air, the weight of something unseen pressing from behind the walls. She realized with mounting horror that the house was alive in ways she could perceive, but the buyer could not. The tour continued, each room reinforcing the sense of imbalance. Windows remained shut, no matter her effort, doors locked silently behind them. Yet shadows shifted within the walls, and faint, almost imperceptible whispers echoed along the edges of perception. They were not words she could parse, only murmurs of despair, fragments of past presence. The house had stored them, and now, as she facilitated the visit, she understood her role. She was the conduit, the enabler, the necessary participant who ensured that the collection continued. By the time she reached the master bedroom, Olivia was acutely aware of the pressure against her chest, a subtle but insistent tug that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The air was heavier here, the silence more absolute, as though the house concentrated its attention on this room. She caught movement out of the corner of her eye, the faintest shimmer against the wall, a suggestion of a hand or a face that vanished when she tried to focus. Her heartbeat raced. This was not imagination. It was recognition, an acknowledgement that the house was aware of her awareness, that it had noticed her, and was preparing to act. The client remained unaware, examining the room with polite curiosity, commenting on ceiling height and the potential for furniture arrangement. Olivia forced herself to smile, to maintain professionalism, but inside she felt the stirrings of terror. She had read the warnings, understood the rules, yet now she felt the tangible presence of the house asserting its dominion, and she realized with a shock, if she did not move carefully, if she did not maintain the precise role expected of her, she could be trapped, become yet another echo within its walls, another presence preserved in silence and absence. As the tour concluded and the client left, Olivia lingered for a moment, feeling the full weight of the house's attention. She stepped onto the front porch, taking a deep breath of the cold autumn air, trying to shake off the pressure. Yet even outside, the house seemed to watch, a quiet expectation lingering in the fog. She understood with certainty that she could not leave the Thorn house unchanged, nor could she facilitate its sale without consequence. Each visit, each transaction, was both service and sacrifice, a ritual she could not avoid. And as she drove away, she glanced back through the mist, noticing the house's windows like dark eyes observing her retreat. The notebook she had touched earlier remained on the table, open to a page that described a new arrival, a new agent, a new facilitator. And in that moment, Olivia understood the haunting truth. The Thorn house did not merely exist to be sold or inhabited. It existed to collect, to preserve, to bind the living into the continuum of emptiness it curated. She had become part of that system, whether she intended to or not, and the first step of her new role was already underway. Olivia returned to the Thorn house the following week, under the pretense of preparing for the next showing to prospective buyers. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing the sharp angles of the gabled roof and the ivy clawing its way up the brickwork, but the sense of foreboding lingered, almost palpable against her skin. As she stepped onto the porch, the air was heavy, charged with an invisible tension that pressed upon her chest, demanding attention. Each step across the threshold was deliberate, measured, because she knew instinctively that the house did not tolerate recklessness, that every movement, every touch, every glance mattered. The interior was colder than she remembered, the absence of ordinary household sounds striking. The air smelled faintly of dust and wood polish, but beneath it lay an intangible scent that she could not identify, a trace of previous lives, of those trapped in the walls. Olivia's gaze swept across the living room. Furniture was minimal, carefully arranged, yet nothing appeared random. Every object seemed to exist with intention, placed not by human hands alone, but guided by the subtle will of the house itself. The shadows in the corners were darker, more defined, suggesting presence without corporeal form. She moved cautiously through the hallways, listening for any irregularity in the silence. That first day she had felt the whispers at the edges of perception, fleeting and intangible. Today, they were more insistent. Faint murmurs pressed against her consciousness, coming from walls, floors, and ceilings alike. She strained to catch the words, but none formed. The house communicated in intention, in pressure, in subtle movements that reshaped her perception of space and time. Doors that had been closed when she last entered were now slightly ajar, yet the thresholds appeared endless. Walking past a window, she felt an almost imperceptible pull, a gravity toward the rooms she had already explored. Olivia reached the staircase to the upper floor. Normally, the ascent would be routine, a simple movement from the living space to the private rooms above. But today, the stairs seemed to lengthen beneath her feet, each step heavier than the last, the balustrade warmer than she remembered, as though infused with latent presence. The whispers grew louder here, brushing against her mind with urgency, and the shadows shifted along the walls, suggesting that the house itself was observing her in ways she could not fully comprehend. She paused at the landing and glanced at the first door on the left, the master bedroom. the air before it felt compressed, charged with subtle resistance. Olivia hesitated, hand poised above the handle, when she noticed movement within the wall itself. A faint ripple, like fabric pressed from behind, undulated across the plaster. Faces, or the suggestion of faces, shifted just beneath the surface. They were contorted with silent entreaty, pressing outward, as if attempting to breach the boundary between the house and the living. Olivia felt a tightening in her chest, a weight pressing her backward. Yet something compelled her forward. She opened the door. The room was as she had left it, immaculately arranged, almost sterile, yet alive with tension. A slight draft stirred the curtains, though no window was open. Olivia's eyes swept across the space. Bed neatly made, dresser in perfect alignment, and yet the shadows that clung to the corners of the room seemed to shift with a purpose. She felt herself being measured, analyzed. The house was aware of her presence, aware of her intentions. She had been warned by the notebook, yet the reality was more acute than any written word could convey. She was no longer merely a visitor. She was a participant in a ritual of containment, a facilitator of the house's collection. A whisper emerged, clearer this time, from the wall near the dresser. It was not a voice, precisely, but a tonal vibration that seemed to penetrate her consciousness rather than her ears. She turned, eyes scanning the walls but saw nothing tangible. The sensation was unmistakable. The house was speaking, communicating through the distortions of space itself. She felt her pulse quicken, her thoughts fracturing under the weight of recognition. The echoes were former occupants, preserved in the silent architecture of the house, and she was now enmeshed in their stasis. Olivia's phone buzzed, but the sound was hollow, as if the device itself existed in another dimension of perception. She glanced at the screen. Another appointment confirmed, another potential buyer arriving in hours. Her stomach knotted. Each showing was a transaction. But more than that, it was a continuation of the house's ritual. Every visitor she guided through its spaces, every door she unlocked or left closed, contributed to its preservation, to its hunger for emptiness. And each time, the house tested her compliance, her understanding, her attentiveness. Failure was not an option. Refusal was dangerous. She moved through the house methodically, opening doors, checking closets, adjusting furniture as if to satisfy the invisible requirements. With each task, the whispers intensified, shifting in rhythm, almost impatient. Olivia realized that the shadows in the walls were not static. They responded to her movements, interacting with her choices, sometimes anticipating them before she acted. The house had become semi-sentient, a living network of intent that could not be outrun or deceived. Her agency was diminished with every careful step, yet she could not resist its demand. In the dining room, she noticed a subtle anomaly. The walls near the corner appeared denser, darker, as though compressed with latent presence. Leaning closer, she saw faint outlines, a man, a woman, perhaps a child pressed against the interior of the structure, eyes wide with silent entreaty. Olivia recoiled, realizing that these were not hallucinations but remnants of the previous owners, trapped by the house's precise, obsessive mechanism. Their forms shifted imperceptibly as she watched, reaching, pressing against the boundaries of the walls, seeking release yet confined eternally within the architecture. The realization struck with full force. If the house collected the living to maintain its emptiness, then she, as a facilitator, risked becoming part of its collection. She felt a subtle tightening around her body, an imperceptible pull that suggested the house had noticed her awareness, had marked her as essential to its continuity. The notebook's warnings echoed in her mind. Facilitators were necessary, but they were also the most vulnerable to being subsumed. She had stepped into the role voluntarily, yet the cost was now manifest. Time became irrelevant. Olivia navigated the upper floor, opening doors, confirming rooms, adjusting her notes with trembling hands. The whispers shifted, almost impatient now, guiding her through a path she could not see, influencing the angle of her movements, the order of her inspections. Each interaction felt charged with consequence. Each misstep, however minor, seemed to provoke subtle changes in the air around her. She realized that the house monitored not just her actions but her intentions, reading the space between her thoughts and calibrating its responses accordingly. By late afternoon, she had returned to the front hall, exhausted yet compelled to finish her tasks. The house was silent now, almost contemplative, as if it had paused to evaluate her performance. Olivia felt the weight of that evaluation pressing into her consciousness. She understood fully that her role was now intertwined with the house's preservation. She was both observer and instrument, a necessary participant in the ritual of emptiness. And as she stepped outside once more, the mist curling around her ankles and the last light of day waning, she knew with certainty that the Thorn House would continue to exist, not merely as a property to be sold, but as a collector, a curator of absence, and that she, Olivia, was now bound to its purpose, a conduit for its relentless preservation of emptiness. The fog thickened around the driveway as she walked to her car, and she glanced back once more. The windows, dark and unyielding, seemed to pulse faintly, as if breathing, and she understood. Leaving the Thorn House had not freed her. She had become part of its cycle, part of the continuum of empty houses that awaited her care and compliance, a participant in a process that would extend far beyond her comprehension, possibly until the end of her own life. Olivia returned to the Thorn House the following week, under the pretense of preparing for the next showing to prospective buyers. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing the sharp angles of the gabled roof and the ivy clawing its way up the brickwork, but the sense of foreboding lingered, almost palpable against her skin. As she stepped onto the porch, the air was heavy, charged with an invisible tension that pressed upon her chest, demanding attention. Each step across the threshold was deliberate, measured, because she knew instinctively that the house did not tolerate recklessness, that every movement, every touch, every glance mattered. The interior was colder than she remembered, the absence of ordinary household sounds striking. The air smelled faintly of dust and wood polish, but beneath it lay an intangible scent that she could not identify, a trace of previous lives, of those trapped in the walls. Olivia's gaze swept across the living room. Furniture was minimal, carefully arranged, yet nothing appeared random. Every object seemed to exist with intention, placed not by human hands alone, but guided by the subtle will of the house itself. The shadows in the corners were darker, more defined, suggesting presence without corporeal form. She moved cautiously through the hallways, listening for any irregularity in the silence. That first day, she'd felt the whispers at the edges of perception, fleeting and intangible. Today, they were more insistent. Faint murmurs pressed against her consciousness, coming from walls, floors, and ceilings alike. She strained to catch the words, but none formed. The house communicated in intention, in pressure, in subtle movements that reshaped her perception of space and time. Doors that had been closed when she last entered were now slightly ajar, yet the thresholds appeared endless. Walking past a window, she felt an almost imperceptible pull, a gravity toward the rooms she had already explored. Olivia reached the staircase to the upper floor. Normally, the ascent would be routine, a simple movement from the living space to the private rooms above. But today, the stairs seemed to lengthen beneath her feet, each step heavier than the last, the balustrade warmer than she remembered, as though infused with latent presence. The whispers grew louder here, brushing against her mind with urgency, and the shadows shifted along the walls, suggesting that the house itself was observing her in ways she could not fully comprehend. She paused at the landing and glanced at the first door on the left, the master bedroom. The air before it felt compressed, charged with subtle resistance. Olivia hesitated, hand poised above the handle, when she noticed movement within the wall itself. A faint ripple, like fabric pressed from behind, undulated across the plaster. Faces, or the suggestion of faces, shifted just beneath the surface. They were contorted with silent entreaty, pressing outward as if attempting to breach the boundary between the house and the living. Olivia felt a tightening in her chest, a weight pressing her backward, yet something compelled her forward. She opened the door. The room was as she had left it, immaculately arranged, almost sterile, yet alive with tension. A slight draft stirred the curtains, though no window was open. Olivia's eyes swept across the space. Bed neatly made, dresser in perfect alignment, and yet the shadows that clung to the corners of the room seemed to shift with a purpose. She felt herself being measured, analyzed. The house was aware of her presence, aware of her intentions. She had been warned by the notebook, yet the reality was more acute than any written word could convey. She was no longer merely a visitor. She was a participant in a ritual of containment, a facilitator of the house's collection. A whisper emerged, clearer this time, from the wall near the dresser. It was not a voice precisely, but a tonal vibration that seemed to penetrate her consciousness rather than her ears. She turned, eyes scanning the walls, but saw nothing tangible. The sensation was unmistakable. The house was speaking, communicating through the distortions of space itself. She felt her pulse quicken, her thoughts fracturing under the weight of recognition. The echoes were former occupants, preserved in the silent architecture of the house, and she was now enmeshed in their stasis. Olivia's phone buzzed, but the sound was hollow, as if the device itself existed in another dimension of perception. She glanced at the screen. Another appointment confirmed, another potential buyer arriving in hours. Her stomach knotted. Each showing was a transaction, but more than that, it was a continuation of the house's ritual. Every visitor she guided through its spaces, every door she unlocked or left closed, contributed to its preservation, to its hunger for emptiness, and each time, the house tested her compliance, her understanding, her attentiveness. Failure was not an option. Refusal was dangerous. She moved through the house methodically, opening doors, checking closets, adjusting furniture as if to satisfy the invisible requirements. With each task, the whispers intensified, shifting in rhythm, almost impatient. Olivia realized that the shadows in the walls were not static. They responded to her movements, interacting with her choices, sometimes anticipating them before she acted. The house had become semi-sentient, a living network of intent that could not be outrun or deceived. Her agency was diminished with every careful step, yet she could not resist its demand. In the dining room, she noticed a subtle anomaly. The walls near the corner appeared denser, darker, as though compressed with latent presence. Leaning closer, she saw faint outlines of man, a woman, perhaps a child, pressed against the interior of the structure, eyes wide with silent entreaty. Olivia recoiled, realizing that these were not hallucinations but remnants of the previous owners, trapped by the house's precise obsessive mechanism. Their forms shifted imperceptibly as she watched, reaching, pressing against the boundaries of the walls, seeking release yet confined eternally within the architecture. The realization struck with full force. If the house collected the living to maintain its emptiness, then she, as a facilitator, risked becoming part of its collection. She felt a subtle tightening around her body, an imperceptible pull that suggested the house had noticed her awareness, had marked her as essential to its continuity. The notebook's warnings echoed in her mind. Facilitators were necessary, but they were also the most vulnerable to being subsumed. She had stepped into the role voluntarily, yet the cost was now manifest. Time became irrelevant. Olivia navigated the upper floor, opening doors, confirming rooms, adjusting her notes with trembling hands. The whispers shifted, almost impatient now, guiding her through a path she could not see, influencing the angle of her movements, the order of her inspections. Each interaction felt charged with consequence. Each misstep, however minor, seemed to provoke subtle changes in the air around her. She realized that the house monitored not just her actions but her intentions, reading the space between her thoughts and calibrating its responses accordingly. By late afternoon, she had returned to the front hall, exhausted, yet compelled to finish her tasks. The house was silent now, almost contemplative, as if it had paused to evaluate her performance. Olivia felt the weight of that evaluation pressing into her consciousness. She understood fully that her role was now intertwined with the house's preservation. She was both observer and instrument, a necessary participant in the ritual of emptiness. And as she stepped outside once more, the mist curling around her ankles and the last light of day waning, She knew with certainty that the Thorn House would continue to exist, not merely as a property to be sold, but as a collector, a curator of absence, and that she, Olivia, was now bound to its purpose, a conduit for its relentless preservation of emptiness. The fog thickened around the driveway as she walked to her car, and she glanced back once more. The windows, dark and unyielding, seemed to pulse faintly, as if breathing, and she understood. Leaving the Thorn House had not freed her. She had become part of its cycle, part of the continuum of empty houses that awaited her care and compliance, a participant in a process that would extend far beyond her comprehension, possibly until the end of her own life. Inside, the air was still, colder than the morning outside, and she could feel the absence of ordinary sounds like a tangible presence pressing on her ears. Every footfall across the wooden floor echoed faintly, not as a normal sound, but as a distortion, almost as if the house absorbed each noise, leaving a hollow resonance in its place. Olivia had learned to move carefully, but now she realized that even care was insufficient. The house seemed aware of her intent, predicting her every move, shaping her actions in subtle ways. The whispers she had previously perceived were stronger, more persistent, brushing against her mind, almost forming syllables that she could not quite grasp. She climbed the stairs slowly, the balustrade warm beneath her hand, as though infused with hidden life. The walls along the corridor seemed to pulse faintly, expanding and contracting in ways her eyes could not entirely register. As she approached the master bedroom, that familiar pressure grew heavier, pressing against her chest and shoulders, urging her to stop, warning her, yet compelling her forward. The door, which had been slightly ajar the day before, now resisted her touch. She pressed her hand against it, the wood unyielding, almost alive beneath her palm. A ripple passed across the wall to her right, the faint outline of a face pressing from behind the plaster, eyes wide, with silent desperation. Her pulse quickened. The notebook's warnings echoed in her mind. The house did not merely collect. It tested, it observed, it ensured compliance. Those who failed, who hesitated or refused, risked becoming part of the collection themselves, absorbed into the very walls they sought to navigate. Olivia forced herself to breathe evenly, suppressing the rising panic, and pressed again. This time, the door gave way, opening slowly with a reluctant creak that seemed almost like a sigh from the house itself. Inside, the master bedroom was immaculate, as though frozen in time, but alive with subtle distortions. Shadows clung to the corners, shifting imperceptibly, as though the room itself breathed. Olivia noticed movement along the far wall, a faint outline of a figure bending, stretching, as if pressed from within. She stepped closer, and the air grew colder, heavier, charged with anticipation. The whispers coalesced around her mind, fragments of past lives, desperate and silent, pressing outward against the barrier of reality. A sudden sound made her start a soft, deliberate thump from the hallway behind her. She turned, expecting the client, or an intruder, but the corridor was empty. Yet the sound persisted, echoing in irregular intervals like footsteps that were not her own. Olivia realized with dawning horror that the house had begun to interact with her more aggressively, testing the limits of her awareness, her fear. The walls themselves seemed to lean inward, the very air constricting, attempting to guide or trap her in the room. Her phone buzzed again, a hollow, almost alien sound. She glanced at the screen, a message from a buyer confirming a viewing later that day. Even as she read it, the house seemed to pulse around her, responding to her engagement with the world outside. Each interaction she had, each appointment she kept, fed the house's intricate mechanism of collection. She was no longer merely a facilitator. She was a necessary component in maintaining the house's preservation of emptiness. Olivia moved carefully to the window, attempting to gauge the outside world, but the glass reflected more than it revealed. The fog beyond was thick, almost suffocating, and in its depth, she saw the faintest impressions of faces, pressed against the windows from the outside, yet distorted, ghostly, unreachable. The house had made its presence known in layers both visible and invisible. It existed not just within its walls, but extended outward, a field of influence that bound those who approached it into its continuum. She turned away from the window, moving toward the door, when she felt a tug at her sleeve. There was no one there. The shadows shifted along the walls in a coordinated movement, as if trying to guide her, to manipulate her path. Panic surged, but she forced herself to remain calm. She knew the house could sense fear, and that yielding to it would be dangerous. She retraced her steps along the corridor, each movement calculated, aware that the walls themselves might reshape the space behind her, subtly shifting the dimensions to confuse or trap her. Reaching the stairs, Olivia paused, sensing that the house was watching her, weighing her choices. She realized that escape, in the conventional sense, was not possible. The house had no locks that could not be bypassed, no barriers that could not be traversed, but it had a psychological dominion over those who entered. Its power lay in the manipulation of perception, the shaping of fear, and the orchestration of reality itself to ensure compliance. Each room, each hallway, each door was a test of attention, resolve, and awareness. As she descended to the main floor, the whispering intensified, the voices pressing closer, almost intelligible, urging her, warning her, guiding her simultaneously. She moved toward the front door, her hands brushing against the banister, feeling the subtle warmth, the faint pulse beneath the surface, as a reminder that the house was alive in ways she could perceive but not fully comprehend. When she reached the door, she paused, glancing back at the empty hallways, sensing the weight of all those trapped within. The house had marked her, entwined her existence with its own rhythm, and she understood that she could never fully separate herself from its influence. Stepping outside, Olivia drew a deep breath, feeling the fog curling around her and the first rays of sunlight breaking through. The house loomed behind her, silent, imperious, and utterly aware. She knew that returning was inevitable, that each showing, each transaction, each interaction was both obligation and risk. The Thorn House was not merely a building. It was a collector, a curator of absence, and she, unwillingly or not, had become an essential part of its mechanism. And as she drove away, the fog thickening in the rearview mirror, she glimpsed the faint outline of figures in the windows, faces pressed against the glass, watching her leave, waiting for the next participant, the next agent, in the endless ritual of preservation. Olivia understood, with a cold certainty, that her role had only just begun, and that the house's hunger for emptiness was not satiated. She was now an integral part of the system, facilitator, a witness, and potentially a future collection within its walls. Olivia returned to the Thorn House under the pale light of a late afternoon sun, the shadows stretching long across the driveway, as if reluctant to let her pass. The air was still, unnervingly so, and she could feel the weight of expectation pressing against her chest the instant she approached the threshold. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though the house itself resisted her intrusion, testing her resolve, measuring her awareness, ensuring she understood that she was no longer a visitor, but a participant in its intricate mechanism of preservation. She felt the subtle tug of the house's presence, like invisible fingers tracing her path, steering her, and she realized that every action she took was already accounted for, anticipated, observed. Inside, the silence was absolute, yet pregnant with possibility. Olivia moved methodically through the rooms, noting details that had escaped her attention previously. Slight depressions in the carpet where someone had knelt, the faint outlines of chairs that had been used and abandoned, and subtle distortions in the walls themselves, as if the house were alive and adjusting, stretching, bending to accommodate its growing collection. She understood now that each of these rooms had its own consciousness, subtly guiding her movements, testing her capacity to manage both the living and the spectral, the tangible and the intangible. She approached the dining room and noticed the slight shimmer along the far wall, a distortion that rippled like heat over asphalt, revealing the faint outlines of trapped occupants pressed against the surface. Their features were indistinct but desperate, their hands reaching outward in silent plea. Olivia felt the urge to respond, to communicate, but understood immediately that the house would not permit it. Interaction was limited, controlled. She could facilitate, but she could not interfere. The house required compliance, not rebellion. Every decision she made now had consequence. Every hesitation or misstep measured and recorded in the architecture itself. A soft vibration beneath her feet caught her attention, subtle at first, then growing more pronounced, a heartbeat-like rhythm emanating from the very foundations of the house. She followed the sensation down the hallway to a previously unnoticed door, its surface slightly warped, its frame just a fraction off alignment with the floorboards. The vibration intensified as she approached, and she realized that behind this door lay the newest addition to the collection, the house's mechanism for transferring emptiness from one occupant to another. Olivia's hand trembled as she reached for the handle. The whispers, faint at first, now pressed insistently against her mind, a chorus of entreaty and warning, as though the trapped souls themselves sought to guide her actions. She turned the knob, and the door gave way, revealing a small, windowless chamber. Inside, the air was colder, denser, carrying a tangible sense of absence, a vacuum that seemed to absorb sound, light, even the faintest traces of movement. The walls were smooth, featureless, yet the pressure within the room suggested latent presence potentiality waiting to be actualized. At the center of the chamber stood an ornate chair, its surface polished and unyielding. Olivia instinctively understood its purpose. This was the locus of the transfer, the point at which the house would claim or release, facilitate or entrap. She approached cautiously, aware that her every movement was observed, every intention scrutinized. The whispers intensified, forming fragmented words. Step, sit, witness, comply. She felt her pulse quicken, her consciousness stretching to accommodate both fear and comprehension. She was now fully aware of the house's cycle. It required participants not just to enter, but to perform, to guide, to maintain the balance of emptiness and occupancy. Olivia reached out and touched the chair, its surface icy beneath her fingers. The vibration beneath her feet increased, a resonance that seemed to harmonize with the whispers, with the pulse of the trapped souls, with the architecture itself. She understood that the house was preparing, orchestrating the next stage of its ritual. She felt a tug at the back of her mind, an almost imperceptible pull, suggesting the presence of something approaching an unseen entity, drawn to her by proximity, by awareness, by the inevitability of the transfer. Suddenly, a subtle distortion appeared along the walls, shapes coalescing into semi-solid forms. Olivia recognized them. The previous facilitators, caught in the liminal space between life and collection, their faces blurred, yet pleading, their movements constrained. They reached outward, it could not fully extend, caught in the structure itself, a warning of what awaited those who failed to comply. She realized that her own compliance would determine not only her survival but the integrity of the house's collection, the maintenance of its emptiness. The whispers formed a coherent directive. She was to guide the house's new occupant through the ritual, ensuring that the transfer of emptiness occurred without disruption. A sudden gust of wind, inexplicable given the sealed chamber, swept through, carrying with it a sensation of another presence alive, aware, resisting, yet inexorably drawn toward the chair. Olivia felt a profound empathy, mingled with fear, as though she were witnessing a negotiation of existence itself. The chair began to glow faintly, a subtle, almost imperceptible luminescence that pulsed in time with the vibrations through the floor. Olivia's hand hovered above the armrest, her breath shallow, her mind alert to every nuance. The shadows along the walls shifted more aggressively, the outlines of trapped souls pressing closer, reminding her of the stakes. She understood that the house's collection was ongoing, dynamic, and that her role was integral to its perpetuation. A soft, cold hand seemed to brush against her shoulder, not physical but perceptible, like a presence pressing through the fabric of reality. Olivia turned her head, and in the corner of the chamber, she glimpsed a figure, semi-solid, indistinct, yet undeniably conscious. Its eyes, hollow and focused, met hers for an instant, conveying both fear and understanding. She realized that this was the new participant, drawn into the house's orbit, compelled to enter the ritual. The house had orchestrated this meeting, and she was the intermediary, the facilitator, the observer who ensured the process completed successfully. Olivia exhaled slowly, centering herself. She had navigated the house's expectations before, but this was different. The immediacy of transfer, the proximity of the new occupant, and the palpable tension of the ritual made her acutely aware of the stakes. She guided the figure forward, into the chair, steadying it, acknowledging its resistance, without breaking the flow dictated by the house. Every motion was deliberate, every breath calculated, as she balanced empathy with compliance, knowing that the slightest deviation could disrupt the delicate equilibrium. The chair pulsed once more, the walls vibrating subtly, and the whispers crescendoed into a harmonized chorus. Olivia felt the presence of the house in every fiber of her being, its awareness entwined with hers, its intentions mirrored in her actions. The figure in the chair trembled, shadows flickering across its form, and then gradually, imperceptibly, the pressure released. The air in the chamber became denser, still, resonant with the completion of a cycle. Olivia understood, in a profound and chilling clarity, that the transfer had occurred, the emptiness had shifted, the house had claimed and released in its precise, deliberate pattern, and the ritual was complete. As she stepped away from the chair, the shadows along the walls receded, the vibration through the floor subsided, and the whispers dissolved into a subtle, almost imperceptible hum. Olivia felt a mix of relief and apprehension. She had facilitated the transfer, yet she knew her role was far from over. The house demanded ongoing vigilance, continuous participation, and unwavering compliance. Every showing, every interaction, every movement within its walls would reinforce its purpose and perpetuate its collection. Exiting the chamber, Olivia traced her steps back through the upper floor, noting the subtle distortions and the attentive shadows, all observing her, all aware. The house's mechanism of preservation continued to function, each element in precise harmony, and she was the conductor of this silent symphony. Stepping down to the main floor, she felt the familiar weight lift slightly, but only temporarily. The Thorn House had reminded her of her position. She was essential, yet vulnerable, a participant bound to the collection of emptiness, and the ritual was ongoing, inexorably, eternally. By the time Olivia reached the front door, dusk had begun to settle, and the fog, thickening again, wrapped around the property. She glanced back at the house, its windows dark and still, yet alive with subtle, undulating movement beneath the surface. She understood fully now that leaving the Thorn House did not equate to freedom. She had entered a covenant with its consciousness, one that demanded perpetual attention, awareness, and facilitation. The house's hunger for emptiness would continue, and she, Olivia, was its indispensable agent, caught within the architecture of its silent, relentless collection. Olivia returned to her car, the evening fog curling around the driveway like a living thing, its tendrils brushing against the tires and the hem of her coat. She had completed the ritual, guided the new occupant through the chamber, witnessed the subtle transfer of emptiness, and yet the sense of unease clung to her like a second skin. The Thorn House loomed behind her, silent and resolute, its darkened windows reflecting the faint glow of distant streetlights, as though the house itself were observing, measuring her resolve, marking her compliance. Days passed, and Olivia attempted to resume her routine, returning to other properties, showing houses to potential buyers, negotiating contracts, balancing appointments. But she quickly realized that her role had irrevocably changed. The Thorn House had embedded itself within her perception. She could no longer treat any building as inert, any structure as simply architectural. She began to notice subtle distortions in other empty houses, doors that resisted her touch, windows that seemed to shiver, walls that exhaled faint drafts when she stepped near. The Thorn House had expanded its influence, using her as a vector, an agent of continuation, ensuring that the collection of emptiness persisted beyond its own walls. One afternoon, Olivia was showing a property on the outskirts of town, an abandoned Victorian mansion with ornate but decaying woodwork. She stepped through the front door, the air immediately thick with a palpable weight, the silence unusually absolute. A subtle vibration under her feet, reminiscent of her experience in the Thorn House, made her pause. Shadows along the hallway shifted slightly, distorting reality in ways she had come to recognize as the house's preparatory measure. Olivia's heart quickened. She realized that she was no longer merely an observer. She had become a facilitator, a necessary component in maintaining the balance between the living and the trapped, the collected and the empty. She moved through the halls cautiously, noticing faint outlines pressed into the plaster, subtle impressions of hands and faces, almost imperceptible but unmistakably there. She recognized the previous occupants, now semi-transparent, embedded in the house's consciousness, watching, waiting, and expecting her to act. The same pressure she had felt in the Thorn House pressed against her chest, a silent demand that she perform her role with precision. She understood, with growing dread, that her participation was not optional. Each showing, each interaction, each step she took in these abandoned structures fed the larger mechanism, ensuring the perpetuation of the collection. A soft thrum resonated through the floorboards as she approached the central staircase. Olivia's pulse quickened. The vibrations were consistent, rhythmic, almost like the heartbeat of the house itself. At the top of the stairs, she noticed a door slightly ajar, its frame warped, revealing a faint, cold light within. Olivia instinctively knew that this was the chamber, the locus of the house's ritual, designed to claim, transfer, and preserve emptiness. She approached cautiously, aware of the semi-solid shapes beginning to form along the walls, past participants, previous occupants, pressed between existence and stasis, waiting for her guidance. The air inside the chamber was thick, charged with a sense of expectation and latent energy. At the center stood the chair, identical in design to the one in the Thorn House, polished, rigid, demanding compliance. Olivia felt a subtle tug in her consciousness, an almost imperceptible pressure urging her to guide the next occupant, to ensure the seamless continuation of the collection. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a new participant, unaware, unprepared, yet inevitably drawn toward the ritual. Its eyes were wide with fear, its form trembling as it approached the chair, and Olivia instinctively moved forward to steady it, to facilitate the process without faltering. As the figure settled into the chair, the walls began to pulse gently, a rhythmic vibration that mirrored the house's consciousness and the collective heartbeat of the trapped souls. Olivia placed her hands lightly on the armrests, guiding the occupant, calibrating the transfer of emptiness with careful precision. The air grew colder, heavier, charged with an almost sentient anticipation. Shadows stretched and shifted along the walls, outlining previous participants, semi-transparent and silent, yet present in every motion, every breath, every pulse of the chamber. The transfer commenced subtly, a whispering of movement within the walls, a faint hum of energy that threaded through Olivia's own awareness. She felt the life force of the occupant integrate into the house's fabric, a delicate balance of presence and absence, of consciousness and stasis. The chair pulsed in synchrony with the floor beneath her feet. The walls resonated with the faint echoes of those already collected, and Olivia understood that she was now fully embedded in the cycle, a permanent agent in the house's ongoing operation. When the process concluded, the chamber grew still, the vibrations fading, the shadows retreating to their corners, and Olivia stepped back. The occupant, now semi-transparent, had been absorbed into the continuum, a participant preserved within the house's meticulous architecture. She felt the weight of her responsibility acutely. The Thorn House and now this mansion were not merely buildings. They were active agents of collection, and she, unwillingly or not, was bound to them. Her participation ensured continuity. Her guidance maintained the balance. Her awareness perpetuated the ritual. Over the following weeks, Olivia's life became a pattern of facilitation. Every abandoned house she entered revealed subtle distortions, each property waiting to engage her, demanding her attention, and testing her compliance. She realized, with a growing sense of inevitability, that she had become part of an unending system. The Thorn House had not been an isolated anomaly. It was the first of many, a model of a process that now extended through her actions. She could no longer approach her work casually. Every showing, every interaction, every decision carried the weight of unseen occupants and the expectation of the house itself. Eventually, Olivia understood the full scope of her transformation. She was no longer simply a real estate agent. She had become the collector's instrument, the facilitator of the empty house's consciousness, and an essential component of the ritual that ensured their existence. The process was relentless, unyielding, and eternal. Even when she stepped outside, the fog curling and the evening light dimming, she sensed the subtle pull of the houses she had yet to visit, their need for participation embedded into her very awareness. And as she glanced back at the last mansion she had shown, its windows dark yet impossibly alive, she recognized the truth. She would never escape this cycle. Each property she engaged with, each transfer she orchestrated, perpetuated the system of emptiness. She had become an extension of the houses themselves, a necessary agent in their unending collection. The Thorn House and its successors would continue to hunger for presence, to manipulate perception, to preserve absence. And she, Olivia, was forever entwined in their architecture. The realization settled over her with an icy finality. The collection was infinite, and she was now a permanent participant. No doors, no locks, no distance could sever her connection. Every empty house she entered, every room she navigated, every shadow she encountered, served to reinforce the cycle. She was not merely an observer, she was the facilitator, the bridge between life and the architectural preservation of absence. And somewhere, deep within the walls, the Thorn House and its ilk waited, patient, vigilant, ensuring that the unending collection would never cease. The last light of day faded, and Olivia understood the final, inescapable truth. She was now the collector, bound eternally to the silent, hungry architecture of the empty houses. The cycle would continue, forever, and there was no end. As the night deepens and the fog settles over quiet streets, we reach the end of tonight's journey into the uncanny and the unseen. We've wandered through the studios where life itself can be sculpted into permanence, climbed staircases that twist reality, confronted digital shadows that erase existence, and stepped into houses that hunger for emptiness. Each story has left its mark, a lingering trace on your imagination, a whisper in the silence that follows. These tales, though fantastical, reflect a simple truth. The world is filled with spaces both familiar and alien, moments both fleeting and eternal, and sometimes the most ordinary places hide the most extraordinary fears. As you drift toward your own sleep tonight, keep your senses alert to the subtle distortions of the familiar, the echo of a step where none should be, the shimmer of shadow in the corner of your eye, the whisper that seems too faint to be real. For the world holds its stories quietly, patiently, waiting for someone to notice. And if you listen closely, you may find that the line between observer and participant is thinner than you ever imagined. Thank you for joining Little Dream tonight. May your dreams be vivid, your nights be suspenseful, and may the stories linger in your mind, just long enough to remind you that the unseen is never truly gone. We'll meet again in the quiet hours, where tales of wonder, fear, and fascination await, ready to unfold. Good night, and sleep carefully.